The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Legacies are defined and legends born at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. With titles on the line, limits were tested and challenges met despite immense pressure. A draw was enough for 13-year-old Alice Lee, who clinched her first title to become the newest U.S. Junior Girls Champion. There's a tie going into the final round, but the juniors are totally up in the air with multiple players in contention for the crown. The Senior Championships have a new legend, with Melik Khachiyan drawing his game to become the 2023 U.S. Senior Champion. The finish line is in sight. Who will win it all? Day 9 of championship chess, coming up next.
Welcome to the final round of the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. We are here in the playing hall waiting for the players to arrive, but this time the tensions are high and stakes are even higher. Let's go back to the studio and start today.
We have two champions and are looking for a third. Welcome to what might be our final day of coverage of the Junior Girls and Senior Championships from the St. Louis Chess Club. Coverage begins now. Hi, I'm Woman Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Wow, Kate, that went fast. We're in the championship rounds. The broadcasts are almost over.
Almost over, but still last round with a lot of crazy battles ahead, especially in the junior section.
No question about it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. If you like championship chess, you came to the right place, as we have crowned two champions already. Will we crown a third? Kate, do the honors and tell us our standings.
Let's start with the girls. Here we have Alice Lee, who already clinched her title 7.5 out of 8. I mean, incredible performance. Fantastic. And we have a two-way tie for the second place through Yang and Zoe Tang, both with 5 points.
A big fight for second, and in the junior standings?
In the junior, nothing is clear so far. We have two-way tie for the first place, Abhi, Mishra and Arthur Guo with 5.5 points. But closely behind them, we have three players, Brandon Jacobson, Andrew Hong, and Balaji Daggupati with 5 points.
It's crowded at the top, and tell us about our legends.
In the legend, again, we do have a U.S. senior champion for this year. It's Melik Khachiyan with 6.5 out of 8. I mean, securing the title 1 round ahead. Absolutely fantastic performance. Second place so far, Alex Shabalov, 5 points. And third clear, Vladimir Akopian with 4.5 points.
Kate, tell us about the format for these 3 national championships.
The format is 3 10-player round robins, meaning each player plays everyone else in their respective tournaments. The time control is classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment for move 1. No draw offers allowed whatsoever, and we have the traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss.
Kate, remind me about the playoffs.
Yeah, we do have potential playoff scenarios. So if there is a 2 players tied for first, we have a 2-game rapid match with 10 minutes plus 2-second increment. If they are still tied, Armageddon is gonna decide a champion.
And if there's more than 2 players?
If 3 or more players tied for first, we have round robin, a rapid tournament, 10 minutes plus 2 seconds increment, still tied, blitz match or blitz round robin with 3 minutes plus 2-second increment, and if still tied, Armageddon is going to be decisive.
And those playoffs would be played tomorrow at the same time as all of the rounds have begun. And we're very fortunate to have in studio Cristian. Good to see you, my friend, for this championship round.
Good to see you guys, and welcome back, chess fans, to Championship Monday here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We already crowned a couple of champions, but it is time to potentially crown our final champion as well today. And of course, let's start by giving the flowers to our deserving champions. And we're going to start with the senior section. Of course, we see Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan. He is the 2023 U.S. Senior Champion, and he is $20,000 richer. So that's not bad at all. But take a look at this scoreline. Absolutely majestic. He started off with 2 victories, I have to say, in that second round. Very difficult game that was. Anything could have happened. He was lost out of the opening, but he was resilient enough to get the full point, and that dictated the tone of the rest of his event. Just an incredible event. The event of a lifetime for Melik, and he was so happy yesterday, I have to say, deservingly so. And what happened in the junior girls section? Well, it is this young lady, FIDE master Alice Lee. She is the 2023 U.S. Junior Girls Champion, and she gets home $6,000 richer. Also, she's punching her ticket to the U.S. Women's Championship later this year. As you can see, also unblemished scoreline, no losses, and perhaps this is what you need to do in these championships to go home with that elusive title. Just simply don't lose any games and win a lot of them as well. Incredible performance by this young lady. But there is still one championship in which everything is to be played for, and that is the junior section. As you can see, Abhi, Mishra, and Artur Guo are the co-leaders going into the final round, but closely following behind is a pack of 3 very hungry wolves. That is Brandon Jacobson, Andrew Hong, and Balaji Daggupati. And let's take a look at the head-to-head as we are entering this final championship round. This is a big one. I'm having my eyes on Brandon Jacobson versus Andrew Hong. These 2 players are very good friends, and I've seen them yesterday at dinner. They were hanging out with each other, but I'm sure after that they both went to their respective hotel rooms and started preparation. This is a huge clash that we will see coming up in just a few minutes. Another big clash is, of course, this one. Artur Guo versus Kirk Ghazarian. Kirk has been slowing down in the second half of the event, so potentially Artur with the white pieces. We've seen how resilient he was yesterday, I have to say. Yesterday it was a big test for Artur because he was worse out of the opening, and Liang was putting so much pressure on him, but fortunately for him, he managed to survive Artur Guo, and I have to say that must have given him a lot of confidence going into this final championship round. And of course, another huge clash that we have to talk about, and to my eyes, this is the marquee matchup of the junior section in today's round, is this one. Balaji Daggupati, 5 points, half a point behind the co-leader, Abhi Mishra, and I have to say Balaji has been in tremendous shape. Started up very slowly the tournament, half a point out of 2. Loss in the first round, but after that, he was just his brilliant self, and right now, he's on a hat-trick. Potentially is going to be able to win his 4th straight consecutive game today against the co-leader Abhi. Only time will tell. We have a lot of exciting games ahead of ourselves, and we might crown another champion today.
Thank you for that marquee matchup. And Kate, tell us about all of the pairings. Start with the girls, please.
Yeah, so let's take a look what is ahead. We have Liu against Atwell, Yip playing Wu. That is going to be a really cool matchup. Very experienced players. Then Mo against Tank, another important matchup for the medals. Mangalam with Lee, Alice already enjoying her title, but still definitely wants to push for a win, and Prasanna against Yan.
And here is our champion. She's getting ready for her 9th round. Alice Lee at the board there.
Her first national championship.
Yeah, after 4 tries. And tell us about the junior pairings.
Right, and so in juniors, everybody is really fighting for that 1st or 2nd place. Zhu against Wang, Daggupati against Mishra, that is the key matchup.
Right.
Guo against Ghazarian, again we have the co-leader playing a very important game. Stearman against Liang, and Jacobson against Hong.
And for the legends, what pairings can we expect there?
Here, Kaidanov playing Dlugy, Wolff against Ruth, Shabalov against Khachiyan. We have the former
huge.
champion playing the current champion. Akopian against Gurevich, and Novikov playing Benjamin.
And let's go to the World Chess Hall of Fame and zone in on the players as they're getting ready to do battle. This was going to be the key matchup, Shabalov versus Maris, but it was not to be, as Shabalov did not win his penultimate round game.
It was looking that way, that
Yes,
Shabalov
wasn't it?
could be forcing a showdown in the final round, but
Right.
it just wasn't meant to be. Melik said got the title with rounds to spare, and we had dinner last night, and he was asking us, what should I play today? Should I play some fun stuff, maybe a dragon? Let's wait and see. I'm having some ideas about what he could potentially play in today's round, but he's definitely out to have fun. Melik
Yeah, I
said.
mean, what a great story. You get a wild card for this tournament, and 1 round to spare, you're already the champion.
Exactly.
Here we go, Brandon Jacobson.
There's Brandon
Another key
with
player.
a smile. They're very good friends, very good buddies.
Andrew.
I wouldn't even be surprised if they were like roommates at times during this type of big competitions.
Over the course of time, yeah.
I'll speak mildly to the juniors. Juniors, we need a playoff tomorrow. The playoffs are scheduled to start at 1 o'clock.
And we have a guest bell ringer, Ted Middleton. He's the director for the development of the Chess Educational Center here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center.
Yeah, and once
You
you ring
can
the
do it,
bell,
Ted.
the round starts.
Right, you can do it.
Here we go.
Solid ring.
Yeah, it was very solid. I met Ted at the Casa chess dinner. Look at that. Mishra didn't even write down the move. He's so ready to go.
And Sicilian on the board, so he is here, of course, to fight. Very
Wow.
important game.
Did we expect, I mean, to be honest, I did not expect to see Mishra play so aggressive early on. Because Balaji is a player that definitely encourages this type of positions. He loves to play the Sicilians. He loves to play with the black pieces as well. He's a Sicilian player.
Right.
He's a very aggressive type. So Mishra encouraging him to, well, follow on this path. That's an
Expecting a
interesting-
Najdorf?
Yes, I think Mishra is a Najdorf player in general.
Knight f6, knight
But-
c3, a6.
He's had some problems, right? Let's not forget that game against Josiah Stearman, where he was completely lost, and
Right.
the opening phase didn't go his way. Let's see, a6, maybe knight c6.
By the way, we see the stylistic matchups here, and of course, I'm referring to the piece placement. If you see Mishra's knights are facing forward,
A6.
whereas
f4. Whoa.
Balaji's are on the
sideways.
side.
I'm telling you, man, he's an aggressive player. He wants
f4.
to fight in every single game.
The pieces are so beautiful when we see closely the knights. I mean, so well crafted.
Exactly. The move f2, f4 was very popular in the 60s, and it got usurped. Bishop g5 by the 70s became the go-to move. But because it's been so long since we've seen f2, f4, by the 90s, people were playing f3 and bishop e3 in the English attack, right? F2,
is a very
f4. What's the
popular
latest and
attack.
greatest on f2, f4
Well,
theory?
e5 is the main line. indeed.
E5?
Yes.
Yep.
Now knight b3 was already played, which is in fact the second most played move in the position.
Most
Knight to
popular-
f3 in general. When you
Right.
play f4, you want to grab the knight behind the pawn that you just moved.
Exactly.
But knight to b3, that's an interesting wrinkle that perhaps will stop Abhimanyu in his tracks, at least for a few minutes.
And give us the main the main pathway. What usually happens after knight b3?
Just a typical development, bishop to e7, maybe bishop to e2. It feels like white wants to develop on the king side. I don't think we're going to see a long castle, perhaps just short castle. Bishop e2 and short castle. And saying that with that pawn already established on f4, your natural development with bishop to e6 is not going to come that easy, because whenever you go bishop e6, maybe I have ideas of playing the move f5,
Right.
as you are pinpointing, and perhaps even with the king on g1 on that side, if I manage to get f5 in, I don't think I will shy away from expanding with g4, g5, and trying to get an attack on the king side.
All right, very good. And Kate, where would you like to take us?
I would like to go to juniors girls and let's see
Okay.
Alice Lee what she's doing, because they're pushing pawns one step at a time.
I did see that Alice had played the Caro. I thought, and again, Alice, so far, unblemished. She would love to keep to take the title and to do it without losing a single game. D2, D3, with the inclusion of knight f3, this always struck me as a very strange choice by White, because on the one hand, you're kind of encouraging a trade of queens and the loss of castling. So you'd almost think, well, why aren't you playing knight d2
Right.
to avoid this? E7, e6, whoa.
We are getting
E5.
into French.
That's a strange move, and c5. So it's like a French defense.
We
an
can get to
advanced
d4.
and this is what you meant when you were saying they were pushing one square at a time. C2, C3. I wonder if you just yeah, I think it's a direct transposition, right? If you play C3, knight C6, D4, you've just transposed into the advanced French. A funny transposition, to be sure. All right. And again, in the girls section, big fight for second place. Let's just check in on the game of Iris and Zoe. This is not an open Sicilian, but bishop b5 check, bishop d7 takes, queen e2. Okay, going there. And finally, Ru Yang Yan and Gracie. Whoa, they've played really fast. What happened here? Okay, this is one of those Alapin variations, right? With the early knight e5. Knight d5, pardon me, takes. Okay.
Guys,
They're
let's
playing
move really
fast.
quick to this one, because this one
Yeah.
is just about when.
What?
Yes. Shabalov wants to get out of there. Melik obviously wants to get
Also, wow.
He doesn't have any problems with that.
Very popular variation.
For making, we would call
making-
these grandmaster draws, right? Bishop
Queen
takes
draws.
e6. The exchange variation of the Rui,
Might as well repeat it like 5 times.
just to be sure nobody's going to.
I mean, Alex Shabalov did claim draw yesterday inaccurately for the first time. Second was accurate. So right now they're just making sure they have
done it
enough
12 times.
repetitions.
Okay, so I had it wrong all the way. I said that we're going to see some dragons, some crazy stuff going on.
No, nothing
we're seeing a
happened.
quick draw.
Very peaceful
Well,
draw.
our congratulations once again to Melik set to make it through without a single loss. That's very impressive. And
Very
like you said,
impressive, yes.
winning formula: don't lose and win a lot of games.
Well,
That's-
I believe in the juniors, the only player that has that formula still intact right
Mishra.
now is Mishra.
yeah.
He hasn't lost a single game. He's been making some draws.
He was close
Sometimes
to
from
losing
losing
a few
positions.
of them, right? But he
Yes,
always
yes.
survives with like incredible resilience.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. And that's extremely important.
Just to refresh this was a variation known for 100 years. The Rio Lopez exchange variation, bishop g4, h2, h3. I don't know who was first to play the move h7, h5, but it's been repeated quite a number of times ever since. c2, c3.
You don't mind if White takes that bishop because the file really opens and we see this
Exactly
rook
why.
being really happy, kind of attacking that king quickly.
Exactly. Knight takes e5, and this is the repetition. Bishop to d6, attacking the knight. Well, I can take your queen, which is exactly what Shabalov did, but this is the draw. Just the king has to go into the h-file. Back and forth they went until they had satisfied the 3-move draw rule. And again, our congratulations to the new champion. And for Alexander Shabalov,
It's probably also very good because he's securing second place, I believe.
Yeah,
Is it secure?
might trade. No, I thought.
I don't think it's secure.
I think one player, Vladimir Akopian, with a win, could potentially tie him for second place.
That's
So
maybe we
tiebreak,
can
he's
see
securing
that.
tiebreak. I mean,
Well,
there's no
he's-
tiebreak, right?
Well,
So
he's just saying,
tying.
come on, Dmitry, don't lose. And what do you have for us, Christian?
Well, let's look at this game, guys. Balaji, the marquee matchup in the junior section against Abhi, because I see some interesting things happening in this one. Knight to b3 was played, knight to c6, and bishop to d3. And the only game that pops up right now is from one Balaji Daggupati with the white pieces.
Oh, really?
Against David Brodsky at one of these US
Right.
Junior Championships as well. So he's played this position before, but take a look at this. Bishop to e7 was the way in which David responded, and Abhi responded as well today. And now we have the first novelty in the position. Castle was played before, castle, castle. I think it was something along the lines of knight to d5 and then h6. Balaji, by the way, got a pretty decent advantage in that game. So he has very good memories, very good experience in this line. But today, he decides to come with this intriguing novelty. f6, take a look at this. For example, if you go d5,
Right.
I'm most likely going to take. And now I have ideas of castle. Be very careful. You have to do something. You have to release the tension of the knights. Because if you go castle, take, f6,
Oops.
the game is almost over. You still have bishop to
Close
c5.
enough.
You're not immediately resigning, but this one is looking really, really bad. Of course, you cannot touch this one because there's a discovery check. I'm going to pick up your queen. So that's a big, big problem. You have to be careful as black. And it does seem like this novelty has stopped Abhi right now in his tracks. He's trying to understand, hey, I've analyzed castle because he played it against David Brodsky. What is this new detail, this new wrinkle in the position, f5? What do I have to worry about?
Intriguing. Another game I want to draw our attention to is a game between Gregory Kaidanov and Maxim Dlugy, because it's a classical four knights, Sicilian, open Sicilian. And in this specific position, I mean, we have seen multiple games of knight takes c6, d takes c6, e4, e5, and then the theory keeps going on for another 24 moves. Another way of playing is knight to b5, and you can go into a Sveshnikov after bishop g5. And again, the lines of theory are remarkably complex and deep. And then, of course, you can do other standard stuff that you normally see in a Sicilian. a2, a3, non-standard, I would say. Well, sure, you're stopping bishop b4, but you're wasting a tempo on a non-central move, and that was really surprising for me. Bishop e7 was Max's reply. I would play the move d7, d6 myself, personally, because I'm no longer fearing a Kara's attack, whether you play it with knight takes e6, because you've also already played the move.
For this move.
Yeah, and that's not going to scare anybody. That was not what Max played. Bishop e7, knight takes e6 on the board. I'm anticipating b takes e6, and I wanted to turn and ask Christian, what's the story with a2, a3 by Gregory Kaidanov?
Let's take a look at this. a3 has been played many, many times.
Really?
In fact, yes. Is the fourth most played move
Fourth
with over
most
400
Wow.
games in this position. Basically, just
Wow.
stopping the move bishop to b4, right? It's pretty obvious. You don't want to see the spin being established on the a5, e1 diagonal. The only way and the best way to stop it directly is to go a3. And you're basically wanting to play a normal Sicilian position, Scheveningen type of position with the pawn on a3, which very often is, in fact, quite useful in this type of structures. Now, the big question is going to arise later on. Are you going to castle on the king side, or are you going to castle on the queen side? Much more aggressive on the queen side. After this move, knight a6, he's starting to establish that answer and give us that answer. Most likely, we're going to see the white king land on the king side, We expect b takes e6, maybe e5 in the position, knight to d5, knight to a4, queen to g4 is also a move. You committed. So I waited for you with this move a3. You committed the bishop on e7, and now I can play this move queen to g4 with a tempo. Compare it to what we have. Let me see if I can draw back. Yes. To this game, Artur Guo versus Kirk Ghazarian. Very, very intriguing overlaps in this one. Take a look. We had the same position, but knight to e4, not queen to g4. Why not queen to g4? Because the bishop is still on f8. You have not committed that bishop to e7 yet. Mm-hmm. So we see some interesting transpositions between these two games. Take a look at what's happening in the game. Big one. Artur Guo versus Ghazarian. Artur Guo is one of the co-leaders.
Exactly.
And they're playing a very wild, aggressive opening, very theoretical as well. And guess who's much better prepared, at least in my estimation, so far? It is Artur. Because right now, Kirk started thinking queen to b8 is by far the main line. Queen to c7, in fact, I don't even have it in the database, and right now the computer is saying that black is in trouble. Remember what happened a couple of days ago. It was Artur Xu versus Kirk Ghazarian. Out of the opening, Kirk was completely busted.
Busted, yeah.
The engine was saying +4, right?
Right.
That's a decisive advantage. Sure, you still have to do the conversion part, but that's a decisive advantage.
Right.
What we're seeing right now is, once again, Artur pretty much outplaying, outfoxing his opponent out of the opening. Queen to c7, queen to b3 is a very good move in the position. That's going to attack the knight on b4, and it's very important. Generally, we put the queen on b8. Why do we do that? Because very often, whenever you land the queen on b3 or you attack my knight on b4 with something, I have the defensive idea of playing the move bishop to a6, which is very often a very useful move for black, because I'm exchanging light square bishop. My light square bishop on b7 is a pawn. I want to exchange that, right?
Right.
From b8, I'm also defending the knight on b4. From c7, I don't do that, and that's going to be a detail that's going to make all the difference in the next few moves.
Well, also for me, I don't like the move queen c7 at all, because I'm always thinking that whenever the knight lands on d6 check, I can't tolerate the knight. I'm going to have to take it. But then it gets recaptured with the tempo, right? So queen b8 looks like such a superior move. The move queen c7 played in the game, I'm anticipating f2, f4, just
That's
defending
also,
the pawn on e5. And by the way, you know, I'm getting ready to chase the knight, but the move queen b3 also looks very attractive, because I'm gaining a pretty nasty tempo.
I would say
here
queen
against
b3 is much more difficult to be played. Just a bit unnatural, a bit computerish.
You have a bit computerish?
Even though queen to b3 followed by maybe queen to g3, right?
Exactly. Well, after you get rid of the knight, you go f4 for, you don't want to see knight c2 check, right?
Right.
Yeah, but once you get in, you know, these moves, f4, just defending the pawn on e5, asking black what you'd like to do.
Just to let you know, actually, I
G3.
don't have to go a3. Queen
Really?
g3 is, well, first of all, if you start with queen b3 first, you can do
Queen
that.
b3, a5.
And now queen g3.
And you're giving me the rook. Okay, I'll fall for
Knight
it.
c2 is completely losing, apparently, for black.
Really?
King d1, yes, followed by knight d6.
Knight d6 check.
So
Once
now if you
again, I'm
take
not
the
doing
g7 is
it.
going to be undefended once the
Right.
bishop captures the knight.
Takes.
Not
and
losing. This is over.
Over.
It's in fact over. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
over. Because any queen move and the rook is trapped, right?
Yeah,
You
bishop
cannot long
h6.
castle with a queen on the 8th rank.
No, you can't.
It's a bit sad.
Yikes.
Yeah.
And again, this game is so critical to our standings as Arthur comes in tight for first, Kate.
Yeah, very important. If he manages to win, he secures either first place or playoff.
Playoff. And he's certainly looking really good here with this misstep, queen c7 by Kirk. And again, I mean, it's pretty clear that black would love to play queen takes e5 and pick up the knight. The problem is after queen b3, I get your knight, you get my knight. That is for sure, but I get your bishop as well. And that makes all the difference in the world. And queen c7 really is, boy, the more I'm looking at it, and especially because of that line that was just shown to us by Cristian that when the queen slides over to g3, how incredibly powerful that is. The queen looks terrible on c7. This move, threatening check and threatening to take on g7, that's a killer.
Yeah, and white is enjoying a lot of space, right? The pawns are really advanced, knight in the center on a great square.
Right. Yeah, it's gone terribly wrong for Kirk. But Cristian, we have a premature guest in studio.
Melik, you've helped so many students along the way here in the United States win championships, get World Youth, World Youth medals, and finally you got your own championship medal. Tell us about your initial feelings after this incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, yesterday I got so many texts, so many messages thank you, Cristian. Yes, I did help many kids to win World Youth, World Cadets, Pan Ams. I mean, many tournaments, but myself, I had never won any national championship. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure what to say. And I'm very happy. I'm very relieved. And first time ever, I won national championship, and a very big one. I mean, it's kind of a breakthrough tournament for myself. I was hoping for it. I worked hard. I changed everything in my life in recent 6 months or so. Diet and physical conditions, chess trainings. I took many, I mean not many, but few very strong students that also helped me a lot. Working with international masters, working with grandmasters. You know that, Cristian. Mm-hmm. It also makes you being stronger because you must follow new trends, new ideas, everything. And that made me, because I used to be, one of my issues was, let's say, I was kind of predicted, I would say. Mm-hmm. But then working with a national team, working with ladies, with girls, and working with my top students, I started to expand my openings and everything. I started to get feeling more comfortable to play different type of positions. So, and it helps me a lot.
One of the things that I found very difficult whenever I'm coming from a long layover is just getting the dust off the shoulders. Did you feel any of that, or you've been playing some chess previous to this tournament as well?
Right. No, I mean, yeah, you're correct, because one of my issues, because I don't really play constantly because I have no time for that. I'm full-time chess coach, and that's perhaps the reason why my rating was kind of I would say very inconsistent and dropping, because in most of the cases I was, let's say, facing those very young, talented kids, 20 to 100 range, and I couldn't beat them. Every tournament I play, +1, +2, whatever it is, +3 sometimes, but still losing my rating. And but I always knew I'm not, let's say, 2400 player. I always knew. I mean, I can play chess much better than this rating. So for this tournament, as I said, I mean, mostly I realized when I studied my games from previous U.S. seniors, I realized most of my games when I played against strong players, I'm kind of giving away the points after 4 hours, between 4 to 4 hours, close to the time pressure. Mm-hmm. So when I start to understand what's the reason why I'm doing this, I came to the conclusion it's actually most of my physical condition. Because at some point, I'm stopping observing the board properly. You know, my brain gets off. So the first thing what I have done, like I said, I paid attention to my physicals. I dropped some weight, and I start to working on myself, and I think it's mostly paid off. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you also mentioned, actually, at the beginning of the tournament that you took a completely different approach to the training for this one. You actually took a vacation with your family, spent some quality time with them. I want to give you the opportunity to give thanks to your support system.
Yeah, I mean, my wife is my manager, for sure. Yeah, I mean, she insisted to go to the vacation and for my birthday. When we planned the vacation, actually, we didn't realize it's going to be a U.S. Junior. I was hoping for it because one of my kids playing here, Roy, when she gave me the dates, I thought, okay, maybe I'm going to get this invitation. So I managed my vacation for those dates.
Just in case.
Just in case. No, seriously, it's true. So I managed the vacation, and then I took a laptop with me with my files and everything. And she said, no laptop, no files, you, me, kids. That's it. So the only chance whenever they were going to sleep, I was still going through some lines, kind of, a little bit working on myself there. But mostly, you're right. It was completely like shadow of my brain. No single lesson. This was the first time ever in my life. Like for 6-7 days, no single lesson online. None. Zero. So just kids, family, my wife, and occasionally my laptop for myself. This is the first big I made adjustment. Second big adjustment, somehow I found the right formula here. It worked for me. I used to be doing gym every day, or at least every other day. This time, I stopped doing that. Yeah, I only was working outside a little bit, half an hour, 40 minutes,
Get some sun
in the park. Yeah, and then I was trying to pay attention mostly to sleep. What I did, before the game, every time, half an hour, 40 minutes sleep, nap. It actually helps me a lot.
Yeah.
Because when I was forcing myself to close all those curtains, blinds, and then just sleep in the darkness, and it kind of made myself calm myself.
Loosen up a little bit, calm yourself.
So waking up around 12:15, 12:10, quick shower, and to the game. So, and it works perfectly. So every day it was perfect for me. So worked out.
Well, kudos to the manager for probably pointing you out in the right direction. Congratulations, Melik.
Thank
you
you.
are
Thank
the
you,
2023 U.S. Senior Champion. Guys, any question for our champion?
Kate.
Yeah, Melik, congratulations. Really fantastic accomplishment. I'm curious, you said that you had no expectations for this tournament because in the last one you did not do very well. But can you pinpoint the moment or the game in this tournament when you realized, hey, maybe I can actually win this?
Well, yeah. Initially, when I came here, I was just trying to have some fun and play game by game, interesting game. I still be doing that. But I mean, my beliefs came after round 2. Firstly, in the first round, I played Vladimir Akopian, very strong grandmaster, the legend. And I always had difficult result against him. And when somehow I predicted the whole thing, the opening, and I was kind of happy because I knew everything, the position. And I kind of had the feelings like Vladimir perhaps did not expect this line from me. And when I got and I also feel, somehow I feel I have seen more in a game than Vladimir because he clearly missed the idea of Queen H3, he clearly missed the idea of Knight D6. So this made me believe I can do this first time. The second time, when I survived against Novikov. Yeah, when I survived against Novikov, that game was, in my opinion, crucial. It actually started to make me think, okay, maybe it's your tournament. Maybe you can do it. Maybe you can do it, and maybe you can, push your dices. And then, I guess, I'll tell you, I would say the final sort of beliefs came after the game against Dmitry Gurevich, when we're usually having a very tough fight against Dmitry, and somehow with black pieces, I got easy win. So for me, it was clearly that it's kind of sign that it's my tournament,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful scoreline. Melik, once again, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. And turning our attention, now it's a fight for the second place
Yes.
going on. Just looking at the game of Vladimir Akopian versus Dmitry Gurevich. And this line, I don't know if they refer to it as a King's Indian or a Grunfeld. But again, this line was very, very popular in the K versus K matches, Kasparov versus Karpov, and these fights between getting one player wants to play 95, the other player wants to play 94, and they had some great discussions from this theory of this line. Did the Ks. They're still early days in this one, but it's all about the juniors, Cristian, and the game of Mishra. Tell us. Update.
That's the big one, and I have some very intriguing updates for you. Take a look at this, what happened in the last couple of moves. After a very long think, F5, almost 20 minutes think, he played the move Mishra, that is knight to B4. Immediately responded by A3, knight takes D3, queen takes D3. Once again, he's in the tank. And this one is critical, because if you don't make the best move in the position, you're much worse. So if you play a natural move, castle, right?
Right.
Why not? Bishop g5, and the engine is saying that you are close to busted. I'm going to go long castle, and then you're going to have huge problems with the pawn on d6.
Right.
Bishop takes f6 is going to come, queen takes d6, you're going to be a pawn down, and in fact, you don't get a lot of compensation for it. So this is big, very problematic, and he found the best move. He played the move h6. This is the best move, but let's zoom in on the game, because I'm actually quite curious. Yes, g4, this was the move that I was anticipating, and he played it a la tempo. He still knows exactly what he's doing right now, a pawn sacrifice. You're not going to take that. You're not going to take on g4, because after rook to g1, I think you're in big trouble. This one, I have to say, I mean, Balaji is looking really good. He has his opening preparation on the board right now in a very sharp position, and the pressure is definitely on Mishra. And he showed that in general, especially after the opening, he's had a lot of problems. He very often got into worse positions whenever he is surprised. He has been predictable in this event, and his opponents have been taking advantage of it.
This must be an amazing feeling for Balaji, right? Because he needs to win with white.
Sure.
And he has his preparation.
Yes.
He has
On the
kind
board.
of really attacking chances. So I think he is getting what he wants in this last round.
Mishra is not comfortable. You can see it right now.
And why is this such an important game? Well, there you have it. It's not just about the fight for second for Balaji. He's thinking, I can win.
Yes,
He wants to win. He wants to
the
win.
championship.
Right, victory over, and please, Arthur, don't you win, and we can have a playoff. You said g4, crucial move, and don't take the pawn, and I say, well, why not? Let's just take a look. Knight takes g4, give me the pawn. Now you're going to play rook g1, and I'm going to give you a check in the middle of the board, and you can't go to d1. That's a mine square. You're likely to go to e2, and I'll go back with my knight. I don't know if I should play h5 or h3, but let's say I just go back with my knight for a moment, and you take the pawn on g7. So effectively, we both have ruined one another's kingside. And the more I'm looking at this, the more I want to play h5. I apologize. I want you to play h3 if you're willing. This way, my bishop
Yeah, you have
is
to be worried about the bishop not being trapped.
A little bit, right? And now we've mutually mauled one another's kingside. Queen c7, whose king is worse? I mean, both kings are bad, but...
Right, but I like that white can play simply like bishop e3 and then the rook can... I mean, I don't even know if I want to slide over to g1. Probably I want the rook on d1 anyway.
Rook David 1, that kind of thing. Okay, and I'm castling. And again, I'm just like sitting here asking whose king is more vulnerable.
You allow me to take that pawn?
I
will take it.
Well, okay. I was hoping that well, wait a minute.
Because I may take also the
on
knight on
f6, and there's a big knight coming to d5. Yes, there is. Ooh. Wow. Okay, that was my question. Was at the end of the day, if I do take the pawn on g4, if the kings were, whose king was more vulnerable? Another one. Rook g1, h5, h3, knight back, rook takes. Yeah.
Right.
Let me put my queen on a less useful square. Queen e7, bishop e3, something.
Well,
Okay. Sorry.
I'm thinking about like knight a4.
Knight a4.
But bishop e3 is probably more.
Bishop to d7, yeah.
Knight b6.
Okay, you did get your knight to...
I really don't think he's going to take that pawn on g4.
I don't either.
It just feels mind, poisonous. Like he just played the move g4. You just simply try to tame the position as fast as possible. Maybe bishop d7, something along those lines. Taking is a really big, bold decision if he does it.
Yeah, but I think black is probably fine here, so I have to be a little more careful.
Well,
yes, totally fine if you know what you're doing. But I was going through some variations, and they're absolutely wild.
Okay, please, take it away.
So basically, one of the variations is like this. Bishop h4, king e2, and now you can go into the lion's den with the move knight to f2. And after queen to f3, follow it up with g6. And now we get this huge, crazy imbalance after bishop to e3, knight takes e4, and bishop takes f5. A lot of pawns on this side, and a lot of pawns for white on this side, and an extra piece. King to d2, and this supposedly is very close to equality, but you have no idea.
Right.
As black that this is equal, right?
Of course
you look
not.
at the position, you try to assess it. Good luck assessing it under pressure from afar. You're not going to go into this line.
It's a total
I don't think
mess.
you're going to see the knight on f2. That's why whenever I see knight f6 as the only practical retreat in this position, maybe after check or maybe before the check, let's say check just to drive the king to h2, and now rook takes g7. If I don't see anything clear, I see this bishop a bit astray on h4. I don't see a clear way of hiding my king. I don't like this trade because I know that my opponent is ready for it. I know that he's analyzed this with very strong engines, which Balaji certainly has proved up to this point. So I'm not simply going to go into that. It's not the practical decision. I don't think he's going to do it.
Okay, fair enough. Turn our attention to Brandon Jacobson and Andrew Hung, because we have a very different position than we're used to. Okay, this is all very, very standard. And after castles, if Brandon goes knight to d2, followed by e2, e4, King's Indian attack,
Right.
a favorite of Bobby Fischer's, played 1,000 times. c2, c4, c7, c5. And now, if you want, you could go e3, queen e2, b3, bishop b2, and, 1,000 games. This move is definitely, in my estimation, off the beaten track. Looks a little strange. I mean, you move a piece that's already developed. You're not even doing it with a gain of tempo or anything like that. So I would have thought Andrew would be, let's trade knights. Let me play the move knight d7.
Andrew chose queen c7 instead.
And provoke
F4.
f4. And usually the combination of c4 and f4 is not a pair of moves that you see very often. And, well, I would be very surprised if we're in theoretical territory here.
I remember when I was younger, my coach would always tell me, pick one, you can't pick both.
Both. C4 and f4, Christian. And, again, huge game for the standings in the tournament.
Very important, because Brandon Jacobson and Andrew Hung are tied for third place so far, but if one of them manages to win, there are chances that they may be playing a playoff for the championship.
Absolutely. And Christian, tell us about the combination of c4 and f4.
Yeah, this is no theory.
No, it's not.
You're not supposed to play like this. As
No.
Kachka mentioned, don't play on both sides. But look, Brandon has been signaling that he's trying to get out of theory as early as move 2, right? Knight f3, g3. You play the reti when you just want to get your opponent out of the book. And this is exactly what he got. He got a position in which both of these players are going to play by themselves.
Sure.
There's no engines, there's no preparation, there's nothing. It's just me versus you. And this is what Brandon wanted, and this is what he got. Sure, the engine eval is saying that black may be a slightly favored in this position, but I wouldn't say it's that clear. And to my eyes, this one is just simply going to be a game.
So
Interesting.
I'm wondering, by the way, so if let's say black goes knight d7 now,
Right.
do we take and then play e4? Do
That's
we
right,
take-
yeah.
So we take the knight,
Bishop takes. Yeah.
bishop takes, and we push another pawn e4, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So something like takes or takes. I'm not. Yeah, it takes this guy. Why don't I do that?
Right, I take with pawn,
Takes and bishop c6,
queen
Probably
e2.
e5 or queen c2,
e5,
knight c6.
queen e2,
knight c3. Yeah.
knight c3.
Yeah, we have this weak d4 square, but luckily we have a dark square bishop that can guard it.
I think, well, the thing is the knight is very far away from that d4 square, the black knight, knight on f6.
Right.
So it seems like this favors white just for the simple fact that at that point you can in fact change the structure with e5. But okay, I see Yasser is already trying to get something else.
Well, if you're
You
planning,
didn't like that. That's the point, right?
If you're planning to play e4, right, and then I agree with you wholeheartedly that if you get your pawn to e5, you're kind of enjoying a little bit something. After f4, maybe d4. so that in case you play e4, I'm not saying that you have to or anything like this, you get a different structure altogether.
Right, and maybe I'm not in time to even
And
push
how
for
do we
d4.
feel about this structure?
With rook to d8, I think that black should be okay.
Okay, can I sacrifice
Wow.
that pawn? Can I go really crazy and go knight c3?
Okay.
Just give you that pawn.
With knight b5?
That's actually a very good question.
Maybe.
I think yes.
Yeah, let's do
I'll
it.
put the knight on b5.
Extra tempo.
Extra tempo.
Now I have bishop f4, yeah? There's
Yeah.
no more queen d4 check. So
Exactly.
that's nice.
And after queen h5, we always have, if we want kind of a repetition, first we bishop f3, but then knight c7 and knight b5.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe I have this knight d5 ideas. I mean, there's something to calculate, right?
Yeah. With f4, the c4, f4, I remember I was playing in the world team and I was preparing for Shakhriyar Mamyudarov, and Ben Feinkold would come and, you know, coach me for a couple of hours, and then we'd go and have lunch together. And Shaq was in those days was very, very oftentimes playing the Grunfeld defense. So I played d4, and we prepared the whole morning for the Grunfeld defense. And Shaq played both c5 and f5, and I sat there and I thought about it and said, you know, this isn't the Grunfeld defense. I didn't even know what this was. Was it the Benoni? Was it a Dutch? And this game of Brandon and Andrew, where you've got f4 and, you've got f4 and c4 on the board. I don't even know what to call this. It's not a bird's
Yeah, I don't know
opening, and it's not in English, that's for sure. We'll keep an eye on this one. And where would you like to take us, Kate?
Maybe let's look around in the junior section. What is
Sure.
happening on each board?
Okay, so we'll pick up the action in Josiah versus Jason's Stearman versus Liang's game. This looks like a what? Okay, Queen's Gambit, but with b6 and a6. I tell you, the opening circus these days, I just don't know what's going on in the openings. Castles, knight d7, rook d1, queen e7, and if you said that this was a French defense, Rubinstein French, I believe you. I just don't know what this position is. I think black is okay-ish.
But I like white's position.
I'm not comfy.
Right, because
with this.
anytime you play like c5, I may actually push d5, which is usually a very comfortable position for white.
Okay, if I take, are you planning to take with a knight or taking with the pawn?
I thought taking with a knight.
Okay, so I have to give up my two bishops.
Right.
If you take with a rook, I do have g5, although that's not the end of the world. I mean, you may want to investigate the potential of a sacrifice, right? I mean, that's a little bit weird, to be sure, so maybe I should start with g5 here, just to make sure that we get a position that I want, not necessarily what you want.
I can start by capturing on e6, maybe.
Okay. Intriguing position. I'm not sure how I want to recapture. And by the way, for those of you who would like to join our conversation, to stump our panel of experts, there's a way for people to join the conversation.
Absolutely, you can always ask us questions. We have social media for that, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, Twitter, everything. Just tag the St. Louis Chess Club, use the hashtag US Juniors Chess, US Seniors Chess, or St. Louis Chess Club, and we are happy to answer all those questions.
And we have one.
So let's see. We have from Chess Chirper on Twitter, Yasser, what are your greatest memories playing in the Juniors Championship?
Oh boy, too many. We don't have enough airtime to tell you the stories. One of my absolutely favorites was that the first junior championship I ever played, and at the time, there was probably about 12 grandmasters in the United States in total.
Wow.
So it was a very, very prestigious title. It was a very hard title to earn. And I was playing in the junior championships with 8 players. It was a round robin. And out of that group of players, 6 became grandmasters.
Wow. That was a very strong championship.
2 became international masters. Ken Regan was one of them. And the winner of the tournament, Mark Deason, was the other international master. Mark Deason, after he won the U.S. Junior Championship, went on to play in the World Junior Championship. And he won the World Junior Championship. And now they give the Grandmaster title. If you become the World Junior Champion, you become automatically a Grandmaster. It's
Really?
it's not a norm, it's the title.
Wow.
So there was Mark Deason, who didn't become a Grandmaster, he became the world. But it was like, Nick DeFermian, Michael Rode, John Fedorowicz, Ron Henley, all of these, myself, we all became grandmasters. And it was like, how does that happen? How does one class of players, and again, there was only like 12 grandmasters in the United States at the time.
It was a very strong year.
It was an amazing, amazing, amazing year. And another one that I really, really liked, I went to play in another U.S. Junior Championship in Denver, Colorado, and a guy, John Jackson, he wore this big 10-gallon cowboy hat, and he took me out, and he was the organizer. He was telling me all of this stuff, and I said, well, Jack, thank you so much for organizing the U.S. Junior Championship. And he goes, yeah, absolutely. I organized Fischer versus Bent Larson as well. I went, what? Wow. Yeah. He said, you're sitting in the exact seat that Bobby Fischer sat in the same steakhouse. I said, what? It was like the guy who was organizing the U.S. Junior Championship organized Fischer versus Bent Larson. I was like, tell me more stories, tell me more stories. And the Junior Championships, they're really, really special. And you have memories, they stay with you your entire life. And I think that for many of us, we became lifelong friends as well.
And you also won 2 of the U.S. Juniors Championships,
yeah,
right?
In 1978, I went to the World Junior Championship in Graz in Austria. And I remember I was playing in front of my U.S. flag, and I was up against the Soviets, Artur Yusupov, and they crushed me. But I got back in 1979, the World Junior Championships in skiing in Norway, and that was really, really a lot of fun. So these junior championships, I've got to tell you, they can really help define a career.
Yeah, and this reminds me, you are 2 times junior champions,
right.
4-time U.S. champion, but you are not yet a U.S. senior champion.
Not yet a U.S.
senior. So that
is
a tournament we need you to get into.
I'm telling you, Joel Benjamin won all the national championships that you could possibly win. I kid you not. Joel Benjamin, he won like the elementary. He won the junior championship, national high school championship, junior champions. Regular champions, senior championships. He's won every national championship you can. You can't compete with that.
No, you can. You can just start getting into the U.S. seniors.
Tell us about this. Thank you for the question. And tell us about this junior championship, Cristian.
Just like a great politician, just evade the question altogether, throw it to some completely different
let's go.
topic.
Look at my hand.
Good one, Yasser. All right, take a look at this. G4, he thought for a very long time. Bishop
Mishra.
to D7, Mishra, that is.
Yeah.
This is the big game, the marquee matchup, Balaji versus Abhi. He did not take on G4. I did not expect him to take on G4 for obvious reasons. Bishop to D7, by the way, the engine's top recommendation in this one. And right now I'm starting to think, first of all, we don't see a move from Balaji, so definitely perhaps this has been a surprise. I was looking through some variations, and take a look at this move, rook to G1, bishop to B5.
Okay.
Isn't this just a pawn sacrifice?
Yeah.
Can I just simply take?
Queen
It
D7.
is, but it seems like after queen to D7, this endgame, you have to defend the pawn on E4 with the move knight to D2. This endgame after move G5, very important move, to cement the pawn structure on this side as is. And right now I have ideas of H5, breaking loose on the queen side, on the king side, excuse me, and then invading with the rook. This is going to create some serious problems for White's pawn structure. Also with the knight on d2, tasked with the defense of the pawn on e4, you don't have a clear way of finishing your development, right? So I have a lot of breaks. I have d5 as black, I have h5, enough compensation for the pawn. So this one, bishop to d7, with a clear idea, perhaps bishop to b5, perhaps just a simple bishop to c6. This is what we have right now. There's one way in which white almost forces black to accept the pawn sacrifice. And that is to just play the move bishop to d2 and continue the development. Bishop to c6, let's say, and long castle. Now finally you're ready to take on g4 and you're not worried about any rook to g1, d or h because of knight to f2. And that's problematic, right? That's pretty much game over. You're losing an exchange and you no longer have an attack. So what you have to do after knight to g4 is just simply drop back, knight f6, rook to g1, and play a pawn down. But it's obvious that you have a lot of compensation. You have to defend with king to f8, cannot castle, of course, because of the typical pattern bishop takes h6. This is pretty much game over. So you have to go king f8. You're going to be staying with the king in the center for the time being. You're not going to get any sort of attacking opportunities as black. So definitely white has a lot of compensation. At the same time, it's a game with 3 results at this point. You have burned some bridges as white, gave up the pawn, and right now you will have to go all in for the attack on the g file. And we'll see whether it succeeds. But Balaji, right now, as we can see, this move bishop to d7 has thrown him out of his preparation.
Yeah, for the first time, he's actually thinking in the game what to make.
Good move, very good move by Abhi.
And the other key matchup of the junior championships between Arthur and Kirk, I love Arthur's position. He did play that move, queen b3. We liked it a lot. It did provoke a7, a5. And the immediate knight d6, we spoke for a moment there about this crafty little move, queen to g3. Knight d6, to my eyes, this is just a very, very powerful move by Arthur. Takes, queen to c8. And then I'm sitting here thinking to myself, you know what? I really like my dark squares. I don't even mind giving up my my light square bishop. So I'm really attracted to this idea of playing bishop to c4. And I'm thinking this bishop on on b7 is really a big pawn. Yeah, I'm thinking that you would play the move bishop a6, right? Then I was going to go queen c3, gift me the pawn. Now I'm hoping you're going to go castles. Well, hoping is strong, but yeah, if you castle. And then I was going to go b3. And here's what I wanted you to do. I wanted you to take so that the knight ends up...
Cannot get even back to the d5.
Right, he can't get back to d5. And then on a good day, I've got these dark squares, and I just thought that this was a huge advantage positional. Now, Cristian also pointed out that, well, you're not even losing a rook here. You're just actually just winning the game on the spot. If you go after the rook and you allow queen takes g7 and bishop h6, Cristian pointed out that this was going to be an easy win for white. So I think Arthur is coming out of this opening, this current position, in tremendous shape. Like really good.
Can we do like bishop d2 just to develop that bishop, and then go something like h4, h5, just launch that attack?
You've got space. You can attack on the king side, and even in this case, you can go pawn hunting on the queen side as well. It feels like an a2, a3. Just Arthur wants to define where the pieces are going. a2, a3, no choice. You're going to have to go.
By the way, Kirk just immediately played knight d5.
Well, he had no choice, right?
He's playing like he still knows what he's doing, which is a bit surprising.
Well, Arthur knows what he's doing. Arthur is saying, look, I've got this huge threat. Please be my guest. Castle right into a formidable attack.
We've seen this pattern quite a lot recently, right?
Right. I think Alice Lee yesterday had this queen g5, and she was going to go king f1.
He's going king f8 right now.
And he's going to go king f8.
There's no way he plays anything else.
And then, well, okay, bishop Well,
But like at first, I wasn't sure I want to play a3 to force the knight to go away where the knight goes anywhere.
right.
But now I understand he wanted the queen to be free to go to g3.
Surely. Because I think he felt that knight c2,
Yeah.
he needed to chase the knight away. As Christian pointed out, maybe he didn't. By the way, king f8 on the board rather quickly. Everything else, g7, g6, you don't even want to contemplate. You're just ruining all the dark squares. So king f8 on the board. Arthur is looking very good. By the way, let's just go, now that we're here with the junior players, let's just go around. This is the Brandon game, and guess what? He did play d5, d4.
And Brandon still, he was
said
like, I'm going to play
E4.
e4 anyway. You can take en passant.
If you would like, you're welcome to do it. e3 takes e4, and that takes care of the juniors. And let's just go around the tournament
the
hall
junior girls.
with the junior girls. Kelsey and Rose, what do we got
wait.
here?
Wow.
Just a second. Queen's Gambit decline, fair enough, with the Armenian variation with bishop e7, but g6, okay. So Rose is thinking,
I want to go bishop f5, and I need the bishop to be defended there.
exactly. So Kelsey said, please, put your bishop on f5
Go ahead.
so I can play
I'm
e4.
gonna play e4.
No, I'm not going to go bishop f5 in that case once you've played f3. And f5, now that feels like Rose is trying to close down the position, but that might be actually helpful for white. I actually like Kelsey's position here. I think it's easier for white to play with the space.
Yeah, it
and
looks
knight
like
f3
black
bishop.
will still have to figure out the development of the queen side.
For sure, absolutely. If you had told me when the pairings were known at the opening ceremony that Carissa and Rochelle were going to be competing against each other in the very last round, I would have said, wow, careful, that might be a big game for first place.
Yeah, they're really experienced, very strong players. I mean, in this tournament, Alice Lee, she just won very, very convincingly. But still, this game is super interesting because Karissaev and Rochelle Wu are very experienced player, very strong. Karissaev is an international master. Rochelle Wu is a women grandmaster. So very strong players.
And we have a Rouser, Richter Rouser, which somehow feels like a French defense. You know, they kind of transposed, and I don't know if we're in a theoretical ground or not, but the last move, queen c7, ideas of b4, bishop a4, gift me the pawn.
And targeting
on
the
c2,
pawn on e5.
as well as e5. So Carissa's being asked some questions, but wait a minute, there's also queen takes g7 as well.
So after that, probably black wants to capture with queen on e5
Right.
to capture pawn and defend the rook.
Queen takes e5, defends the rook, and maybe something of this
Bishop
nature?
d4, f6.
Or f6, you say. Okay. And again, I don't know if we're in theoretical waters here. Something we'll keep an eye on. In the fight for second, Zoe is on the black side of a game with Iris. And this was this anti-open Sicilian, I want to say. I always think that black is doing well whenever you have a French defense without the light-squared bishop.
The bishop on c8 logged has a lot of troubles, brings a lot of troubles for black, but when it's out,
When it's gone.
It's great.
Yeah, and there's no bishop on d3 menacing attacks against h7. Usually that's fine. Where
yeah,
have
let's
we
go
missed?
Gracie.
Oh, Gracie, sorry. Ru Yang and Gracie. Okay.
They played this Alapin and blitzing all
Yeah,
moves.
they were going really fast and furious there for a moment. And I think we've caught up on the play. Wow, they are playing quickly. An evenish ending.
I remember winning a very similar position at the Olympiad in the last round with black pieces because you target the pawn on e5 and sometimes it may be difficult for white to defend it.
Especially when you can't play f4, the knight on f3 is in the way. Okay, something to keep in mind. And finally, our tournament winner, Alice Lee. She's been playing this very strange I want to say it was a French defense, but it was a Karo Khan turned French defense. Shreya is something very bizarre by Shreya there. She plays bishop g3, knight f5, and then moves the bishop again.
And she changes her mind. She doesn't want to give up that bishop.
Okay, a little bit of a logic glitch there, just a second. And catching up with the players, and feels like black might be better.
Yeah, that one on g4 looks a little bit misplaced. I would like to take it back.
Yeah, exactly.
G3.
G2, G4, G3 might be my best move here, as Alice looks pretty good.
Shreya may be happy about like knight d2, knight e4 transfer, but black can also try sometimes to open the f file, and again the bishop is unguarded on f4.
Right. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of exactly what Shreya has done, but okay, she might be able to cover her weaknesses quickly, whether it be knight d2 to e4, knight d2 to f3. I thought h7, h5 by Alice. We'll keep this game in mind, and we're going to send it back to Cristian, as he's been puzzling over our marquee matchup in the junior section.
Absolutely, and g5 is also a very big move in this position, potential big move candidate in this position. g5, take a look at the variations after this. First of all, black has a couple of ways they can deal with this move right here. H takes g5, which to my eyes is the main one. At the same time, it has its drawbacks, as we will see in just a second, or knight to h5. This also makes a lot of sense. The idea being that after you take on h6, not taking back on h6, that's going to leave you with a weakness on h6, and knight is a bit off play. I can go bishop to e3, get the king to d2 if you give me a check. And despite the fact that, sure, my king is going to be stuck in the center for the time being, you don't actually have enough resources to take advantage of that. So take a look at this. After knight to h5, take on h6, you can also play the move g6, leave the pawn on h6, open up the light square bishop, and this is the key in this position. You have to make use of the fact that there's no opponent for the bishop on d7 because, we exchanged that a while back. So this is currently the position. After a move bishop to d7, g5 is definitely one of the candidates' move. Bishop to d2 as well, rook to g1 also to defend, but definitely Balaji, in this critical situation right now, he's definitely pondering this very aggressive break with g5, which is going to throw the gauntlet. And Abhi will have to respond. Let's take a look. No. Peaceful. h3. Okay.
Peaceful.
Okay. Very peaceful.
Nothing peaceful about this opening. What do you
By
mean
the way,
peaceful?
engines are screaming right now. They're saying h3, Abhi is winning after bishop to c6. Are you kidding me?
d5, yeah.
d5 is coming.
Right.
How do you stop d5, guys?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Oh, this is really bad.
I'm not a fan of h.
This is really bad, really slow. No, h3 was bad by Balaji.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen these lines where you go rook h2 and rook d2 to stop d5, but it's mistimed.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
The first move out of his preparation, and
Bishop
he just did not understand the position correctly.
I mean, the move h3 is a little bit suspicious, right? Because when you play g4, you usually want to follow with g5 or quickly long castle. If you play g4 and then you have to support the pawn,
Bishop to
is
c6 right now.
uncomfortable.
If Abhi finds that, it's not the only move, by the way. But bishop to c6 is just the most natural move. I mean, look, you played bishop d7 last move.
Exactly.
Your plan is very obvious.
Exactly.
You want to go bishop c6 followed by d5.
Right.
And what is Balaji thinking about? Because
I have no idea.
Once you play bishop c6, first of all, there's no way to stop d5. I guess he wants to go knight d5. Really? Okay, that's the only thing that makes sense to my eyes.
Wow. And invite. I mean, it's funny how the players don't seem to be affected by having to move their king, right? Whereas I'm always very, very cognizant of these checks. That's why I was thinking of knight takes g4 and bishop h4 check. This just looks like a very good position for black.
And
to
the thing
my
is, you
eyes.
don't even need that.
But
you
I
don't
think
even need
after-
to do this.
What if after king f1, isn't it already like very difficult? Because there's like bishop b5, queen
Bishop
b6.
b5 and queen b6. It feels like white has just kind of misplaced.
Oh, he certainly misplayed this one, but
the
you don't
whole-
even have to do this. You can
After
go
knight
rook to
d5?
c8, the very simple rook to c8.
Rook to c8.
I've been looking
have
at
to
that
play
b5 square for a
c4.
while. Yes, and if you go c4, what is the most natural move?
B5.
Exactly.
Oops, sorry. b5.
b5, exactly.
Yeah.
This plays to the requirements of the position, right?
Right.
Look, you have the two bishops. You're
Opening
much
up
closer to finishing your development than white is. You have to open up the position, and you have to do it fast.
And Yasser, what about
Absolutely.
your idea, rook h2? Can we try
After
it
bishop
here?
bishop to c h3, bishop c6, rook h2, d5, just mistimed, right?
Oh my goodness.
And if I
and
capture, pawn
Knight
takes.
takes, just mistimed.
I have to call a spade a spade. This is just nerves right now
Yeah.
for Balaji.
Yeah.
This last move, h3, was just simply nerves.
Check is on board. No, this is this is just a very good Sicilian for black, where he's got the two bishops and he's got in d65, and we always know in a Sicilian where this backward pawn, if you can ever get, you can dissolve the weakness of the backward pawn with the move d5, and your goal.
Yeah, that
Your
black is
goal.
very happy in Sicilian if they can manage to play d5. No matter what type of Sicilian it is, pretty much.
Exactly. A game. But we have a very special guest. Over to you, Cristian.
Thanks, Yas. Rex, first of all, welcome to the show. I will ask you about the games and these tournaments in just a second, but I first want to touch on the anniversary that the club just celebrated, 15 years of the St. Louis Chess Club. Tell us about your experience with chess.
Oh, you don't want to know that. It's just horrible stories. Yeah, but 15 years is remarkable. It's really a testimony to the tremendous staff we have, and people like you and all of our commentators, including the great Yasser.
He's in the room next to us.
Yeah, I
He's
know.
listening.
That's why I
Don't
had to-
praise him too much.
I'm watching. I'm watching, Rex.
I had to say something nice, I spent an hour preparing that remark. But it's just a tremendous testimony to the staff that we've had over the years. They've done such a great job, and I don't even know what I'm doing here. These people are so good by themselves. But it was great, and it was great to see several hundred kids there from all over the city coming in. What a wonderful celebration for everybody.
Absolutely, and we can see that on the screen. We even had ice cream. We had a lot of fun. Duck chess, ice cream, and that's one of the things that the St. Louis Chess Club focuses, taking young kids from a young age, taking them all the way to the U.S. Championships.
Right.
And this tournament is definitely aimed at that as well. We've grown and nurtured some of the best talent in the country. How proud are you? See Alice Lee here, only 13 years of age. I
It's
mean,
just amazing.
incredible.
How far is she going to go, and how quickly? Nobody knows, but right now it looks pretty good, pretty great.
Yeah, and we had Melik set. He mentioned that he
I
received
know.
that invitation like a week before the
I know,
tournament.
yes, we were talking about that last night, and he comes in thinking, well, might not be that great. It was terrible last year, and look at him. He wins going away, It's
Absolutely,
just
unblemished
incredible.
also. No losses whatsoever.
Yeah.
Is this what you have to do in this championship?
Oh, boy, I'll tell you. It's tough to win, It's hard to win a single game, let alone what these people do to win an event. That's pretty impressive for all of them.
Rex, I have to ask you, we need to put some pressure on Yasser. We need to
boy.
get him to play the U.S. Seniors Championship.
I think he's too old.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you. That's what I've been saying.
Is that Yasser? I hear chirping.
He's saying thank you. He's saying thank you.
I see.
You're being
Okay.
nice to him right now, Rex. Guys, any questions for Rex?
Big time, big time.
Many
Kate,
questions. First of all, thank you so much, Rex, for what you've been doing with chess. I love being in St. Louis as a player, playing the U.S. Championship, as a coach, doing chess camps, commentator, journalist. Everything is fantastic. I really love being in St. Louis. It is the chess capital. But my question is, you've done so many things in St. Louis. Again, U.S. Championship, Sinquefield Cup. You have Kasparov here, Magnus Carlsen. You have the top women in the Cairns Cup. Just what is the plan for the next 15 years? How do you want to trump that?
Trumpet. I didn't know that he was going to be involved. Well, we still haven't had a world championship here. We need a world championship with a St. Louis contender.
Okay.
Or at least with an American contender. But I'd settle for St. Louis contender.
Those are big plans. Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, Rex, just to correct you, you were on the appeals committee of the 1886 World Championship here in St. Louis, as you
I remember it well.
You remember it well. So St. Louis has already hosted a World Championship. If you want to host another one, that's fine. But I wanted to say to you that thank you very much. I had a really, really nice time last week. We had gone to the Muni for the musical Chess. You brought Chess the musical to St. Louis. Tell us about that. How did that happen?
Well, they just approached us and they said, would you like to bring Chess the musical here? And I thought about that. Should I say yes? Should I say no? I said, well, I'll say yes. So that's how it happened.
That's how it happened.
No, it was a wonderful thing, and we'd been talking about it. And boy, what can you say about that performance group at the Muni? They are just out of this world.
Wasn't that magnificent?
You get
It was
world-class
fantastic.
people here all the time.
Yep.
Wow.
And you guys got to meet them, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
went backstage and met the performers, and there was a lot of children in the musical as well. They all got chess sets from the chess club. They were all super happy with their swag. So, Rex, once again, thank you for all your support and everything that you and Jeannie have done for chess. It's been terrific in the next 15
Thank
years.
you. You're way too kind.
No, not at all. And by the way, I'm a little upset with you because we played ducky chess, and I'm telling you, you were a ringer. You made me play much better than I. That was a formidable challenge. What the
Well, I
heck?
spent 3 days preparing for
That
it.
was what I'm
You got to
thinking.
buy the old ducky first.
Very
Wow.
proud of you, Rex, because duck chess is a great chess variant.
I'm telling you, Rex. Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. No, that whole 15th anniversary,
That
we
was
couldn't believe it. By the way,
Beautiful event.
it was so fast as far as 15 was concerned. And I remember we were here, it was a Boy Scouts of America was having the human chess set, but the astronauts had come because we were playing against the space station. It was Earth versus the space station
Oh,
as
wow.
well.
That's
So,
so
I mean,
cool.
when you think about how many crazy and wonderful things have happened here since the club's opening, it's been
How many kids
fantastic.
and adults learned to play chess in the past 15 years?
Right.
That must be an incredible number.
And we have news, Christian.
Between that big blunder that Balaji just did, and he's following it up, by the way, take a look at this. We expected this after bishop to c6, knight to d5. It's the only thing that makes any sense, right?
Right.
You believe that you're going to stop me from playing d5. Well, sure, you might do that, but you're not going to stop me from going bishop to b5, putting a lot of pressure on the queen. First of all, by the way, let's take a look at this. Bishop to b2, bishop to b5. How do you protect both c2 and e4? Where do you
Not
put
easily.
the queen, right? There's no square in the position that you're going to put that queen and is going to defend both of those pawns. So bishop to b5 is a big threat.
Right.
I'm looking at the position, and maybe you can go a4. C4, by the way, is met by b5. We've already established that, and this is really, really bad once the position opens up. So you go a4. But now I can just simply take, and now I go castle. Again, how do you continue? I go e4 next. I put a lot of pressure on the c file. It's all about the quality of the pieces right now. The knight on b3, not doing anything. Knight on f6, tremendous. The bishop on e7 right now, a bit passive, but I'm going to go e4. I'm going to drop back the knight, and then I'm going to activate this bishop from f6 or h4 or g5. I have tremendous quality infused in my pieces. You don't, as white. Also, my king is safe. Your king is not. This one, the assessment is looking really, really grim for Balaji. Couple that information with what's happening in the Artur Guo versus Kirk Ghazarian one.
Right.
Take a look at this. We thought that Artur was enjoying his position,
Big
nice
time.
attack. Take a look at the last few moves. Bishop c4, bishop a6, bishop takes d5. Big decision right now.
Not so
I was
sure.
expecting the move
Yeah,
b3.
me too.
But the problem is, after b3, you start seeing the move a4.
Right.
And it's not that comfortable, right? Because you castle, I have to take on b3, I have to take back with the queen. You cannot take with the bishop because you lose the exchange. It's not that easy. Rook b8 is coming with a tempo maybe later on in the position. It's not looking good. So he took on d5, c takes d5. Queen to c3, this is what we have, but I'm looking at the position, I'm comparing it with a few moves ago. I see this move f6, followed by king to f7. My
Not
king
convincing.
feels very safe right now on f8. I'm going to go e5, d4 if you allow me to. Where is your king going?
Right.
Maybe alongside castle, but then you're going to have some problems on the queen side as well. You cannot castle on the king side yet. Maybe f4, king f2, you're going to castle like that. I'm seeing this imbalance in the position, and it definitely favors black, Kirk Ghazarian. And now I'm also looking at the time. Kirk with 1 hour and 14 minutes, only 50 minutes for Artur, definitely pointed to the fact that he's not comfortable with what's happening in the position right now.
Absolutely. I just add another thought to the game of Mishra for just a moment. After the move rook c8, with this threat of bishop b5, and we were thinking, well, if I play a4,
To stop that.
I'm a pawn grabber. You know me. I'm going to look at takes, queen c7, and I'm going to say, yeah, go ahead, play rook c2, and look at, I mean, I just feel as black, I've got complete command of the c file. I'm better on the king side as well as the center.
This
so
is
I just
everything
feel
that black wants,
everything.
right? Especially changing queens as well.
Right, I'm just getting, so Mishra's looking really good as we're going to go on break,
Let's take a
but hold
quick
on, we've
look
got
at
one.
Brandon Jacobson, Andrew Hong.
They're playing the variation that we looked at about a half hour ago. They're just catching up with us, Kate. Knight b8, d7. I think we were looking at a pawn sacrifice. You will recall we were looking at knight c3, knight takes e5, queen b8, and we were saying, well, we have at least a repetition if we like it, which is the knight c7, knight back. This is where we got to, and the players are catching up with us.
Just before we take a break, I want to take a quick look at Alice Lee game.
Sure.
Because we were looking at knight bd2 there, but I feel like Shreya was more precise. So we updated.
Okay, sorry, let me just do that. Yeah.
And she played queen e2. Now,
You like this
because
move.
if we play knight d2, as
Okay.
we expected to just jump on e4,
Sure.
maybe black has g5.
Ah. And
You have to move back. Now I
Right.
can trade that bishop, and there is a free peshka on e5.
well, there are peshkas, and is this one free though? Is it? Yeah, I mean, Alice might have to do a little defensive work in this case. But I hear what you're saying, that you like the move queen e2, so you don't lose the peshka. You keep it nicely protected, and you prep.
Right.
D2. All right. Well, we're going to take our first break, and before we do that, we always like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. And I tell you, at the risk of repeating myself, here it comes. Are you ready for this?
I am.
The 2023 U.S. Senior, Junior, and Junior Girls Championships Polos They're limited edition, and they are perfect for any chess enthusiast. Crafted from 100% polyester, the polo features the tournament logo on the breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the right shoulder. Show your pride for the game in style and comfort. Available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. In fact, do all your chess shopping needs at a Q Boutique, and support the club, the World Chess Hall of Fame. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
I'd say don't give up, keep playing, and also just play for fun. Not exactly to win or anything, just to enjoy the experience of playing every game and hopefully winning.
I would advise that they enjoy the game, because I think that if you enjoy the game, then you will genuinely be able to improve naturally, and your hard work, you will put in the hard work. And just to appreciate chess, it's a really amazing game. There's so many possibilities, each game is different basically, and so just enjoy the game, and your improvement should come naturally from there.
I think to get better, you just need to love chess as a whole. I feel like it's really difficult to get better if you have a lot of trouble trying to be self-motivated or work by yourself. So I'd say don't give up and keep going.
Probably just learn to develop your pieces in castle. I still have trouble with that sometimes. So just stick to the basic principles.
Honestly, it's just to enjoy this game, to not to worry about what others just play your best.
Definitely tactics, even above reading chess books or studying openings and all that, just mostly tactics, recognizing positions, and then just playing in tournaments, playing wherever you can. That's really what I did.
Honestly, I would say try to play chess on your own terms. I know I struggled a lot with that. Just don't focus on just trying to impress everyone else. Play it because you love the game and actually enjoy it.
We'll do plenty of tactics. Oh, and the main thing is that you have to play a lot. Try to play in as many tournaments as possible, and also play online games, which should help. I would say, if it's their first time playing juniors, I know it's a really, almost a stressful experience to have your games be on almost a national stage. And I remember the first time I played here in St. Louis in junior girls, I did not do so hot. I actually did really badly. So I just say kind of take it easy, enjoy the time you have here. Enjoy the games that you play.
You don't really know if you like something until you try it. So, chess really started to become really big during COVID, and if you start playing in in-person tournaments, that's when you start to really figure out if you really like playing chess. So my advice is go play in some in-person tournaments, especially since we're in St. Louis. This is the perfect opportunity to come and play.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can't shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varusian Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello and welcome back to our live coverage of the national championships. Here are our results.
One result in the senior championship. Shabalov drew with Khachiyan, which is a good result for Khachiyan, who already secured his championship title, and Shabalov, who is trying to finish second.
Looking at the game of Akopian and Gurevich. But in the junior championships, all eyes on these two games as Arthur Guo and Mishra are tied for first coming into this.
Let's take a look at the standings for the U.S. Junior Championship. So we have two players, Abhimanyu Mishra and Arthur Guo, so far tied for the first place with 5.5 points, but closely followed by three players, Brandon Jacobson, Andrew Hong, and Balaji Daggupati with 5 points.
And Brandon and Andrew playing each other. Both of those players looking to win and to try to get into a playoff. And in the girls' standings, after 8 rounds of play,
we have a champion already, Alice Lee, with a fantastic performance. She already secured her championship title, 6.5 points out of 8. And then we have a two-way tie for the second place, so still a lot of fight today with Ruyang Yan and Zoe Tang with 5 points.
And let's just jump into the girls' championship, because I mean it's the Alice Lee show. She's just doing tremendously well, and everything is going her way. When we left it here, and you were kind of complimentary of Shreya's move Queen E2, but I like this move H5, and things really went wrong for Shreya right here, as well. You trade queens, you're pawn down, and after this move knight to b4, you're eyeballing knight c2, knight e3. That's going to be a fork against one of your rooks. And there's a pawn hanging as well. Everything has gone brilliantly. I mean, I just can't even say it better than that. Everything has gone Alice's Lee favor.
She's enjoying a great position.
No question about it. And by the way, Rochelle, again, this is a huge, huge matchup. And I think Carissa has mistimed her situation. When we left it, we had focused on the move queen takes g7. You'll recall queen takes g7, queen takes e5. It was more or less our main continuation. The move f4 just is mistimed, because this move bishop a4 comes, I'm used to saying with a double threat, but this is actually a triple threat, right? You know, because you've got the rook backing the queen.
Is still an attacking force.
I think Carissa had it in her mind that she was going to be able to play rook here, and maybe she just stopped here and said, oh, my next turn is I'm going to play knight to d4, and I'm going to be happy. I think she's going to be very happy once she gets to this position. So I'm thinking Rochelle is actually for choice in this one.
Because there is b3, right? If I go knight d4, there are b3 threats with checkmates on queen and 5.
That's what I'm thinking as well. And it's just sort of like, excuse me, who invited you to checkmate me? In the junior section, everything to play for there, Cristian.
Oh, absolutely. And we have like 3 incredible games going on right now. Take a look at this one, Brandon Jacobson versus Andrew Hong. We got to this position and we said knight to c3 is probably a very important intermezzo move, because after knight takes e5, we have this nice little tactic. Knight to b5 first, you go queen to b8, I take, and this in fact is a very good position for white. Not winning, but definitely favorable for white. This would have been something that Andrew wouldn't have allowed. After the move knight to c3, we expected the move a6. And this is where it comes, you know, your coach often tells you, be careful what pieces you're exchanging. And in this position, this definitely applies, because if you do take on d7, the only thing you're doing, you're helping black finish his development. Not only that, but you're also going to weaken your king side situation. As we will see in just a second, this is what happened in the game. So the best move in this position would have been to just retreat the knight to f3. We want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. I have more space as white. On the king side, sure, in the center is a bit equal, but it's all about this e-file, the fact that I have control over the e-file, the fact that I have more space on the king side given by the pawn on f4. You need to maintain pieces on the board. It's going to be much more difficult for black to finish his development like this. Take a look what happened in the game. Knight to d7, knight takes d7 was played. I don't like this move. I think this was just a hurried decision by white. Knight to c3, bishop to c6, and right now I'm looking at the position and I'm only seeing a very slight advantage for black, but also a simple advantage for black. In the absence of the light square bishops, the king is going to be very weak due to this pawn overextended on f4. I don't see any potential for an attack on the king side, g4, g5. That would be too much. You would be weakening your king absolutely too much, and you don't have enough resources for a successful attack. What I'm seeing is a very simple plan for black. I'm going to go rook d8, rook d7, rook the other rook to d8. You can start with the a rook, you can start with the f rook. It doesn't really matter. And I see black having an easy plan, having better placed pieces, and having something to play for, and that is the weakness on d3. I don't see anything to be played for white, just these defensive tasks. You're going to go rook d1, rook d2, try to double up on d file to defend the pawn on d3. Andrew Hong is looking good in this one. I don't know if it's enough for a big advantage, but he's just much more comfortable right now with the black pieces.
That's a crucial game, as is the game between Arthur Guo and Kirk. When we left the game, they had actually played a few more moves after this position that I have on the board. Bishop a6. I really thought that Arthur was going to go b3 here, inviting the trade. And if a4, I was thinking that we would play bishop b2, threatening g7. That more or less provokes, let's say, the move f6. Now I take, and unlike the game,
very nice pawn chain.
I do have a pawn chain, and actually in a kind of a funny way, because of that pawn chain, when I castle long, I'm not castling short because of the control over the f1. When I castle long, you can't open up the queen side. The queen side is all nicely blocked. Arthur didn't do that. In fact, he made a mistake. He got to this position, and I really, really liked Cristian's offer of f6, king f7, and suddenly when the rook comes over, you know, black is actually the one for choice. Queen d8, not a big fan of this move. It feels excessively slow, I want to say.
Yeah.
Pardon me, Cristian, jump in.
No, probably just too slow.
A5 or?
Maybe queen h4, queen e4. I would assume that's his plan.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, yeah, because he was probably thinking that if white's king gets away or something, he wants to play. But that looked, queen d8.
Perhaps aimed against this idea of f4, right? So
was
white
f4 a threat?
Maybe not, but perhaps he just wanted to stop f4 altogether. f4, king f2. Maybe this is something that he just didn't want to see on the board.
f4, king
f4
f2.
right now, queen h4 is going to be problematic. So
f4, queen h4.
That's where I think he played queen d8.
Okay.
Yes.
And the other key marquee matchup game between Mishra, when we left it, we really thought that Mishra was doing fantastically well. They did reach this position, and after rook after knight d5, rook c8, really fine move, rook c8, and I just loved black's position. My treatment would have been to take. Bishop takes d5. We left it here, and I said,
Queen c7.
give me
trade the queens.
Yeah, give me queen c4. I see a very, very big weak pawn on d5. I see well, I think that black is the one in control here.
Right. But
Mishra
chose
said,
something different.
I like the two bishops. Why do I have to give back the two bishops? I like the two bishops. I'm going to preserve it. By the way, I also note that he didn't even go bishop check, which kind of surprises me. Again, I am afraid of queen c7, obviously. I would like to make two moves at once, if I could. I'd like to castle. Not that I'm anxious about this, but I'd like to castle, and on a very good day, put the knight on e4. If I can castle, put the knight on e4, things might yet turn into my favor if I could get the knight to e4. So my alternative to castling would be knight to d2. And again, if I can get my knight to e4, I feel like I'll be fighting.
But let's say if you castle first after bishop d7.
Sure.
Can I go h5, just immediately targeting
Yep.
that pawn,
Yes, you
opening
can.
my rook?
Sure.
And if you try knight d2, I have this like queen b6 move that could be a little annoying for you.
Even the most direct of all, you could just take but queen b6, I hear you. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to play knight d2 and, sorry, bishop d7, knight d2 and h5 and, you know, maybe, this looks so sad.
I mean, both kings are in the center, but the white king is really weak, whereas the black king is enjoying a lot of protection from its pieces.
Absolutely. I mean, and nothing is
Bishop
threatening.
e3 on the board.
Nothing is threatening black's king. Bishop e3.
I think he just wants to keep the king on e2.
I mean, I understand bishop e3. The queen b6 is a very annoying move. The bishop on e3 is like in its best position.
Yes. Exactly.
Yes.
So bishop e3 on the board. Okay. Certainly, I'm not ready to give up my a4 pawn by castling, but
what if I try to open the position up on the king side with h5?
A move we love, by the way, Christian. We think the position's really advantage for Mishra, but how big an advantage is it according to the engines?
It is. It's almost a 2-point advantage.
2 points?
Yes.
And does the engine prefer knight takes d5 or bishop takes d5? Because I thought bishop takes d5 was
bishop takes
positionally
d5 was
splat.
Better. Yes.
Like
bishop takes d5
done deal.
It was looking really good. In fact, it was almost a +3 advantage for
wow.
black
Okay.
at that point.
So at
quite
this
a significant difference, but
still
knight takes
good.
d5 still good.
Still
yes.
good, but only +2 as opposed to +3. And
+2, but it's a difficult position for white, right? Because we were really struggling to find a way to hide the king.
Exactly.
If you don't hide the king, what are you going to do? Keep the king in the center? Probably that's what you have to do, but there is so much risk with that strategy, right?
Yep.
You could go king d2. At some point, I will get b5 going, perhaps. Queen c7, put some pressure on the c file. I have things to do. You don't.
No, I agree. I just feel like the position, black has every kind of trump that you would want from a Sicilian as black. The one thing I would say about the move h5, by the way, is always when I'm playing from the opening, I feel I have 3 tasks. The first and most important task is that I have my fair control of the center. As black, here I feel I have more than my fair control. Second, I want good development for my pieces. And again, black has that. The third thing I want is a safe king. So when I do play the move h5, I agree. You know, you're making life difficult for black, difficult for white's king, but you're also saying to black's king, well, you know, you're probably not going to castle short. you're kind of hanging around in the
Right.
center. One of the things you want to do is get a safe king. I mean, you put your king over there on the king side, you know, no, it's not happening. And just what Cristian's saying, one day B5 comes, and you're going to have to face some serious questions on the queen side. So Mishra looking really good. Tell us once more about the game of Arthur, Go, and Kirk.
Well, not that much has happened.
Well, it was this move, Queen D8. Did that spoil the situation for Kirk a little bit?
By spoil, you mean he had an advantage
that got
instead
reduced
of Queen D8, and it got reduced. So F6 was supposed to be the better way. F6,
Right.
better plan, right? It's all about plans in this position. Nothing is happening immediately.
Right.
You have to just arrange your pieces in the right manner. F6,
Right.
King F7, E5, that was the right way of doing things. And in fact, after Bishop E3, it seems like the best move is still F6. What I think Kirk is going to go for is the practical queen trade. Queen to F6. Look, once you play queen to D8, I don't think you're going to go F6. They just don't connect with each other very well, right? You played queen D8, you look at queen H4, queen F6 potentially. You're not even looking at the idea of F6. That's why I think we will see queen to F6 from Kirk in this one. And the question is, how do we assess this endgame? Take, not this one, after G6, but G takes F6, of course. Let's say castle, I have the E5, I have the potential of E5, not yet immediately because I'm losing the D5 pawn, but later on in the future. At the same time, I'm looking at this pawn. I'm seeing ideas of F4 to stop you from going E5, bishop to D4, attacking this pawn on F6. I feel like white has something to play for, at least from a practical perspective. The engine is saying, in fact, that black is better. But from a practical perspective, I like white's position in this endgame. At the same time, queen f6 hasn't been played yet, so we don't know exactly what's going on through Kirk's mind. What we do know is that outside of the opening phase, Kirk has been playing really good chess. He's had some problems getting out of the opening, but once that happens, he's very practical. He's a practical player. He plays fast. He makes good decisions in a short amount of time. So this is what I'm waiting to see from Kirk, as well as from Arthur Go. Arthur has been nothing shy of exceptional in this tournament. As you can see, Arthur right now in the co-leadership position with Abhi, who is looking really good, and perhaps Arthur will need to keep pace if he wants to get into the tiebreaks situation.
Thank you, Cristian. I just want to turn our attention to the game of Arthur and Justin, just for the visual of what we're about to experience. This is the position after move 14, and I think we had looked at some ideas ourselves of G5, and that was the move that Justin played. And after bishop G3, followed up with a hyper-aggressive bishop takes, knight E4. Well, you know, thanks to this bishop on C5, I'm ready to pounce.
Very cheap tactics.
Cheap tactics. Sometimes they pay off, right? I mean, bishop H2, H5. Well, let's get going. Having
if
said
we can
A,
get our pawn to G3, then we are trapping the bishop.
life is good. Rook to E1. So Arthur is setting up his own counter sacrifice that you play H. If you play G4, I'll go HG, and then I'll sacrifice and I'll get to your king. Well, wait a minute. Let me reinforce the knight. Knight F7, F5, and this is just the visual. You don't really see this all-in kind of approach.
Yeah.
But nice.
I don't know how the black king feels right now. All the defense pawns are really advanced, but I like how you are defending the pawn on E4, still threatening G4. I would just make sure that we get the queen to F6, rook to D8. I need to finish that development, but I think the visual is very pretty.
Exactly. There's a famous grandmaster from the UK, Anthony Miles, Tony. And after a move like F7, F5, Tony had an interesting habit. He liked to, clean the squares, not like adjust the piece, but he just kind of clean the squares. And after, let's say I have played a move like F5, well, I weakened the square G6. And what he would do is go clean the square G6, as if queen to C2 to G6 will land one day and I will
How
be...
annoying that is.
Just wait a minute, the move F5, it does come with some drawbacks. Kate, where would you like to take us?
What if we just look around, maybe back in the seniors championship?
Sure.
Because we have Vladimir Akopian in an interesting position.
And he's fighting for the second place.
Yeah.
He needs to win in his game against Dmitry
Gurevich to
Gurevich.
tie with Alex Shabalov.
Now they were playing, the two players were playing this Grunfeld King's Indian 95. When we left it after Vladimir played knight e5. Takes, knight g4, knight takes, bishop g5. And it looks like one of those symmetrical positions where, thanks to the extra half move, white has the advantage type of thing. Takes, rook over. So bishop h3, rook takes, and Dmitry's saying, hey, I'm doing okay. What about you?
Because on the one hand, you would be like, oh, that's going to be a draw soon. But then you look at the pieces, and I like now black's move, bishop g4.
By the way, I've got a massive threat in the position rook d8, bishop to g4, stopping. And again, you're looking at ideas of bishop takes b2, but h2, h3, bishop back to e6, and kind of coaxed a weakness. I don't know. We're up to date.
White is maybe thinking about bishop takes b7 because that pawn is up for grabs.
Sure.
But black will be playing rook b8 and is happy that the b file is suddenly open. And a lot of pawns are hanging.
There are a lot of pawns hanging, and I'm not sure I like the move h3. I'm kind of going back. I don't like when my opponent's pieces are on my doorstep. I mean, that rook eyeballing, I would have probably said, let's get rid of this guy. The fact that Vladimir allowed it to...
Wait a second, Yasser.
Oh, sorry.
Can I actually do it? Because after rook fe1,
yeah,
maybe bishop takes b2?
Sure, I could do it with the other rook too. It's just being a little bit flippant here. Are you sure you want to?
Because now I do have king g7. I don't worry about checkmates, but I do worry about that.
Well, it's just like this pin is so nasty, right? You would never really want to allow me to just maintain.
And if I go back to g8, you even checkmate me.
Oops.
That would be very unfortunate.
Oh, yes. Please sign the score sheet. But, okay, if I wanted to do it the other way, just to avoid the suggestion that bishop takes b2, I'm just saying I want to get rid of that rook. I'm not sure I like that rook. And after bishop g5, we're caught up with the players. Sorry, I think this is the position. And I'm saying Gurevich is happy. Dima's happy. He's ready to take on a2. He's ready to take on b2. Let's just continue around Gregory versus Maxim.
So we have this
like
weakness on
white.
e6.
That's a very nice pawn weakness to pounce against. Something like this the other day. We had, remember G3, I think it was against...
Was Andrew hung?
Andrew and Josiah.
Stearman.
Yeah, I like the setup for Gregory here. Continuing with Igor and Joel. I think that this is just actually just very fine for Joel. It's got the two bishops, Queen's Gambit decline, Carlsbad structure, but we know these attacks with h5, h4 are actually dangerous.
Yeah, especially with that bishop
menacing.
on d6, right? You are targeting those pawns on dark squares.
I remember a wonderful memory. I played a match in Indonesia against Adianto Utat, where I managed to get in a sacrifice on g3 and won a very, very nice game to win the match. I think Joel is for choice in this one. Patrick Wolff versus Doug Root. Doug has been playing some inspired brand of chess the last two rounds. In this game, it's a French defense, well, with this massive, Lawrence Day, International Master Lawrence Day of Canada might call it the big clamp. You know, white has the big central clamp in the center.
But we saw yesterday Douglas Root playing this this gambit, right? So he's happy with complicated positions.
H6, G6, Okay. From Patrick's perspective, I want to say Patrick, with the white pieces, has gotten in everything you're supposed to, right? H6, strong knight on d4, great bishop on d3. The only drawback to the position is you're giving up the pawn on c3. You could have defended it. I'm not sure if you wanted to defend it with bishop d2. He decided to give up the pawn. Queen takes, check on the board. Kate, your
They're playing
perspective?
very fast, right? King f2.
King f2.
Already on the board.
On the board.
Queen c7 already on the board.
And who's doing the gambiting? Did you want to say?
This guy is Patrick Wolff.
Yeah. If you're in black shoes, you cannot wait to play knight c4 and knight b5. I'm just wondering, if I shut you down, you could get knight c4 in, but you can't. I don't know.
I'm wondering, can I? I mean, I like this idea, knight c4 and b5 or knight b5. But
Right.
another idea could be maybe f6 to try to open the f file there.
Well, that's playing on white side of the board, right? Opening up on f6.
Do you think it is that bad?
Yeah, well, because you want a safe king, right? So on a good day, if you could play knight c4, knight b5, and castles, your king will be safe. You can't be messed around with, or even knight c4 and b7, b5.
Right, but if you block it with b5, let's say as you white, you want to play b5 with white, right?
Well, first of all, I'm not even sure. I don't know what I want to do. Let's say I play rook e1. What is my rook doing here, right? So
all right, then I can go knight c4,
knight
as long
c4.
as you don't stop my
Right.
plan on the queen side.
Okay, and the question for me is what? So I'm thinking as white, I've gambited a pawn. I'm a pawn down. I've got to do something.
You have to attack.
I've got to do, so whether I play g4, f5, or whether I go f5 right away, with ideas of this, I'm not sure I'm doing a good job. Let me be very, very blunt that I don't know what Patrick is intending, whether he's intending g4 and f5. And I was just saying that I don't think you should be reaching for this pawn while I'm trying to blow things up over on that side of the board. But okay, the seniors, fun stuff is going on, but it's all about the juniors, Cristian.
It's all about the juniors, and it's all about the nerves in the first few hours here as we are starting to understand, because take a look at what just transpired in this one between Balaji and Mishra.
Okay.
Mishra played the move h5.
Looks good.
Perfect, right? You want to open up the position potentially here. Give white something to think about. Right? Some ideas, some attacking ideas that he needs to be considering. King to e2. And now Mishra had a lot of opportunities in the position and a lot of good-looking moves. b5 was one of them.
Very nice.
Immediately taking advantage of the fact that the king and the queen are stuck on this diagonal. You probably have to give up the pawn at this point. Go knight d2, allow me to take on a4, then try to block things with c4. It's not good. That was one of the options. Another one would have been to go e4. That looks good as well. That's a nice pawn sacrifice. And it's pretty clear that after queen takes e4 castle, I get the rook on the e file. You're starting to feel the pressure, feel the heat on the e file, right? In fact, you're close to losing at this point. But take a look at what Mishra did. He took on g4, opening up the h file. But who are you opening up that file for, right? It seems like you're opening it for white. I understand. You're taking the pawn, right? You're winning the pawn. You have a big threat right now. Lose another move, and after bishop to b5, you can resign, right? But if you don't do that, if you go rook to h8, for example, force the bishop to go back to f8, and now I just move my king away. Look, you're a pawn up, but I have a lot of pressure on the king side as well. The engine is saying 0-0 at this point.
Wow.
So he blew it. He blew his advantage in the position. He's going to be stuck on the 8th rank. Any sort of endgame that we're going to enter, you're more or less going to be stuck, right? You go king e7, I go g5, and I hold you in place on that side of the board. This one, I have to say, Balaji had huge difficulties out of the opening, but finally, perhaps he's getting some counterplay in this one. And take a look at what happened in another big clash. That is Arthur Guo versus Kirk Ghazarian. Bishop to e3 and rook to c8. This is just the wrong plan.
Yeah,
Queen d8, rook c8. Where are you going?
Not the combination of moves you want.
Where are you going? You're attacking my c5 pawn?
No.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, right? I mean, come on. You're not ever going to touch that pawn. You're giving me extra moves for absolutely no reason. This rook should be on the b file, trying to invade via b3, right?
Right.
Or something along those lines. Definitely not on c8. And right now we have f6, finally doing the right plan. But now I'm able to stop you very nicely with this move f4. And what is the queen on d8 doing?
Right.
I don't know. King to f7, I'm expecting bishop to d4.
And
compare
G4,
this position to what we
G5.
had before, a couple of moves ago. G4, G5, I'm going to open you up on this side.
Arthur's looking good.
He's looking really good right now, right?
Right.
We thought that Kirk was fighting his way out of a very difficult opening, getting maybe even a slightly better position. But right now, the last few moves definitely have favored Arthur Guo. He seems to know what he's doing. Kirk is feeling the pressure and definitely not finding the right plan.
Wow. Yeah, and also that turnaround in Mishra's game, because that decision to win the pawn, in general, I love winning the pawns, but in this position where you allow your opponent to go check, and again, it's this idea that your king position has been compromised. You're in this really unpleasant pin. And while we understand the move bishop b5 is a major threat and king e1 is the engine's suggestion, you also start to think about c4.
Yeah, and what is very happy that finally it has some kind of threats, like
exactly.
active pieces.
For a change, right? I've been on the back foot ever since I kind of started the game. Now, again, if I do get in these moves, then I'm beginning to take over. I guess the question is b5, and I don't know about you, Kate. Would you have made that decision to allow the rook to come to h8?
No, I definitely wouldn't. I would be very worried. Actually,
me too.
Before it happened, I was just saying that maybe one thing Black doesn't want to do is open the H file, but I was like, yeah, that's kind of clear, and I'm very surprised that Black allowed it. But one thing I want to mention is now when we have the current position after bishop takes e4, and we are saying that maybe White is actually equalizing. When we take a look at the clock, Balaji is enjoying a really nice advantage because Balaji has 52 minutes on the clock, whereas Abhimanyu and Mishra only 30 minutes.
And by the way, Mishra has been playing, I want to say, strategically, slowly at certain moments. Remember his crazy game with Andrew, with that French defense, right? Where he was really down to precious seconds. And so he's not a stranger to time trouble is Mishra, as this all-important game, marquee matchup game is being played. But let's just look at the engine's move for just a moment. King e1. Okay, so we're sidestepping the threat of bishop to b5 when our queen is getting tagged. What is Mishra going to do? Is he going to try to get out of the pin? Take us through your approach to this position if you were on the black side, Kate.
So I would first consider a move like b5.
Right, b5. So with the idea maybe
Rook
of posting
c4.
your rook and
and attacking also g4 pawn.
Right. And conversely, after you've played the move king e1, what are you hoping? Are you looking at g5 and maybe on a good day to try to get in, on Black's camp?
I really like your idea of maybe like c4, knight d2.
Right.
Like transferring that knight.
To much more active. I mean, the desirable move, of course, from the very beginning is to play knight d2 so that you can transfer the knight. The problem is bishop c2. I mean, and you feel terrible suddenly. You're not reaching for your knight. But over to you, Cristian, as we look at Mishra's game.
And take a look at what just happened in the Arthur.
G4. Nice.
G4 is Nice. I'm not sure about that. This
Not?
seems to be a blunder.
No.
Bishop e2. Am I not taking that pawn? You cannot defend it with rook g1 because I go bishop
Sorry,
f3.
you're right. You're right.
He played g4. Bishop e2 is in the books right now. I mean, if he finds it, first of all, if
Begging
you
to
don't
be
play it,
played.
I go g5.
Of course.
I'm
that was the
breaking your whole
idea.
structure. You're getting killed on the king side.
Right.
So you have to go, you're almost forced to find the best move in the
Bishop
position.
e2, yeah.
You have to go bishop e2. I don't think this is something that he missed. I think this is his plan and he's banking everything on a successful attack. He says that I'm going to go rook g1, you're going to go bishop f3, and now I'm maybe just going g5. Take, and we play this position. Next I'm going to put the bishop on d4, and I have a tremendous attack. But I don't see it. I go h6. I'm forcing you to do something to simplify the position. If you allow me to take and then play
Right.
e5, that's
Life's
not good
good.
news, right?
Yeah.
That's really good for black.
Right.
So you have to do something. h4 doesn't really work that well because your rook on h1 is unprotected, right?
Right.
So maybe you have to take on f6, but then I just simply take with a queen, and finally I get my queen into play. If I manage to get my queen into play, it's really bad news for white.
Right.
Then I will be able to
Exchange up too.
take advantage of the exchange up.
Right.
That's where I want to get in this position. So g4, very risky decision. Bishop e2.
On the
It
board.
lands on the board.
Wow.
Arthur may have missed this.
And
I
now
mean,
we're
G4,
going to understand whether he missed it or this is planned. Because if he starts shaking his head, he's going to
That's a giveaway, right?
That's the giveaway.
That's the telltale sign.
I mean, the giveaway is also if you just don't play immediately.
By the
Right.
way, sorry, because as the
He
games
missed
are
it. No, he missed
exploding, the Mishra game, Balaji just played a shot that we.
I mean, talking about risky decisions,
Right.
G4, we have another risky decision
What's
in Balaji's
happening,
game.
guys?
Well,
F6. I mean, that is allowing bishop b5 to make a skewer.
exactly,
But
we-
Balaji also playing rook h8, planning to do later.
Exactly, and
What's in the water,
I was
guys?
saying that check, bishop f8, king e1, b5, and I was, kind of referring to these ideas of g5 and bishop h6. So Balaji, he plays f6. So his idea is if you take, well, now I've got exactly what I wanted, which was this bishop h6 business, right? But just what you were saying is, well, what happens if I carry out my threat, which is bishop b5, right? I mean,
There's rook h8 check.
rook h8 check, and this one we understand, right? I'm getting, oops, excuse me. You can take my queen, I'll take your queen. You're going to have to go queen here, and I've got this pin, bishop h6, and that's not what you want, right? So you take my queen, right?
Yes.
I mean,
There's also rook takes c2, but probably I'm going to...
sorry, I'm going to check.
Yes, you give check first.
You're going to have to move your king. I'm sorry, you can't put your bishop in the way, right? And then we take.
But now I have c4.
You have c4, why?
Oh, I don't, because I thought I captured the bishop with queen.
Yes.
Rook takes.
Yes.
I capture on g7, but you have this really strong move, rook takes g4. So you're still stopping the pawn. Wow.
No, rook takes g4. Tactics, but Mishra is looking at bishop b5 and saying, I can't believe my good fortune. Bishop b5, rook h8. The bishop f8 is the blunder, right? But after king d7, isn't Mishra winning?
Don't play that. Don't play bishop c5. Bishop b5, excuse me. Don't play
Don't play bishop b5.
No.
What are we missing?
Wow.
No.
Don't play bishop b5.
Bishop
f6 is on
b5,
the board.
c4.
Bishop b5, c4.
Yes.
Bishop takes c4. What are we missing?
Rook h8.
Rook h8 check, king d7.
Knight c5.
Wow.
Knight c5. Rook takes.
But now I capture the queen.
Now I take on d8.
And capture on g7.
That's right.
Because your rook on c8 is always guarding g8 anytime I remove the bishop.
That's beautiful.
Wow, that's some
beautiful.
really nice tactics.
Nice. So you
easy trap to
sacrifice
fall
the-
into, right? Easy trap to fall into.
Very easy. So you play knight c5, you give away the knight, you lure the rook to the bad square, and we make a queen.
And of course, you have to recapture with
Wow.
the rook, because if you recapture with the pawn, no one is guarding the bishop on c4.
Okay, so now we get it. Okay, so f6 on the board. So what am I supposed to do? Go bishop f8 then?
Yes, that's the best move.
Oh,
And Mishra, you see he's checking his clock, because it's 24 minutes, so he has still some time to calculate all those lines.
Starting
but
to feel some pressure on the
starting
clock.
to feel pressure, yeah.
Okay, but just a second. So let's break this one down. So if he goes bishop f8 and I take the pawn,
Yes.
I'm assuming you have to recapture, right?
Sure.
And now I've got to duck or sidestep the move bishop to b5. So I'll move my queen out of the way, hoping against hope.
But can I go bishop d7?
That I've got a threat. Yeah, you kind of kicked me away.
But I'm a pawn up, right?
Yes,
With black.
that's true.
I have two bishops, I'm a pawn up, I'm not getting checkmated.
And
Life
queen
is good.
c7 maybe attacking the c2 pawn.
Yeah,
Life is good.
that's it. That's
Queen
it.
c4 also.
Yeah, I was dreaming that I would be able to play rook h7 and get some kind of counterplay, but that's not.
You're not
the
in
cards.
No, bishop f8 is actually really good.
A really good move, but not
Bishop
only a
f8
good
gives
move.
black
I mean, it's kind of
decisive
like
advantage. In fact, bishop f8 decisive advantage for black.
decisive.
But is that also the only move? Everything
Yes.
else is advantage for white?
Everything else is, well, first of all, the only other move is g takes f6, and that seems to be giving, due to the fact that now I have finally that h6 square for my bishop, it gives white some significant chances, yes.
Not
I wouldn't say that probably
surprisingly.
immediately, but at some point I will have some bishop h6 ideas.
I don't
think
know.
you can
Maybe
start with
immediately.
queen f5.
No, why not immediately?
Okay, let's take a look at that.
Christian,
Maybe bishop
because
b5.
Bishop b5. So in this case, I'm actually getting
Two
two
pieces,
minor
yes.
pieces for the position. And
Yes.
Okay.
King e7, rook d8, maybe.
Yep.
But you have to be a bit careful. Do you take on d8?
Was wondering.
Can I take on c2 now? Is that an option?
I'm
not sure. It
Well,
looks
this
a
is
bit-
a piece.
Yes, you go back. I take on d3.
And now I'm a.
You go rook b8. How many pawns do I have? Probably not enough.
You start counting.
Not enough.
Not
yes.
enough. I've got knight. Yeah. But wow.
I mean, this f6, at first I thought it's a blunder, but I really like it now. I mean, it's kind of a gamble, but this knight c5 move, that is so easy to miss.
Oh,
Big
for
gamble.
sure.
Big gamble.
Well, it could easily decide the national championship title, and for Balaji, when you make a move like f6, do you get up from the board and just say, okay, your opponent, you deal with it?
Absolutely. I make the move and I just leave.
You leave.
I
you
leave.
leave. How about you, Christian?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm a walker. For the games, I'm usually a walker. Actually, I get up almost after every move, which is terrible. It's really
Right.
bad for you. But yeah, the pressure.
But remember, there are
It's all about the
monitors on the
pressure.
wall, so you can be seeing whether your opponent made a move. You can be still analyzing the game, just not looking at the board, but looking at the monitor.
Right. Yeah, and we didn't have monitors. We had these huge display boards, these big, massive stage. And, like they moved the pieces with poles.
Yeah.
That was great stuff, so you could see it from afar. The move f7, f6, and here we see the monitors, the standings, and the players
And
going
you see Vladimir
and looking
Akopian,
around.
who is just reading about St. Louis. He's not watching the game. Maybe he's watching games. I don't know.
I'm sure he's very curious about the standings and who's winning second. As the juniors are in the thick of things, let's just take a look at who's winning second in the seniors.
By the way, we have the move in Abhimanyu Mishra's game. He did play bishop f8,
Great
the
move.
best move.
Exactly. Let me just check in on Vladimir's game, because Vladimir, after the move bishop e6,
This
he
is the
took the
game
pawn.
This is the line we analyzed. Yes, rook b8.
He tickled the rook and said, this is the reason why I didn't trade rooks is because I wanted this tempo. And then after rook here, I'll take another tempo.
We may see a repetition, right? Rook e2 back, bishop f3 back.
Except we do have one other way of tickling, bishop to d3 back. So this way, you're kind of stepping in front of your bishop and...
Plus after rook e8, there's bishop d6, double attack.
Oops. So this move, bishop e4, may be forcing the rook, well, back, right? Didn't want to go to c7 and walk into this one. And so this is a kind of an intriguing position. Don't know what to make of it. Not that exciting, but the race for second is still thick.
Okay, big moment in that Arthur Guo.
Let's do it. Let's go to Arthur.
Because after bishop e2 right now, he's thinking.
Okay.
I think, and we've been looking at this rook g1 move, maybe rook to e1 to give up the g4 pawn. But it seems another alternative move in this position is f5.
f5?
If you take on d1, f takes e6.
By the way, rook d4 is on the board, but f5,
rook d4 is on the board.
Is on the board.
Oh my goodness. But what do you do after I take that pawn? Because he's going to take that pawn. I mean, he said A, he's going to say B.
And the bishop can be safely tucked on f5.
Exactly.
Right. Perfect square.
No, but rook d4, what's happening?
I think his intention is to go hunting.
Rook a4?
Rook a4 and just grab that pawn on a5.
Well, you were about
he's going to take that.
You were about to suggest that maybe white was going to play f4, f5. Once you play bishop takes g4, f4, f5 is not it's not going to happen, Kate.
That's the problem.
Bad news. So I think he blundered bishop e2. The move rook d4 is not the follow-up that you were, the consistent follow-up, Cristian, that you were suggesting, whether it be g5 or whatever it was. Yeah, g4 was just badly timed.
Right. I mean, Kirk Ghazarian has some kind of luck, right? Having maybe bad position, but then turning it around. Although here, he started with a good position, then he got bad, and now he turned around it again.
Well, everything is now going for Kirk, just as you were about to describe it. You go rook e8, which not necessarily that you're tucking your king away, but you would really love to play e5 followed by d4. Then the rook would serve nice purpose on the c-file. As long as this bishop is defending c5, there's no rook takes c5. But e5, d4?
Okay, but what is his plan? I'm trying to understand what his plan is with this move rook d4. Okay, you attack my rook. Oh, you attack my pawn on a5, rook a4. But what if I just simply defend it?
I'm going to go bishop d2. I mean, the only follow-up I have is bishop to d2, right?
But now, once you've given me so many resources on that side, can I go queen b8, get ready for you to take, get ready to invade?
Yep. No, I don't disagree, Cristian.
Queen b3, yes.
This looks really good.
I'm going to get that queen on a2, then the bishop to f5, and then you get checkmated.
The light squares are...
So can I play queen b4 here?
Yes, queen a2. I told you what I'm doing. Okay? You have to believe me.
You announced it. But I have... Oh, I don't have queen c3 before, because actually after queen a2... or do I?
You're not exchanging those queens. No, I'll go bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Rook a8 is also nice.
I love this comment that Patrick Wolff made about his game with Dmitry Gurevich, where it was the bishops of opposite color. He says, you know, his dark squares are infinitely worse than my light squares. In this case, you know, white's light squares are infinitely worse than black's dark squares.
And we see rook a4 move on the board.
What else was he going to do?
Arthur is attacking that pawn on a5.
Well, yeah, but just as Cristian described it, you're welcome to feast. Once that bishop lands on that diagonal, it looks really gross. Rook a8 and queen b8, I'm all for. That's 2 thumbs up in my book.
Kirk is right now looking good.
Arthur's in trouble. Furthermore, by the way, I love Rook A8. Don't get me wrong. I even think that Rook E8 and E5 and D4 also has to be advantage black. I mean, put your majority to use and tuck your king back to G8. Looks really good.
Let's
Kate.
visit the juniors girls section.
Sure.
We have Carissa Rochelle or Shreya Mangalam, Alice Lee. We start with one of those. Interesting position.
And let's just check in on our tournament champion, actually. As Alice, I thought her move knight b4 was going to net her an exchange. This is way back. Remember when she had this move knight b4? Well, she did, in fact, win the exchange, did Alice, and everything has just gone. You know, sometimes you just have the perfect tournament where it just, everything works for you. In this position,
Black is going to play what? King d7 just to...
You would love to play rook takes e5, but...
You want to stop that knight c6 fork.
Exactly. So you move king d7 first. You're following up with rook e5 and or g5, by the way. G5 is also...
She went immediately with g5. That's a great move as well.
Yeah, this is painful.
Black has a variety of choices.
And they all lead... All roads lead to victory. All roads lead to Rome here, as Alice Lee is just, what a performance, 7.5 out of 9. We can, and Shreya with her pen play is a real
really
indication that, well, she hasn't resigned, but she knows she's about to say, I've seen enough after rook takes h4. It's
May I even take with pawn? I will take with the pawn, so I'm attacking the pawn on d5.
No, I understand.
E5.
It's just sort of like, it's one of those things, when I take away your rook, right? Like, I just take your rook off the board. You have no chances whatsoever. There's nothing for you to play for. Man, I leave the rook on the board. I don't know. I would play rook takes h4, take with the pawn. Rook h4, gh4. You have to put your king in the way. And then, like you say, then you go for rook e5, what you want.
Alice just made that move.
Yeah, and g takes and rook h5. You win everything, Christian. It's all good.
Oh, she's taking with the pawn. Okay.
That's what I want. You know, I do too.
Force
I
the
love
king to
it.
h3, play rook h5, attack that baby on e5.
The baby. Give me your pawns, baby.
Rook f8, rook h5. Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
Everything
we have a
wins.
very complicated game in Carissa Rochelle.
And she's done everything
Here's
that
the
you've prescribed. Yes, Carissa.
Oh, there we go.
And we see a handshake. Game over. Alice Lee with 6.5 points out of 9. Fantastic performance.
I think more, right?
Sorry, 7.5. Yeah.
7.5.
She started with 6.5 today.
7.5.
7.5.
By the way, where does that put her on the rating list? We haven't talked about her rating, but her rating is
soaring.
I believe over 2,400 feet.
Soaring is what it does.
No, but this is actually unbelievable. I mean, she's such a young lady. I remember myself, at 14, I think I was about 2,300. Definitely not 24, and I immediately jumped to close to GM level.
Yeah.
So this could be a complete breakout year for Alice Lee. Maybe she's going to gun for the GM title.
Wow, that's ridiculous. Shout out to Darush, who sent an email. We were asked to give our perspective on what Alice has accomplished at such an early age. And he said
incredible
that where she stands compared to his own career, that she stands ahead. And for me, it's not even close. I started late in my career. I wasn't a master at 15. At 15 years old, I was not a chess master. That would come later. So what Alice has done, and
she's not an international master yet.
She's international master elect.
Elect.
Okay, so she's elect.
Got it. She's got the title once the
For
committee
me, that was the big
meets.
one. The IM title was the big one, and after that, I made my GM norms quite quickly. I had some difficulties making my IM norms, but as soon as I got that, you get that boost of confidence, right? When you start playing chess as she's right now, everything is just flowing. I mean, you can see it in her games. Even when she's having worse positions, like in that game against Carissa, she finds the best moves. You can sense the calm in her moves, and that can be problematic for her opponents, and we see that. I mean, it's very, very cool to see what she's been able to achieve at such a young age and the player that she's becoming.
And she has a really accurate assessment, right? Talking about the Carissa's game, she was like, yeah, I think Carissa had an edge there. She was supposed to go for a draw, but she didn't, and I felt that that's when the kind of game changed, and I was starting to push in for the win, and that was absolutely correct.
Who could have seen this? Who could have foreseen this? I mean, you have to have an incredible insight.
Let's see the predictions.
I see what you're setting up.
Who could have foreseen?
Look,
I mean,
this is very predictable what you're trying to do, Yasser.
Our producers lost the graphic. Our graphic designer just went up great.
We want to see our predictions for the Junior Girls Championship.
Well, just a second. We may have it. Yeah, baby Kate. I praise your insight. Well,
but the others tried.
We were in the minority.
Let's get to the seniors. Come on, I mean, nobody cares about this.
That was it. But for the juniors, everything to play for. And by the way, Carissa, you wanted to tell us about the Carissa game.
Well, actually, just to show you a nice tactic, I think it was a few moves back. At this point, she played bishop to f5, right?
Right.
Rochelle, that is. But take a look at this. Bishop to e4 was a big move in the position. And my guess is that she got afraid of f5. I understand it. You see bishop takes h6, land on the board, and things are not looking great. But take a look at the next move. b3.
Uh-oh.
I think this is what she missed.
There's a queen hanging?
Well, yes, there's a queen hanging, but you get checkmated. What you can do is take on c8 first.
Right.
But then I take back, and once again, the queen is not hanging. And if you take back with the knight, this bishop also
that's pretty.
hangs. And by the way, I think I missed queen takes a2 at this point, instead of rook takes c8.
Of course, made him.
But you can start with knight takes b3, right?
Right.
But then I go, once again, queen takes d2.
That's pretty.
Again, you take on d2, I take on c1, I checkmate you on b1, you take on c8 first, it doesn't really matter. I'm not giving you a check on d1, because then you return with the rook.
Right.
Then you're fine, right?
Right.
But I take on c8. I think this is what she missed. Take on c8, take on d2, checkmate on c1. Very nice variation in this one. She played bishop f5, which gives white tremendous chances. And in fact, white is not even worse right now. Rook to c6, bishop to c2, d4. This is what we have. White is not worse, but the position remains extremely complicated. Because b3 at some point, d3 followed by b3, there's a lot of pieces swarming around white's king.
Ooh,
and there's a lot of pieces swarming around black's king as well. So it's a back and forth type of situation right now. We'll see who handles the complications better. The problem is the time. Rochelle, 18 minutes, 45 minutes for Carissa. Definitely Rochelle has to catch up on time because right now she's way behind.
Yeah, big missed chance here for Rochelle.
The fight for second is intense as well. Let's just check in on the game between Iris and Zoe for just a moment. When we left it, we kind of left it around these parts where it was a French defense where, you know, you got rid of your light squared bishop, so you're kind of happy. I really liked what Iris did, by the way. Her knight on f3 was a kind of a weak piece, so she kind of rerouted it around the board. And there's just been a lot of maneuvering going on in this game. Ru Yanyan's game with Gracie. Let's just take a look at that. Wow.
Let's look at the pawn count. So
yeah, very good, very good.
Extra pawn.
Very good. That's what I wanted to say as well. The first thing that caught my eye was that Gracie is a pawn down, and Ru Yanyan, she's a happy, happy camper here.
And the bishop is having a fantastic diagonal, right? Ready to support those pawns. We just need to improve the king, maybe to f6.
I could, music to my ears, absolutely. Just improve the pieces. King, I don't know. I really like this idea of playing e5 and for e5 and f4 as well. So do I want the king on f6 or do I want the king on e6? I love this position for Ru Yangyan, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a technical win at this stage. Something like King E7 and maybe A6, Bishop, improve the pieces, and everything's going really well. But let's jump once again to the junior section, because crazy stuff continues to happen. Let's check in on the game of Mishra. After the move F6, Bishop F8, if I've caught this right, we're up to date with the players, and now Balaji stopped.
Yes, 16 minutes thinking so far.
I think he missed that.
Bishop F8.
Bishop F8, yeah. Maybe he missed it, maybe he undervalued it. But
And-
this Bishop F8 is a really good move, and right now, Balaji is in trouble.
And speak to the position. Tell us why, Cristian.
Well, let's take a look
Sure.
at some of the main lines. First of all, what do you do, right? Do you
I'm gonna
take on
take.
G7 probably, and then I
Right.
continue.
And
Again, the
I-
onus is on you as white. You're a pawn down. You
Queen
need to do
H7,
something.
let's go.
Queen H7, exactly, but then Queen F6.
Uh-oh.
And the moves are not that difficult.
Yeah, I wanted rook
I'm just
F-
defending. I'm going to go Queen to G6. If you attack me on F1, then I have Bishop B5 as well. So you still have some difficulties with this king in the center and no opponent for my light square bishop. That is the key in this position. Bishop to B5 is a big, big threat right now. So Queen H7, Queen F6, in fact, you're just simply completely losing.
Yeah, that's a showstopper.
I would really need a knight to be on E4.
Yeah, like, please.
Knight C5 is an interesting piece sacrifice, but I gave it a look and it doesn't seem very clear to me. Take, and then you just go rook to H7. The idea of Knight C5 is clear. You want to stop this Bishop B5, right? There's no more action of the rook on the C file. Bishop B5 always going to be met by C4. So this is the main idea, but you're giving up a full piece.
Exactly.
You're not getting even a pawn in return. So rook H7, bishop to B5, obviously not the right move, but I can just simply go back to F8. And then you have some sort of a slow burning initiative, queen to F5, rook to C7, C4. I don't see Balaji play this type of chess. Just give up a piece like this in a must-win situation in the last round with so much pressure and so much tension. I don't see Knight C5 happening on the board.
Can I suggest a different alternative? Knight C5.
Yes.
Kind of okay with F6, Bishop F8 on the board.
Sure.
Knight to C5.
Yes.
You take.
I take, yeah.
And I want to try the move Queen E4. So
Okay.
I have the idea of the double attack, Cristian.
The
Queen
problem is
E4.
that there's a simple way out.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to go Bishop B5.
Bishop B5 check?
Yes.
And C4, right?
And then I give my bishop away. Then I take on F6.
Oh.
Your
So
attack is
bishop
over.
takes C4, queen takes C4.
I'm like 2 pawns up, or
And
3
queen
pawns
takes
up.
F6.
I think I'm 3 pawns up. That's a lot of pawns.
Because
right?
the problem is when I played Knight C5, I didn't play Knight takes C5. I did.
You just gave up a piece.
I just gave
right?
up a piece.
Yeah.
You give the piece back.
I can give
but
it
you
back.
take
Yes,
2
no
pawns
problem.
with it.
No problem.
And you started with an extra pawn. Yeah, I think that.
I don't see Knight C5 happening.
I think
I
that's
really
very
don't
clear.
think that he's even looking that direction. The engine is recommending Knight C5, not going to happen. I think F takes G7, followed by something like Rook H7 perhaps, or Queen F5 first. But it just looks artificial right now.
Truly.
It just doesn't seem like the attack is going anywhere. I think he missed this. I think he missed Bishop F8.
I don't know. Should I move my king to just sidestep? I mean, this is
But every
not
tempo
fun.
matters here, right?
Oh,
When
absolutely.
you have material disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with.
And in fact,
a
that's
good
the best
suggestion.
move, King D1. I mean,
Yeah, I'm struggling.
not the type of moves you want to play when you're a pawn down and you don't have the 2 bishops.
Exactly. It's not what you call the brilliant quiet move. It's sort of like really reaching.
But speaking of quiet moves, we have a King B1 in Arthur Go and Kirk Ghazarian game.
And by the way, just to interrupt you, apologies for that, but we do have a result that Vladimir Akopian drew, which I do believe makes Shabalov second, clear second. We'll just get
I
a
think so. I
confirmation
think
of that
that's
as well.
correct.
Sorry, you were saying Arthur made King B1?
King B1.
simple chess. By the
Just
way,
making sure there are no,
rook a4. We were debating rook a8 and rook e8, right? But rook a8 was Kirk's choice, and then instead of bishop d2, which kind of saw queen b8 and queen b3, as Cristian advised, king a1. Okay.
Hiding the king to a1, and then maybe continuing with the same approach, bishop d2.
Maybe.
But wait, now
like
I can
this.
take the pawn and your bishop on g4 is hanging.
Apologies, you're absolutely right. I have to preface it with bishop to f5. So I've got ideas of e5 and king g8 and d4 on my plate. Arthur, again, tied for first with Mishra. We think Mishra is winning, or at least has a winning advantage, and Arthur, well, back and forth. This game advantage has been going. But Kate, take us to where you would like us to go. By the way, I'm sorry, Brandon Jacobson and Andrew Hall, another crucial matchup. If the two leaders both draw, the winner of Brandon and Andrew's game could potentially tie for first. I see this position as balanced, frankly.
A position that is not balanced is in Josiah Stearman and Jason Liang game.
What's happening?
Let's just understand what's happening. So many pieces in the center.
Explosive is what happened. Yeah, just going back and trying to,
So white is
okay.
kind of targeting e6 square. The pawn on d6 is ready to run.
And
Knight is on the edge of the board, but ready to join the party.
And ready to go d6. You tell me. And while you're telling me, we have a guest in studio with Cristian.
Alice finishing it up in style with another crucial victory, but you are right now winning your first national title. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels like really great. I've played in this tournament this is my first time, and to be able to win this means a lot to me, especially since this tournament was so strong. It is so strong, it's so prestigious. It just means a lot for me, especially since I worked really hard to, and this tournament I've looked up to so many people here, and to win is just really great.
Tell us about last night. You knew that you won the tournament last night. How were the celebration looking like?
Yeah, so after I finished my game yesterday, it was pretty quick. I went back to the hotel and I spent a long time watching Chris's game, hoping she'd make the correct moves. Actually I was preparing for this game. I was assuming she would draw. But then during that time where I was preparing, I saw then she was winning. So then I was okay, I can change up the strategy a little bit because tomorrow would just be a game. And today it was I thought it was pretty nice that I was able to win this game and just finish the tournament off really cleanly.
Speaking of Carissa, that's another first for you. That was the first time you defeated her, one of your mentors and idols in the junior girls chess. Tell us about that feeling, accomplishing so many things in this tournament. And this year as a whole has been amazing for you.
Yeah, definitely. This summer has been really great so far. I got my last IM norm in the title, and then I won this tournament. So I wasn't expecting any of this. I was just hoping to just do decently, I guess. But yeah, to be able to just have this really great performance means a lot to me. It's such a strong tournament, and it's really motivating for me to be able to just do so well here.
And that motivation goes a long way. What are your plans for the remainder of the year, maybe the beginning of next year? Are you starting to think about that GM title, or is that too soon?
I mean, I just got my IM title, so the GM title is pretty far away. But I definitely am still aiming to go for that title, especially in the next few years. It will be crucial. And so I think for the remaining of the year, I'm playing in the World Team Championship and the U.S. Women's. I might play in a tournament before the U.S. Women's to warm up. And then there's an Isle of Man Grand, I think, Swiss.
Grand Swiss, Isle of Man, yes.
So, I mean, I think I can actually get a norm there if I do well. But, that's really hard. So, I'm just like, again, focusing on improving. I think I have like a lot of time between now and the World Team Championship, and I'll focus on like, again, like improving, trying not to, I guess, like remain where I am and go up maybe a bit more.
And that's probably the healthy way of looking at things. I will give you the opportunity to highlight maybe the people that helped you along the way during this tournament, maybe thank your fans as well. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody who helped organize this tournament and who helped me during this tournament. So first I'd like to thank my family, my coaches, and just like everybody, the St. Louis Chess Club for organizing this event. I'd like to thank all of the staff here, the commentary team, and
us as well. Nice.
What did we do?
The photography, and everybody here who's like helped. My opponents for like just like being here playing in this tournament, and the sync fields, and just like everybody who helped organize. I'd also like to thank Chess Kid, who's been like really great for me from when I started playing chess to where I am today. And again, some of like my previous coaches, Grandmaster Gurevich, who helped me, I think, from when I was like 7 to 10, and was like really great for my improvement. Just like there's so many people I have to thank for everything that I've been able to like achieve so far. And I'm just really happy that I was able to do this.
Alice, big congratulations. Guys, any questions for our champion?
Yeah, absolutely. Alice, congratulations. Really fantastic performance in this tournament. Great job on winning this title. My question is, you know, a lot of people have a lot of hopes for you, right? You are winning this tournament so young. You are just 13 years old. And this tournament is for girls under the age of 20. So big achievement. But you already played really well in the American Cup, in the US Championship. You also have the International Master title. You are IM elect. So I'm wondering, there could be a lot of pressure on you, how people say, you know, the great American talent. How do you handle that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So first, like, I try to set my own goals, like before, like people who are saying like I should become a grandmaster in the next 2 years or something. I just try to set like my own goal, which is to just like improve. And generally, I try like not to focus on what people are saying, and there is some pressure involved, but mostly just like focusing on it is more helpful than like going under the pressure to become really good. Because again, I think the less pressure I have on myself, the better I'll be able to perform.
Absolutely. And Alice, I just want to say that I had predicted that you were going to win. I convinced Kate to join me, but I couldn't convince Cristian. Cristian just didn't see it as happening.
We cannot be unanimous, guys. Come on. We can't be unanimous.
That's the truth.
Don't throw me under the bus, Yasser. I see what you're doing there.
Congratulations, Alice. Really a dream come true for you, and well, we're all proud of you. Well done.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Here we have FIDE Master Alice Lee, the 2023 U.S. Junior Girls Champion. Again, fantastic performance, fantastic year of chess for her, and she wins $6,000.
As well as a $10,000 scholarship to any university of her choice.
And a ticket to the U.S. Women's Championships.
Absolutely. And, well, that's, woof. That was fun. What a tournament. It's just amazing. Let's go to the juniors and what is going on with Arthur versus Kirk. When we left it, Arthur was a favorite to pick up the pawn on a5, which indeed happened. But just as Cristian predicted, the queen coming down to b3. And, well, what do you think about these apples? I mean, it has to be winning for black. I don't know if we should be starting
rook b8?
With rook b8 first, or do we want to, you know, reposition to nail the king, right? So let's say rook b8.
Rook b8, yes.
Okay, now I'm more or less, I've got to block the b file. I close my eyes and hope I've got, you know, stuff, right?
But can I go bishop f5 check?
Yeah, and it's super, super painful.
And
I have to
bishop
go into
d3, and my only hope is just to transfer the bishop to c4 and checkmate you.
It looks absolutely, absolutely atrocious.
So let's take a look at the standings for junior.
And if Arthur were to lose this game, and Mishra were to win, he's got it. That's tournament over. If Mishra draws, then only Brandon or Andrew could possibly. That means no playoffs.
Yeah.
Just saying.
A lot of important games here. Players really need to find the best moves.
We're going to take a break, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
I think just the biggest thing is just to, love the game. That's the big thing why I've continued for like so many years now. Yeah, just finding passion in what you love. There's always times when like chess feels kind of boring or you just don't want to stare at it for hours and hours. But always what keeps me coming back is just that I love the game, I love winning, and yeah, hopefully I continue that here.
Well, I would say you have to love the game, because if you don't have any passion, then it's very hard to improve. So first learn to enjoy the process, and then once you figure that out, you can improve quite easily.
For me, at least for me, when I was growing up, I was just playing the game just for the passion of it. I didn't really have any clear goal in mind, and I'd say the same, just play the game if you enjoy it. You don't know where it'll take you, and just see how it goes.
I would tell them to aim high, but I wouldn't say to chase that goal too much. I would say just focus on improving whatever you need to improve at the time, and just try to play for the love of the game, not for like a title you might be chasing or a rating you might want.
I'd say the first main thing in order to become better at basically anything is to enjoy the game. Otherwise, everything will feel like torture. So my advice is enjoy the game and work on the areas which you feel that are not up to the mark. And yeah, work hard and everything else will come your way.
I think the big thing is you have to be self-motivated. I know a lot of young players, their parents push them a lot, which is a good thing. But I think in the end, the people who make it really far are the ones who are always hard on themselves and pushing themselves to be better, regardless of what level they're at. So I think that's the number one thing, just that sort of attitude of being tough on yourself and always pushing yourself to get to that next level.
Well, I've solved around 1,200 or 1,300 hours of chess tempo when I was a kid, and that helped me immensely. And one of the things I regret was not having a solid repertoire from the beginning during my game. So it's very important to play very solid openings from the beginning of your chess career, because if you get in opening trouble repeatedly, you'll find yourself under more problems during the game.
Early in your career, you should try to be familiar with different positions, for example, and also different approaches.
I think it's really important about really enjoying the game, enjoying playing, enjoying solving puzzles, enjoying practicing. And especially with the availability of resources nowadays with streamers, engines, all these resources, it's not hard to improve, but I think it's important to kind of find that motivation when you begin to kind of get better. And the more you enjoy the game, of course, the farther you'll go.
I think passion in chess is very, very important, especially for young kids. And so I love that these days there's so many resources to get into chess, like YouTube. You got streamers like Gotham Chess and Hikaru who, are fun to watch. And I think the problem that kids face is that they get bogged down in the opening theory or these theoretical things that they feel like they have to know. But it's important for them to first just learn the fun things about chess, the tactics, the fun, the exciting, the attacking chess. So I think that's the most important thing.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the National Junior Championships. We'll start with some results.
We have one result in the girls section. Alice Lee confirmed her championship title. She won against Shreya Mangalam.
So impressive. Our big congratulations to you, Alice. And how about in the seniors?
In the seniors, we have two results, but peaceful draws. Shabalov drew with Khachiyan, Akopian drew with Gurevich.
And the standings in the juniors is everything to play for, still on the table in this one.
We have a two-way tie for the first place. Abhi, Mishra and Arthur go with 2.5 points. But closely behind is Brandon Jacobson, Andrew Honk, and Balaji Daggupati with 5 points.
Well, let's just jump right into the games, and let's start with the Balaji versus Mishra game, because when we left it, we really thought that, well, Mishra was doing incredibly well. F6, bishop F8.
Very important move, right? Cristian was very happy to see that on the board.
Yeah, and this is where Balaji, I'm in trouble. I'm a pawn down, but I'm facing this massive threat of bishop b5, pinning my queen to the king. I'm losing. Takes first on g7, bishop takes, and king d2. Now, we just thought everything was going to be good for black, including this move, queen f6, but the engine disagrees. That it feels like that was not a precise move, that after queen e4, well, there's something going on suddenly.
Queen e4 is a move you really liked, right? To centralize the queen, to block the pawn on e5, and to attack the bishop.
Exactly. One of the things this move, queen f6, does suggest, even though maybe you don't want to do it right away, it does suggest you're ready to blast open the diagonal. Queen e4, hitting the bishop on a4, and well, I mean, Mishra's still ahead on material.
And look at the clock. Mishra has less than 8 minutes to make 16 moves, right?
And that's a nervous shake
Balaji
going on
Daggupati
there.
still has 23 minutes, so a serious time advantage.
Jump in on this one, Cristian.
Oh, it's all about the time right now, for
Yeah.
sure. Because you have so many
Nerves.
options as black, and this is exactly why Mishra has been spending so much time on his decisions. You can go b5 in this position, you can go bishop to b5, you can do a lot of things. Obviously, it is black for choice.
Right.
You don't have a clear attack as white, you are a pawn down. The question is just how much compensation do you have, and how will I convert this advantage that I have, that I'm enjoying for quite a while as black. Queen to c7, by the way, was a much better move in the previous move. Queen f6, queen to e4. It's all about the time. This is what Abhimanyu needs to focus on. He cannot let the nerves get to him, because right now it's all about the nerves. But You know what's playing in his favor?
What's that?
Even with a draw in this one, he might clinch the title because Artur Gue is completely lost.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Look at that one.
Okay.
Take a look at that game. That one is just busted for Artur Gue. And by the way, he's also down severely on time. He's struggling to find the plan, and it's very easy for black.
So you like this
Ghazarian.
rook b8 move, right?
When we left
Activating
it-
the rook, threatening checkmate on b2.
There's a bishop coming to d5, and there's some very nasty things happening on those light squares around
Queen
your
c3.
king.
Again, whenever you have those situations where you're going to trade queens, you always ask yourself the question, who's attacking the king? And in this case, white is like, please, please, let's trade queens. No, 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 says Kirk. Queen a4, king a1, d4. Oof. That's a move I really love to get in. D4, first of all, it's pushing a pawn with a gain of tempo, and more importantly, it's giving the bishop access to this diagonal.
Yeah, black has this very direct plan. Queen b3, queen a2 checkmate.
Exactly.
Look, this is it. This is over. I'm telling you exactly how he's going to finish.
How's it going to
He's going to go rook g3.
Okay, to stop.
He's not going to go b4. Almost no way he's going to go b4. It's just too risky.
Rook to
I don't
G3.
see him playing rook, b4.
Right.
Rook b3.
Rook boy 3.
Yeah. That's it. You're getting checkmated.
Well, I got this queen b1 to cover a2,
Yes,
and then
you're
I'm
going to be
stuck.
paralyzed, completely
Exactly.
paralyzed.
I will
Christian, your prediction is coming true. Rook g3
It's
on
the
the
natural
board.
way. It's the natural way of playing, and I can guarantee you, Kirk already knows what he's doing. He wants to play rook to b3. He knows he needs to eliminate the only defender in the position for white. That is the rook on g3, right?
Right.
Let's see.
And by the way,
Big
I mean,
moment
for
right now.
Arthur, this is like a nightmare.
It is,
I mean,
it is.
you know, he's played a marvelous, marvelous tournament. He's put himself in position to win the U.S. Junior Championship, qualify for the
There it
national
is.
championship.
Rook b3 on the board.
And to throw away an opening advantage that he had after queen c7, this is really, really, really
I
painful.
mean, it's nerves. It's difficult. Last round, you know how much is at stake.
Exactly.
Guys,
right?
Let's get back to Mishra because he just sacrificed a piece.
Say what?
What?
He played queen g6. I can take on a4.
What?
So, and it's with check.
Queen takes a4 check.
Otherwise, rook takes c2 could be
B5.
tricky.
Balaji
Well,
is like, what in the world is happening?
b5, you're going to take something on c2. So
right.
I'm going to take on
a6, right? To attack the rook, attack d6, attack b5. A lot of attacking with capturing a pawn.
You had me at capturing a pawn. That was excess. You know, all of those captures. Jump right in, Christian. What on earth is going on? We didn't see Mishra sacrificing his bishop.
No. And I'm looking at the eval, and it's saying zeros, of course. You're getting your beloved zeros.
But maybe Mishra's winning the tournament with these zeros.
With a draw, he wins the tournament. I don't know if he knows it. Perhaps he has checked.
Andrew or Jacobson is still in the running. They could, if there was a decisive result, but that looks like a draw.
And what exactly? The Jacobson versus Andrew Hong. That's the one that you
equal.
were talking
Yes.
about, right?
Yeah.
Yes. But this one is very equal. It's
Yes.
extremely, extremely equal. I really don't see any of these players win this position. Equal
Right.
material,
Why-
very slight imbalances in the position. I don't see it.
Why is Mishra's game zeros according to the engine?
All right,
Because
that's the big one, right?
Yeah, right. Queen takes check.
Okay, b5. I have to go b5. Only
Queen takes a6.
Queen takes a6.
Right.
Queen takes c2.
Queen takes c2 check.
I can take with the rook as well, but I think queen takes is just more. And look
Four-six.
at Mishra. He has 6 minutes, but he knows what he needs to do. I think he's going to Artur. I think he's going to see what Artur is doing. He probably realizes the fact that he only has a perpetual at the end of things.
And remember, in his interviews, he always reminded us that second place and last place, nothing. It's
Doesn't
only
matter.
if I can be first.
Exactly.
If I can, so he's going to go all in. He's going to try to gamble. But maybe when he realizes that Artur Gue is losing, then he understands.
He
that
wants
draw
that
is
U.S.
enough.
championship spot.
Sure.
It's so difficult to get it the rating requirements are so high right now.
But
Look at him. Look at him watching.
And he's looking at the other positions too.
He has to quickly calculate their position, and then he can get back to his own.
But
Where's Brandon? Where's Brandon and Andrew? And what's happening in the Arthur Guo game? That's what he's asking himself right now.
Well, but I'm asking you what's happening in Balaji's game because I still don't understand why it's triple zeros. Queen takes C2.
Where did we leave
Queen,
it?
yeah, Queen C takes C2.
Yes.
Forcing move King E1.
Yes.
Right? And now where's
I'll
your
go Queen B1.
Queen B1?
Mm-hmm.
King F2.
Mm-hmm. Rook C2.
And now Rook C2.
Yes.
Okay, this is the point.
Now I'm just trying to take the rook, and you're going to give me a perpetual.
So after I play knight D2, you're going to take the rook, and I'm going to give you a perpetual.
Yes.
Wait, what is the perpetual? So
Let's take on B5, right? Maybe.
you capture King E7.
The question is if you can start running, yeah? On
Bishop check.
let's go.
Bishop check.
Let's go check first.
That's an important move.
Even though I'm not sure.
It's necessary.
Perhaps not that easy to calculate. No, F6 now I think is Queen B7, King F8, or King E8.
Still, that's the thing. I still don't know why it's a perpetual check.
Where's the perpetual? Okay, let's figure it out.
Okay.
So you want to go to F6. I think let's get the king to F6.
So Queen takes A4 check, by the way, has not been played. Does Balaji have an alternative to this?
No, I don't think he does.
I mean, why?
If he doesn't, then he's just a pawn down.
I mean, he still has 16 minutes on his clock, so
Okay.
he just wants to make sure,
Takes
cover his
B5.
bases.
Queen takes A6.
First of all, I can also take with the rook. But let's go queen takes, queen B1, let's say king E2, rook C2, knight D2. I kind of like the king on E2 for white.
Okay.
Queen takes H1.
Queen B1 check, king E2.
Okay, so the idea being that I will let you
rook
go to
C2
F6 if you
check.
really want to.
Knight D2 takes on H1. Yes.
I take on B5.
Right.
And now let's say you try to escape my perpetual and you go to F6, right?
So Queen B7 check, King F6.
Now I just go Queen D7. I think this forces some sort of a massive reaction. I have a checkmate in one threat.
Oh, wait. Where's your, Queen takes D6, okay.
So bishop F8 to stop mate.
Oh, but Queen F5 is a double attack on the rook.
On the rook,
There's
sorry.
a rook hanging.
I was so focused on saving my king, I wasn't focused on losing my rook.
Oh my goodness. What a finish to this tournament.
Crazy. And by the way, in this variation, this line where you go, Queen takes A4 check, B5. No, it doesn't make any sense. I was about to offer alternative move Queen A3, but I don't see why that would be any improvement. So it looks like a very forcing line, in fact. Queen takes A6, rook take check, check.
Okay,
and-
let's try to go rook takes C2. Maybe that's the more testing way.
Okay. By the way, he
Queen
has
takes
taken.
A4 on the board, B5 immediately.
Mishra was at the board. He wasn't at the monitor. He was at the board, and Queen takes A6. Okay, the players.
Balaji is like, okay, I'm grabbing your piece,
Apologies.
grabbing your pawn.
And this is the moment. You were about to suggest rook takes C2, and Cristian, take us through.
Just a quick interruption. We have a draw between, Gregory, Kaidanov, and Maxim Dlugy.
Yeah, rook
Both
takes
players seem to be
C2.
very happy about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. They're happy the tournament's finished, and they can just relax.
Okay, queen takes C2.
Queen
not
takes C2.
Expected. I think we're going straight into that variation with the capture of the rook on H1.
And that will be the perpetual check you were talking
I have
about.
a feeling that Mishra just simply knew that Arthur is losing before he made this decision to go queen G6.
Wow, if so, a very
That's a
mature
very
decision.
experienced move
Yeah.
if he actually did that. We will ask him, but that's a very experienced move right there.
But I feel like he was sitting at the board the whole time.
It always feels like that, right? But whenever we're not watching, whenever we're on a break, so maybe he goes away. You see queen to B1.
clearing that c2 square for rook.
Yes.
And just to update everybody on the current situation, if Mishra wins, he wins the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, if Arthur doesn't win his game.
Well, Arthur...
Which we predict he's not going to win. So yeah, if Mishra wins, he's going to be the US junior champion.
What is the what if?
But Mishra is not winning. Mishra, I think, is making a draw. So.
And we are anticipating after Queen B1 check, King E2 by Balaji. Again, you can take the rook without first making a check because the rook on C8 is hanging. Rook C2. We block the check with the knight, knight D2. We take the rook. Now we're in exchange up, and that is why white starts looking to try to make a perpetual check with a series of checks.
Forcing the king to escape via f6 if black continues to play, trying for a win, which in this situation may not even happen.
Exactly, and we don't want
that
to
nasty
walk
queen
into
f5.
Queen f5 check and picking up the rook on c2. Oops, that would not be suggested. Wow. And how bad is the Arthur game? Arthur Go versus Kirk? Because when we left it, we thought it was terrible.
Yeah.
Well, he's not getting checkmated yet. Let's just put it that way. It's
yet.
Yes, as good as you want to call that.
Why is
Queen
it
to
not
E1?
Getting checked.
Queen to C4, I think you just
I like
take
queen
and then
C4.
and then go king to B1. Perhaps this is the way to run.
Queen to C4 with the threat of rook G3 and queen A2 mate.
Take on
so
B3.
we get out of
I think
dodge?
take on B3 first.
Pardon me. Take on B3 first.
And
Queen
then
takes B3.
king
Now
B1.
we've got to get out. Queen B1, we just paralyze ourselves. We can't move any further. So king B1.
Wait,
Right.
can I play D3 here?
Oh, you
I
certainly
know I'm
can.
giving some squares.
Right,
but-
and D3, bishop C3, and somehow you're hanging on by
a thread.
by a thread.
Feels like one of those positions where you really should be utterly and completely lost.
Yeah, like my idea was like queen, maybe interject with D2. Some ideas on to checkmate queen A2, queen A1, right? And get rid of that escape square. But it looks like white is fine. White is, I mean, fine, meaning not getting checkmated.
Right, right.
All right, and we see, by the way, in the Mishra game, rook C2, knight D2, queen H1 was played. So we're bolting into that variation.
Going back and forth between these two key matches. And by the way, I'm just going to refresh my board with the Mishra. And they have played up to queen takes H1. And here we are expecting
Queen takes B5, grab a
check,
pawn, give a check.
and a perpetual.
Wow, that would be amazing accomplishment for Abhimanyu.
It's-
Winning this championship and getting that ticket to US championships.
Who on earth could possibly have predicted that?
In a very unexpected way, right?
I mean, you'd have to be a prophet. Queen takes B5 check, by the way, on the board. But for Balaji, I mean, obviously, you know, he would love to have won this game with white and been in that contention to go to the national championships. But he basically saved this game because it looked terrible for a moment there.
And you know, last year he tied for third in the US juniors, and this year I think if he makes a draw, he may tie for second.
Again,
Maybe tied,
depending on the outcome of Arthur's game. Queen takes B5
And if
check on
Kirk
the
wins
board.
this one, I mean, Mishra really needs to buy him dinner. I mean,
How
with the
sweet it
black
is.
pieces in the last round out
Wow.
of the worst opening.
Yeah, that Queen C7 move, that was a terrible setback for Kirk.
An opening howler, just
Yeah.
showing that he didn't know exactly what to do. He didn't know the theory, but fighting his way back,
By the
as
way-
he has been doing this whole tournament.
By the way, Kirk did play that nice move, Queen C4. It's on the board, and Arthur's suffering here.
And he's enjoying Kirk also nice time advantage. Kirk has 20 minutes on the clock, whereas Arthur go only 4.
You know what the sad situation is? If you take on B3 and you go King B1, and you go into this line that we were discussing, D3, Bishop C3, now I can just simply take your pawn on H2, Queen C2, and Queen takes H2.
That's a good pawn.
That is a great pawn.
Because then the H7 pawn just unstoppable.
That's right. He's going into that variation, by the way.
He did take on
And the
B3.
problem is white doesn't have really counter attack. You can play B4 because you just clear the second rank for a checkmate. You cannot
Queen
push
A2.
C6.
Okay, he's not going for that. He's going for Queen A2.
He went Queen A2.
Okay.
So after King B1, Queen A2 check right away. Well,
I mean, he can be thinking about Queen C4 and then playing D3, right? Kind of looking at that C5 pawn, potentially F4 pawn. if the
Maybe
bishop
that's what he
moves.
wants. Yeah, that's a good point. Queen
Simple
C4,
chess. King
King
C1 on the
C1,
board,
Queen
by the
C4,
way.
and then D3, and Bishop C3, you take the pawn on F4.
Hold
Okay.
on.
And-
Pause. Bishop B3?
No, Queen C4 check.
No, sorry. Bishop B3?
Oh, right now.
I'm threatening mate. No. Queen E4.
Queen
At first, I
E4.
didn't see
Oh.
how am I supposed to defend mate. I mean, if I move my bishop, I just check but Queen E4, and that does defend
That's
mate.
somehow a way to give your opponent some
Yeah,
chances,
right. I mean, because if you don't see Queen E4, you just think to yourself, "I'm mating my opponent." Sorry, Kate, you were about to say Queen C4 check.
Yeah, Queen C4 is the move I like here. Just forcing the king back to B1
Okay.
and then D3.
Somehow that's kind of transpositional, right?
But now I can take on F4.
Yeah,
So
my
you go
queen is
Bishop
on
C3, I take on
C4.
F4.
So you don't
Yeah.
have this bishop C3.
Instead of taking on H2.
And you can play like Queen C1 because that just blocks that last escape square and there is a checkmate.
And by the way, the move D3 does threaten mate. It does threaten check and mate. So I'm virtually forced to give up the F4 pawn, which is more important than the H2 pawn, I must say. And is the clock a factor for Kirk?
No, Kirk has 19 minutes, which is
Plenty
a
of time.
lot of time, given he needs only 4 moves to make.
Okay,
And
we-
Arthur has 5 minutes.
We haven't checked on it for a while. Brandon Jacobson versus Andrew Hung. Again, we've been basically saying, yeah, it's balance, but in this last move, B7, B5 by Andrew is an indication that at least he's trying to win the game.
And I think Mishra is signaling that he's not going for King F6.
He's not going for King F6.
No,
he's
he went
ready,
King F8.
he's ready to
quick
take a perpet.
Perhaps we should go to that position just
Yeah.
because.
We may see a handshake very soon.
Check. And
Queen B7, still one last chance to maybe go to F6.
I think if this was round 2, maybe Mishra would go for his
King F6.
King F6, you know, to attack. I mean, not to attack, to just try to go on in this game and continue and maybe play for a win. But right now,
Well,
he doesn't need to.
He saw the positions. He saw the other positions. He knows what's happening. And he probably understands the fact that King F8 is just going to potentially give him the championship.
I mean, if he needed to play for the win, he could give back the exchange and take on D5, but he doesn't.
Because playing King F6 here, I mean, it's a gamble. Why do you do that? Like, there's nothing to prove, right?
Yeah.
You win with the championship with a draw.
Yeah.
You're not sure. You're still not sure until the last moment, until the score sheets are
They're
signed.
signed,
But
right?
at the same time, you have an amazing chance to potentially clinch right now. And by the way,
he's down to two
Yeah,
and a
keep
half
in mind
minutes.
that he has only 2.5 minutes
2 minutes, that's
for
right.
8 moves.
I'm expecting King E8 or
I
King
kind of feel he
F8.
wants to play King F6, but I don't like that choice for him.
I I feel it's a bit too risky.
It is.
He's truly a fighter, but he's very good when it
Okay.
comes to this, making this type of decisions. Very experienced. King e7, yes. Or
Balaji is
Balaji
checking his
is
score
checking.
sheet because he is probably about to claim claim draw.
Queen b7.
Threefold repetition.
And we might be seeing our first result in the juniors, a crucial result in the junior section right now.
Maya is just confirming that it is a 3-time repetition.
Yeah, Arbiter Maya Myers, she has a lot of experience in this tournament.
Yes.
About claims. I mean, how many claims have you seen in every single round?
And we have seen some false claims. By the way, as we are on our 9th day broadcast, we'd love to shout out our thanks to everybody at the World Chess Hall of Fame, Shannon Bailey, Emily, for everything they do to make the tournament go so smoothly. No complaints.
It looks beautiful in the play hall. Players are enjoying it.
Absolutely, and here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, a big shout out to everybody here who makes our life so wonderful and happy. Jeannie and Rex, thank you so much for all your support. Joy and Tony, of course, and everybody on staff, Rebecca, Emily, Ryan, boy, I'm going to forget everybody.
Caleb.
Exactly, I'm going to forget everybody.
We can go on.
Right?
Tyler here.
Thank you. And the production team, especially a big shout out to our production team, our
Right.
graphic artist who always gets my predictions perfectly right. Everybody's terrific. And to yourselves as well. I mean, really, really, really nice. Kate, I know this was our first broadcast together. I hope we come back.
Thank you for teaching me, for showing me the ropes.
It's been fun, and even with Cristian.
Christian's been absolutely fantastic,
It's a little
but I
shaky
know,
at
yes, we are
times.
not going to admit it.
little shaky. But it's been a great. It's been the national championships. They always bring out somehow the best.
Always fun.
In the players.
Look, we have 3 incredible championships.
Exactly.
Right? And everybody's here to fight. Everybody knows that first spot, especially in the juniors and the junior
What it
girls,
means,
because
yeah.
that gives you a ticket to the U.S. championships, right?
Right.
So these are coveted titles, and you can see it in every single round. Everybody's here to fight. We get exciting games. We have a lot of fun here
Yeah.
in the studio, so
And-
that's what it's all about.
And really seeing the best young talents of American chess. I mean, we see Alice,
It's
Abhi,
wonderful.
Mishra. But again, like Iris, Mo, also very young player. A lot of just very young players in these tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. Let's just turn our attention now that Mishra is in the dugout. He's finished. He's looking at the game of Arthur and Kirk, as are we. And we're just seeing this position after the move King B1.
Yeah, Kirk is following the line we were predicting, and now just D3, very strong move.
Threatening
guys,
mate. Yes.
Does Brandon have 1 minute on his clock?
Does he?
Let's
Is-
take
is-
a look.
Is that correct?
Wow,
No.
yes, 1 minute on his clock against 6 minutes on Andrew Hung's clock.
He has 15 moves to
By
go.
the way, this is Carissa's game. We look like we have a result.
I think Carissa won her game against Rochelle.
Wow, what a comeback in that game.
Wow. And we now go back to the Brandon
down to his
Jacobson.
last 30 seconds.
30 seconds and counting.
I mean, he had
doesn't
a
look
few
like he's ready
games
to.
here that he played on like 30 seconds increment.
Yeah, but he doesn't look like he's ready to move either.
So
I mean, he could take on
B5.
A7.
Right.
Whoops. Sorry. Cristian, what were you saying?
You can take on B5 or take on A7, right? Those are the 2 moves.
Right. I was thinking the safer move was to take on A7, but maybe.
I'm trying to understand.
But wait a second, Brandon, 10 seconds.
10
he has
seconds.
to decide.
You got to do something.
And he did it with 7 seconds on his. I was about to say that's the safe move, but you were looking at takes on B5 as well.
Ouch! But this one.
Slightly worse, right?
I take on D3, I take on C4. Yeah, this is going to be slightly worse. Not much worse.
Right. But take on
maybe
C4.
something to play for
And
Andrew.
now.
Rook
and now-
D7, can I do? No, rook d7 to make a pin, maybe king e8.
And we do have rook takes d3, rook takes d3. We expect b5 takes c4.
Look, I don't think there's much to play for.
No. But if
But-
somebody's playing, it has to be black.
There's something.
And 13 moves left for with a minute on the clock. And any winner in this game between Brandon and Andrew means a playoff with Mishra, provided, of course, Arthur doesn't score.
Right, we were looking at Arthur Go and Kirk Ghazarian, but this game is also very important. We thought it's going to be a draw, but if it's not, then Mishra will have to play.
But by the way,
playoffs.
this was really good calculation by Andrew. Take a look at, and this is, I'm starting to understand why he spent so much time on this decision. If you go back a few moves, okay, what if you take on b5, right?
Right.
If you take on b5, I go rook d2, rook c2,
Right.
excuse me.
Rook c2 check.
And now the only move is to go back with the king. If you go rook d2, which to my eyes makes the most sense, right? You take, bishop to b4, rook to d3.
And e5?
Bishop to c5 is one way, but I'm not convinced that after bishop takes e5 and bishop takes a7, you're doing okay with black. But what you can do after rook d3 is g5.
G5.
Well, e5, I take, and I have rook f3.
Right.
That's a very important check.
So you play g5 first, I take on g5, and now e5, and that wins.
Wow.
This is really good calculation by Andrew, I have to say.
So we see b takes c4.
So the current position is bishop takes a7, rook d3, b takes. We're anticipating Brandon recapturing. If we play a move like rook to c3, the problem is rook a8 turns the tables on us. We think we're putting him in a pin. We're getting skewered, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Am I saying that right? Actually, that's not true, what I'm saying. I can actually play rook c3, rook a5, bishop f2, rook takes a2, and rook takes c4. But okay, I
Rook
think
b2, I don't know.
we're going to get the same position.
But this one is a bit tricky because I have rook b2 at the end and I win a pawn.
So we're going to get
10
this
seconds, guys.
position
He needs to
once
make a move.
again. Now he went down. Last time he went down to 7. Now it's just a simple 5. So takes, and because our f4 pawn is hanging, we're anticipating bishop to e3. And by the way, we have two winners in Arthur Zhu lost to Justin Wang, and by the way, Josiah Stearman defeated Jason Liang. So shout out to those two players for their wins in this championship round. Bishop e3 on the board defending. We're anticipating rook to a4, kind of.
Forcing the rook to retreat, drop back.
Yeah, white will be in a passive position, but because it's such reduced material, Christian, we're probably the engines are just only saying slight advantage black.
Yes, yes.
Only slight
very,
advantage.
very close to 0-0.
Very close.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say practically 0-0. Okay.
So it goes back to Arthur and Kirk for a moment.
Right, but
let's just see. King
Kirk
b1.
is kind of repeating the position.
Has he?
He has been repeating it for quite a few times.
No kidding. Queen d3 check.
He's really going there to the well, but at this point he has to do something different. He needs to go d3. It's time.
Which is
go d3,
very, very
take the pawn on
compelling
h2, and be
move.
happy with the loot.
I like that whole queen c4 and d3 variation.
Can he?
But I wouldn't go for it right now. I would be worried about three-time repetition, to be honest.
Exactly.
Just play d3, make sure you don't accidentally make a draw.
I've done that too. I thought I was being very clever and allowing, picking up some time. on the clock, something I would never have done if they hadn't changed the time controls. I mean, the whole Bobby Fischer bonus came in much later in the late 1990s. He's reaching for his
what
queen.
Is he doing?
Queen
Is
A2.
that-
All right, I'm gonna.
Okay, now
I need to
think
check it.
King C1.
Okay, this is at least twice, but it's not 3 times yet.
It's not.
It's not 3 times yet.
But after King C1, Queen C4 is 3 times, right?
No, it's not. It's
No.
also twice.
Yeah, I see Queen C4 once only.
It's also just twice.
Wow.
I mean, I am worried for Kirk.
He's playing with fire. He's really playing with fire, I have to say.
When I was younger, I thought that you have to repeat the same moves. And then I did not repeat the same moves.
By
But
the
then
way-
my opponent claimed it, but it was the same position repeated, and that's important.
By the way, Artur is probably checking. He's like,
oh, for
okay, how many
sure.
times did we do this?
Right.
Honestly, I would claim this if it was my game. If it's
Right.
incorrect, it's incorrect. Fine, arbiters are gonna tell me that, but
He's looking. I mean, he's really hoping that.
that it would be true.
the only thing, the punishment if you claim incorrectly is that your opponent is gonna get 2 minutes. And that's a trade-off I would be willing to make here.
Clearly. I mean, 2 extra minutes on
All
the
right,
clock.
guys.
Enjoy.
Let's go back to this Andrew. Really, let's go back to this one because it's
Brandon
not that
Jacobson,
easy.
Andrew Hung.
This is not that easy. Okay, what happened there?
By the way, we do have E5 on the board. After bishop E3, E5 has been played.
Can I take and go F5 and hope for something?
Why not?
I mean, you have to go for it, right?
Right.
At this point.
We take on F5, and now with the move F5, black has an intact pawn structure, and white's rather in tatters, I must say.
And your opponent has 40 seconds on his clock.
And king
That
E6.
one is, that can be captured.
I like this. I think that this is a great attempt. Maybe
Aren't
if I was
we getting
in,
somewhere with black? after
yeah,
this
if I
rook
was
takes
in
G4?
white shoes, in Brandon's shoes, I might have chosen to play king to G3 just to avoid this. This has some promise, in my opinion, for white, for black.
I tend to agree. Yeah.
2 minutes.
Okay. So what he can do is, in fact, rook to D4.
This can't be right. They've only played 30 moves.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be playing 10 more moves, both players, down underneath
Yes,
a
with
minute.
very little time on their clock.
Boy, they have played slowly, haven't they, to go.
Okay, so what he wants is probably rook D4.
Rook G4, king F3, F5.
And now rook D4.
And then rook D4.
Oh, the rook is kind of almost trapped.
It doesn't force
Still
the
has
exchange
rook
yet.
G6 if necessary.
Rook G6 and maybe rook D7, right? Something like that.
Rook D6. Yeah, there's some certain awkwardness about black's pieces because you desperately want to play king E6 and
bishop
G5
G5 now.
as fast as possible, but you've got bishop C5.
Bishop
You've got
G5,
bishop
yeah.
to G5 stopping me in. So it means that after rook to D7, I'm forced to move my king. King to
He took it,
E8.
okay.
He took on G4.
His,
King F3, F5.
F5.
He's going for this imbalance where he...
By the way, I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that because he played one of his move, then his opponent made a move, then he moved another. And
No,
he
you're
did
supposed to
not-
write down your moves.
You have to write down your move. Right, you cannot have 3 moves unwritten.
Exactly. You're supposed to write your moves sequentially.
Yes.
Guys, I mean, look, if you don't find the best moves right now with white, you might end up in trouble.
Oh, with no question. If you give black the chance to play rook a4 with a gain of a tempo, followed by king e6, I think you're done and dusted. Andrew would win this game. So that's why I think that this move rook d4 is so crucial right here.
It's crucial, yes. And it's not easy. That's the thing.
Well, if I'm in white shoes and I'm seeing rook a4,
But he
Okay,
made it.
rook d4.
Rook d4.
I'm thinking I'm lost. So I have to find the move rook d4 because the alternatives lose. And I think this is the draw So you're just forced, as black, to drop your rook back. Nothing else to be done. And once again, rook's a little bit misplaced. You're desperate to play rook a6 and king e6. So after rook d7, as we're saying, there are two ideas.
Yeah,
bishop
and if
g5,
I go bishop g5 there, and you have to
c5.
move back with the bishop dead, and game is lost, right?
For black.
black,
Yes,
yes.
exactly. So this is a winning threat, in fact, bishop c5.
If we exchange all the pieces, we have 2 pawns that are running.
Right. 7, 5.
Now he's
Little
worse.
bit.
Now
He's
he's
pushing
much
it.
worse, guys.
But king e8, right?
No, king e6.
King e6, sorry. And after rook, I don't know,
B7?
a7.
Now rook g4.
Back to g4, simple.
So I don't have bishop f4 because of g5.
Oh man, this is getting dicey right now. This is
For
not
sure.
easy anymore. The computer is saying that black is doing really well. Okay, not winning by any means yet, but good chances after king to e6. Really good chances.
I have to agree. I mean, again, if you look at the structure, you see these scraggly pawns. The pawn on e5, h2.
King e6 on the board.
Conversely, you know, these very nice structure for black. 3 versus 1
Are we
majority.
in fact going to see Andrew force the tie breaks like this?
Right?
Oh, this would be a scripted finish, I have to say.
Now, let's just take it from the top. If Andrew were to win, and we think he's closing in on
He has a
precisely
chance.
that, he would tie with Mishra, and there would be a playoff.
That was the
tomorrow.
money move, rook to g4.
That was it. And what a turnaround this has been for Brandon.
It's time for Brandon to start pushing.
A4 and hope.
You have to find your own counterplay because you know what black is aiming at. That is to push the pawns on the king side, pick up the pawn on e5 exactly.
And
he
he's
has to
done
go
it.
for a4.
But on the other, the problem, as I see it with a4, is this move rook e4 is coming with the tempo. I'm
That's
threatening
right.
to take the bishop
That's right.
with a
yeah.
check.
So a5 would be a big blunder here.
Right, a5, rook takes e3, and that's painful. The old double attack.
And probably after rook e4, you have to go rook a8, right?
Okay, rook a8, and we can pick up this pawn with a...
Yeah, you pick up that guy, and I continue pushing, right?
I think I need my rook behind.
Behind and keep pushing.
And time to push as well.
Right, and now, do I
No,
have
rook
rook e8?
Rook e8.
Yes,
Followed
because
by
you have to
e7.
defend your bishop, and then I'm in time for a7.
Exactly. I have to do it
Okay,
in
that
a
a pawn
nicer
is
way.
dangerous also.
Yeah, because you get to a7, it's protected by the bishop.
It's basically the perfect setup.
Okay, so let me refresh my board. Sorry, everybody. And how is Arthur getting along? It's bad, bad, bad. No 3-time repetition in that game, by the way. It
Yes,
looks like
that's
Kirk is,
bad. That's bad.
Kirk is doing incredibly well. A4, move 35 on the board, Kate.
Move 35, yes.
And suddenly, for the first time, Andrew, he's getting down on the clock. He's relying on his increment, and he did play rook e4.
Rook e4, our
Respecting.
predicting
Sets
move.
up for that rook takes e3 cheapo.
Rook a8. We don't expect Brandon to fall for that.
No, we don't.
But he can give a
Maybe-
check on a6 instead, right?
I've got a nice idea.
Okay,
G5.
all right.
Because the problem is G4 check. Where do you go with your king?
f2.
Bishop H4 check.
Ooh.
So you don't G5 and you don't have time for A5.
That's a good one. That's
I like it.
13 seconds. Ticking, ticking. And he moved his bishop, by the way. He just sidestepped a lot of those tricks with rook takes E3 check. He played bishop to B6.
This is dicey. Really dicey for white. I mean, you're still in
He's
the game.
on the edge. He's
You're
on the edge.
still
There's
in the
no
game,
question.
but I mean, it's so close.
It
It's
feels
so close from getting in big trouble.
In fact, I'm finding myself really drawn to this whole idea of G5 and G4 right now.
You start seeing some checkmates, right?
Exactly.
And Andrew follows your advice, G5.
The mating nets suddenly magically appear.
You gotta go H3 now.
Because G4 check and bishop comes here and there could be a mate on the first rank.
You have to go H3. H3 is crucial.
H3?
Yes, you have to at least provoke the exchange of one pair of pawns.
Like if I go H5, you're ready to... Yeah, well, I think you're ready to... You'd be happy to trade the H2 pawn. I don't think I'm
Brandon
going
is
to allow
down to
you.
5 seconds. Make him
4, 3,
H3. Wow.
Okay, wow.
He played it.
H3,
Look at that
H5. Andrew is like...
A5.
A5.
Oh my goodness. He found the best sequence of moves to stay in the game.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
The only way to stay in the game. Wow.
This is the grandmaster level chess. You
right.
have few seconds left on the clock and you played a perfect
Oh, he played
line.
G4. I was thinking he
G4.
was going to take the pawn on E5 and play rook to B5 in order to keep the H pawn on the board. He didn't. He just went straight forward.
It's key to go King G3. Don't go
That-
King G2.
No, King G2, F4.
Exactly.
That would be lights out.
You have to stay on G3.
But that was the problem, King G3. I would have left the H5 and H3 pawns on the board if I were in black shoes. I would have just taken that pawn immediately. But let's see,
Yeah,
King
G3 is
G3.
nice because every time black wants to push F4, the pawn on G4 is hanging.
By the way, last
Precisely.
move before the time control.
Phew.
Move
2
40
minutes.
right here.
And again, King G3, only move.
Only move.
Brandon is taking his time, but
Don't
what's he
think
thinking
about it, Brandon. Don't even think
King
about it. You
G2
gotta
would
go
be-
King G3 to stay in the game.
I mean, I'm
Exactly.
not worried. I'm worried when he has 5 seconds.
I see. So he might be afraid of King G3, Bishop G5.
But why
what's
is
the
that
follow-up?
scary?
Because of Bishop F4?
And some mating
And then,
threats?
well, if you go to H4, maybe he's... Well,
Mm-hmm.
this is what he's thinking about. And he's down to 19 seconds. We know, thanks to the engine, that he has to play King
You know,
G3.
critical 40th move,
And
and
woo!
we have the correct one here. Wow. I mean, guys,
Wow.
I picked Jacobson as the winner. I just want to say so.
And,
But he won't be able to do that.
What
Wow.
a sequence,
Okay,
defensive
and now
sequence
it's up
from
to Andrew to make his 40th
Jacobson.
move.
Yes. But he has 2 minutes, so he's good. He's good to go. Do you take that pawn on E5?
I do. I play rook takes E5. A question for you, Christian. Did the engine think G4 was the best? Because I did like rook takes E5, and in case of
No, rook takes E5, I would go A6.
Yeah.
It wouldn't change much.
keeping these pawns on the board, though, right?
Well, at some point you have to go G4, right?
Okay. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, rook B5,
Okay.
rook B7, and I
That's
still
fine.
go A7.
Not a big deal. Takes, king G3 on the board, and give us the engine eval.
Yeah.
Zero zeros?
Yes. Close to it.
0 zeros. Well, it may not be a playoff after all, Kate. I mean, it was close, very, very close. As we're looking at Arthur's game, and
I mean, it's time to go maybe to the junior girls section because we have still Zoe Tang there.
we have a guest in studio with Christian. Over to you.
Speaking of the junior girls, Carissa, first of all, congratulations for a final round victory. Important one. You played against a good friend of yours, and it was a complete back and forth game. How did you approach this one?
I kind of felt, at this point, tournaments not so great, but I really wanted to finish on like a good note, so I took the game pretty seriously. I think I definitely messed up a bit in the opening there, and I got very frustrated after I allowed like this Queen C7 move. Otherwise, I felt that.
I think you're talking about this moment when you allowed Queen to C7.
Otherwise, I felt that maybe I should have just played F4 instead, and then these sorts of structures, just like kind of like a French, Caro, that kind of thing, is
The types
kind
that
of my
you
jam.
enjoy
Yeah.
quite a lot. Yeah.
But okay, So I allowed this counterplay with queen g3, f4, and things kind of got dicey on the queen side, but I never felt that there was like a very clear knockout blow for her.
Oh, they certainly did. At this point, she had this move, bishop to e4.
Yes, I did see that on the engine.
You were planning to
after.
play f5, right?
I was going for f5, and I thought like the complications and her time trouble would be in
she
my
had this
favor.
move, crazy move, b3.
Oh.
And if you take on d2. And
Oh, I didn't see that one. Yeah.
Dodged the bullet on this one.
I did, got lucky.
But
yeah, after bishop f5, I thought I was doing okay, but things are obviously still complicated.
yes, you are. You are definitely doing okay here. And I think this nice finish with rook takes g7.
Yes.
A difficult tournament for you. As you mentioned, you came into this tournament as one of the big favorites to win it. How would you assess it? What do you see as things that you need to improve after this one? Tell us a bit about that.
I haven't really had an opportunity to look over my games a lot in depth, just because it's such a fast-paced tournament. But I think, generally speaking, probably some stuff with my openings gave my opponents some chances, and maybe I'm just like a little bit rusty with calculation and stuff. I was missing some important moves in like my critical games. So I'll definitely have to take a look at those, but I have another tournament coming up.
Actually, talk to us about that. What's next for you? I know you have a very busy academic career as well. You go to Stanford. That's very, very difficult to combine both that and chess. How do you approach that? What's next for you?
Yeah, so I'm playing in the Women's World Cup in Baku. So I'm flying out in 2 days. And hopefully it'll be fun after I get knocked out from that. I'll have a break from chess for a while. And then there's the Women's World Team in early September,
yes.
which I'm going to be playing.
What about the US Championship? Do we have... You don't know yet.
I'm not sure yet. We'll see.
Got it.
We'll see how my tournaments go.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, Carissa, congratulations on the last round victory and good luck at the World Cup.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well. Nice way to finish the tournament.
Yeah.
Not exactly the
Can I
finish.
squeeze in a question?
Of course, Charles.
Carissa, congratulations on a nice end, kind of nice touch for the tournament. You're exiting kind of the junior girls section, right? This was your last year playing the championship, but you've won it 3 times. You won the U.S. Women's Championships. So how do you feel about your kind of junior career when you are now entering the women's one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bittersweet, as growing up usually is. But not the best end to my juniors career. But of course, there's still going to be a lot of tournaments to play. And I'm excited for, U.S. Women's and all of that coming up too.
I hope it's not too bittersweet because still you are a great American talent, very accomplished. So, one tournament, bad tournament happens, but there are a lot of them ahead.
Thank you.
A lot of bad tournaments ahead?
No, a lot of good tournaments ahead.
Yes, sir.
One bad tournament.
But a lot of tournaments ahead.
I remember a few years back when you made one of our participants cry. I don't remember exactly who it was, but...
Could be me now.
Was that you?
No, but it could be me now. You never know.
Yasser.
Yasser, don't be mean,
No,
please.
I'm not. I'm a nice person. Hi, Carissa. Just looking at the remaining games, Kelsey Rose, that looks like it's headed towards a draw, a very even sterile. I would even go as far as to say rook ending.
Very important game, Iris Mo against Zoe Tang. Zoe fighting for the 2nd place in the U.S. Junior
I
girls.
like Zoe's position. I don't like necessarily her bishop on b8, but I like this idea of targeting this h4 pawn with bishop. I like Black's knight. A knight is a Thor, a god of thunder, on the d5 square. So I like her position, and I like the extra pawn. I've liked the extra pawn for Black for quite a number of moves already.
But I'm wondering now, Gracie is trading pawns. right? So we are targeting pawn on e6. But Cristian, we have another guest.
Josiah, a difficult tournament for you, but with a nice touch to finish it. Good victory with the white pieces. Sum up your experience here at the juniors.
Yeah, I mean, getting in the wild card, and this is my last event as well. I really wanted to do well, but I felt like I never really got on the right foot, and especially after the rest day, I lost 3 in a row, and I feel like maybe I just relaxed a bit too much after the rest day, and I just kind of lost my focus. But I mean, overall, I'm happy to be here, and obviously ending with a win is pretty good going into my next important tournament, World Cup. So I'm pretty happy to finish off on a good note.
So you're actually going with Carissa as well and some other players from the United States to the World Cup. What are your ambitions for that event? It's a big one.
Well, obviously every game I play, I'll be the underdog. And so, I'm just trying to go there and play good chess. Honestly, like going into every event, moving forward, I just want to play good chess, and especially after this tournament, like I really did not. So, I have ambitions, but at the same time, I just want to take it a game at a time and see where that leads me.
Absolutely, and I see you're sporting a very nice jacket today. That's the Mizzou chess jacket. You should have sported that a few more rounds. Maybe you would have gotten some more victories.
I should have. The 2 games that I won, I was wearing this jacket. And actually, at the Continental where I qualified for the World Cup, I wore this jacket every single game.
There you go. Guys, any questions for Josiah?
Lucky jacket.
Yeah, so why are you not wearing the jacket more often?
Well, I wore the jacket every single game I played after Continental, and I was like undefeated for like 20 games.
Wow.
And then I lost a game. It was actually against Brandon at National Open. I was like, okay, I'll retire the jacket for now, but maybe I should have brought it back.
Oh.
I have a question, not Brandon, but Josiah. We played duck chess during the rest day, the 15 club anniversary, and I was extremely surprised. You are such a strong duck chess player. How long have you been playing?
That was actually only like my 3rd duck chess game like ever. So I don't know. Maybe I just had some intuition for duck chess, but it certainly didn't carry over into the real games.
A gifted duck chess player.
Definitely. There is a talent there.
Absolutely.
Well, congratulations on finishing this tournament strongly, and good luck at the World Cup Championship.
Indeed. Good luck for the knockout. Those are great tournaments. 2 games going on in the seniors we haven't really paid that much attention to. Some time ago, Douglas had won a pawn, or rather Patrick had sacrificed a pawn. And I look at this position and I think to myself, boy, I have been frustrated so many times as a French defense player with a light squared bishop. Like, I'm dreaming. If I could just illegally, take my d5 pawn off the board, I would play the move d5, d4, and instantly have my bishop on this great diagonal. The problem is the blockade on the extra pawn really neutralizes the effect of the extra pawn. And I'm thinking that, Patrick's got a blockade, and he shouldn't be risking anything in this current position. And back over to you, Cristian, as we have another guest in studio.
Mishra, a draw for you, but this was an absolutely wild game. You had no idea what was going to happen in the other games before the round started. How did you approach today's game?
Well, today's game, I just wanted to have a fight. Okay, just play a normal game. Whatever happens will happen. If I lose, okay, fine. If I win, great. Just play a normal game.
And he came up with some blazing hot preparation. It felt like out of the opening, this f4 followed by this f5. In fact, I think this is novelty. And he played a game previously with Castle.
Castle, knight d5, I remember.
That's right. So you were aware of this.
Yes.
You prepared this as well. Tell us a bit about this position. What was your preparation looking like?
Yeah, this f5 move I didn't exactly know. The main idea is the fight over the d5 square. Yes. And here I basically had 2 candidate moves, knight b4 and d5.
Yes.
Because the issue is if you play a move like b5, which is quite thematic, the issue is at some point, like maybe, okay, even here engine says white is close to equal, but I was worried about, like, say, I can just go knight d5.
Knight d5 first, okay.
And now, like, if I play knight takes d5, e takes d5, this structure didn't look too good for me, but maybe I can go knight b8, d7, f6. Maybe somehow I can make this work, but I was worried about the structure, like, if, like, knight b4 fails to bishop e4.
Correct. Yes.
And I have this,
stuck.
and he has this sort of bind. Another idea I had was like d5 here, This also looked kind of decent, but the issue was like, say, one idea of this is like e takes d5. Now, if knight takes d5, you go like even bishop e4. Like this. Oh, sorry, bishop e4. Apparently, it doesn't work. But some structure, like even
Some
if
castle,
castle,
maybe.
yeah, probably castle, knight c3, bc3.
Yeah.
The structure where white gets a bishop on e4 is actually quite unpleasant because, like, bishop on c8 cannot get out, and b5 is
You don't
always
have a lot of
prevented.
counterplay, yeah?
Yes.
So you chose this move,
Knight
to b4, and transition into this
Yeah,
one.
I think h3 is inaccurate, like very.
It's very inaccurate.
It's very bad
yes.
move, because the issue is I think you basically have to go g5 here.
Yes.
And the reason why I played bishop d7 and not b5 is like, okay, generally in the structure you go b5, bishop b7, but I was thinking that maybe in some variations I can go long castle, so I thought maybe I should just keep the pawn on b7.
Keep the pawn on b7, keep it safe like that.
Yes.
Excellent.
Here, my idea was like, say, h takes g5, bishop takes g5. I don't think Engine thinks this is a great idea, but my idea was knight g4.
Knight g4, yes, yes, very interesting.
And now, okay, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. Somewhere I can even just give up the g7 pawn and go long castle. Like
No,
queen
I like
g,
it.
for example, like queen g3, I go knight, like queen h4 it can also exist, but like queen g3, I can go knight f6. Queen g7 long castle, I go rook g8, bishop c6, d5.
And I think you guys were looking, Yasser and Kashka were looking at this type of positions. And he played the move h3 and...
Yeah, I think this this a4 move is actually quite nice. Like
he has to play,
yeah,
right?
If he doesn't find it, I think he's like just like basically lost on the spot.
Right, and this was the big moment right here when you decided to take on g4. Perhaps not the best way, but then he played this move, f6.
Yeah, so...
Were we saw you watching the clock a little bit in a panic mode. Were you panicking at all, or did I miss this? Or
at first,
everything
I wanted to play bishop b5. I thought like this is like resigns.
Yes.
But the variation is actually quite great. So c4, bishop takes c4.
Yes.
The first thing I saw that was that rook h8, king d7, rook takes d8, bishop takes d8. Now, let's say queen takes e4, rook takes e4, f takes g7, and now rook takes g4 and black wins.
Correct.
So I saw this variation, I thought like, okay, maybe black is winning here. But then I realized that actually, here I think it's actually inaccurate to play rook takes d8 because black can play king takes d8, and he's still like, probably still winning actually. But the issue with this is actually rook h8, king d7, white goes knight c5.
Correct.
He forces his rook to c5, then he takes on d8.
On the 5th rank.
Bishop takes d8, now f takes g7. Now pawn
Yes.
queens.
No more taking on c4, no more rook g4. This is
Yeah,
over.
this was a nice variation.
And you started calculating that, you spotted that you played bishop
I thought
to
bishop
f8.
f8, and now this is actually just, this should be winning for black. But the issue is, apparently Engine doesn't like this queen f6 move, but I was considering keeping the queen on c7, but I was worried that in some cases white can go like rook h7, bishop h6. Like, apparently it works out tactically, but during the game it seemed very scary to keep the queen away from the king side.
Once you play queen g6, Abhi, you must know that this is probably going to end in a draw, yeah? You calculated this variation,
I thought,
right?
okay, this was working for me, but I miscalculated, like in the end, this queen d7.
Oh,
So-
all the way towards the end.
Yeah, because this is all forced. Because if queen g6 works, actually, let's go back to that position for a bit, like queen e4 position. So here I had a choice, whether I go bishop takes b3, bishop d7, queen g6, or basically any of these, all these three moves. The first thing I wanted to play was like bishop takes b3, c takes b3, queen g6.
Yes.
But I was worried that, okay, queen takes g6, f takes g6, like this endgame is, I'm up by a pawn, but
Gets the king.
it seemed
d4,
very, very difficult to convert here.
Probably, yes.
I thought it would probably be a draw. So, and another I didn't want to give up my bishop. I thought if I can get the same endgame without trading on b3, I should just be completely winning.
Yeah.
I had another
What
idea.
if you go bishop d7?
Instead of bishop d7, I was considering b5 also. It looks ridiculous with the idea of like rook c4.
Yes.
But I was worried that somewhere like maybe like say g5 for example. This is not like totally accurate, but queen g. But here knight a1, he has b4. Okay, so maybe
take knight
a1,
a1.
b4. But
Then
maybe
you-
even b5, knight a1 directly. But knight a1, yeah, knight a1. Now the issue is if I go rook c4, I just kind of lose a piece.
Yeah,
Like
queen
he goes
f5,
queen
yeah.
f5, takes, and b3, I just
There's
lose a piece.
b3 coming, yeah.
Maybe knight a1, b4 is somehow good for black, but this okay,
Not
like
easy
pushing
to,
pawns. But
yeah. I mean, you can
pawn
still
going from
take-
b7 to b4, I didn't see how it kind of helped me as such.
It doesn't make a lot of practical sense.
Yes.
So then you decided, did you look at the other games at this point?
No,
Or
no.
You didn't
This
look at
I had like 14 minutes. I spent 8 minutes. I thought this was working because the issue is if I go bishop d7, like bishop d7 also looked like a normal move, but I was worried that white gets counterplayed by the means of knight a5.
Yes.
And knight comes to c6, and now okay, game is already. I'm up by a pawn. I have a bishop pair, but it's still very. here, like, white is definitely in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Things get complicated in this one. And you decide to go with queen g6.
I saw some nice variations here, like, okay, queen takes a6 is definitely the move you have to play, but for example, like queen a2, if someone doesn't see this queen d7 draw, you could think that king e1, maybe this somehow holds, like queen e4, rook h3. But instead of queen e4, I think rook c3 is just resigns.
Oh, very nice.
Okay, it's not very relevant, but okay, queen a2 doesn't work.
Well, Abhimanyu, it seems like everything is looking like it's working out in your favor in this one. Arthur, not looking good for him in this one. What about Brandon? This was the big one, right? You must have felt those last few moves when he had only moves. Your heart must be racing.
I wasn't really watching this game. I was walking outside. But yeah, this still looks very, very possible to mess this up.
Double-edged, yeah.
Very double-edged. Like rook a3, king g2, okay, just... First thing is, okay, f4, rook takes e7, you shouldn't blunder.
Well, you can...
Yeah, you can at least go rook a2, rook a3. Yeah. It should be a draw.
Don't do f4.
yeah.
Don't do f4, rook takes e7. Yeah, well, Abhimanyu, we'll let you go. We'll let you go watch the final moments of those two last games. And, well, we're not going to congratulate you for anything right now. Maybe we'll talk to you later.
Yeah, this isn't how I would want to win the tournament. Yeah, this game I should have found some way to make this work.
Guys, any questions?
Maybe just a very quick question, Abhimanyu. I mean, very interesting game. In the last moment, you decided to go king f8 to just repeat, but you were looking at this move king f6, which is very dangerous, and we weren't sure if you are going to play it. What were you thinking in that moment, and why did you not play it at the end?
Yeah, instead of king f6 was actually what I was planning to play at the start, but like when I was calculating this variation from queen g6, but the issue here is queen d7. And now, actually, originally I was considering queen h7, but then I realized queen d6 is mate in one. So this queen takes d6 is a very big issue. So queen g2 check is probably the only move. King d1, rook takes d2, bishop takes d2, queen takes d5. I think I might have seen this far from beginning, but I kind of missed that white has, like, in the worst case scenario, white can go queen d8 check, king g6, check on g5, king h7, queen h4 check, and just perpetual. And also, other than this, maybe white has some other moves, and my king is still a bit weak, so I thought, okay, if white has minimum draw, let's make a draw and go back before something bad happens.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if it was round 3, you would go for some risky king f6, but now is maybe not the time to take risks, as this may be an important draw for the championship. So congratulations, really nice game.
Thank you.
Absolutely, as we're going to just take a quick break as we keep an eye on the game between Arthur and Kirk, as well as Brandon and Andrew. Will Andrew join Mishra in a playoff? We'll see you on the other side of the break to answer that question.
Hi everyone, we are here at the 15th anniversary of St. Louis Chess Club in Central West End. It's also International Chess Day. There is a lot of fun going on behind us. Let's go check that out.
Today is a fantastic day. So we have a beautiful weather, and then there are so many players here, even from the US juniors, seniors, girls. We are playing duck chess, by the way, you can see my face paint. And it's so fun to see all the players. Yasser is playing duck chess, even Josiah, Stearman, Carissa, everybody here. So it's really fun to be just experiencing chess. We have a lot of kids here. We have a lot of adults, a lot of club players. So I think everybody's really enjoying the chess atmosphere, celebrating 15th anniversary of the club. And I mean, it's just really fun.
I thank everybody who started this formation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It has truly been a great advancement to the game of chess, especially in this country. And I'm just so excited to be here and play all just chess with other people who do as well. I'm just so happy and so elated.
Wow, what does a club mean to me? Well, it changed my life. If I wasn't doing the commentary, I'd be watching. So now I've got the best job in the world. I've got a front row seat, I get to mingle with the chess players, and I get to watch the greatest games in the world unfold in front of me. And it's been a life-changing and the most rewarding experience of my chess career.
I'm 15 years older, and I'm still here. That's pretty good. Now I see what it is. I realize we have such an incredible staff like you guys that it's just remarkably successful. There's no question it's the best club in the country, if not the world.
It was a wonderful day full of fun, celebration, and ice cream. I just want to thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for an amazing 15 years. Happy International Chess Day.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I'm doing social media for the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our national championship. We have results, Kate.
Yes, results round 9 for the U.S. Junior Girls Championship. Yip won against Wu and Mangalam lost against Lee.
And in the seniors,
we have a number of draws here.
Right.
Kaidanov drew with Dlugy, Shabalov drew with Khachiyan, and Akopian drew with Gurevich.
And finally, all eyes on the juniors as everything to play for.
Yeah, he lost against Wang. Daggupati drew with Mishra, very important draw with Mishra, and Stearman won against Liang.
And Brandon Jacobson and Andrew Hong are in play. Can Andrew win the game and potentially force a playoff, should he do so? The engines don't seem to say that the advantage is significantly enough, but I tell you, when you sit there and look at this position as black, you sure feel like you've got chances, at least, of winning. The problem that Andrew is currently facing is the very desirable move is to play f4, followed by rook a2 check, and force the king, and then you can push the pawns up the board. The problem is white actually has a threat at the moment.
Similarly to what Black had before.
Exactly.
Right?
You can give up the rook and fork the bishop. Pardon me, fork the rook and king with the bishop. So you can't play f4. If you give a check, then I'm not going to allow you to play f4 by retreating my king. Rather, I'm going to put my king on g3. And this is the problem, that you can't get f4 and g4 going, and that's why we think the game is a draw. But Arthur is suffering terribly. It looks like he's completely busted, Cristian.
Oh yes.
In this one.
Oh yes. There's no way out of this one. The problem is your king is completely stuck on b1.
On b1.
There's no way you can release it and then create some sort of counter chances.
With the
queen has to stay on the first rank to defend against queen to h1. And we're talking about the other game right now. This is the Jacobson versus Andrew Hong. We're talking about the Gua game versus Ghazarian.
Ghazarian is about to make a move.
Queen c4.
Queen c4.
And this is what I'm talking about. That bishop on b3 is doing an absolutely tremendous job of stopping any sort of counterplay. Now you can go queen b4 and exchange the queens. It's not going to help you.
And Black picked a lot of white pawns
yes, he
on
did.
the way, giving checks.
He
yes,
did.
yes. So Black, I believe, is a couple of pawns up right now. But it's not even about that. It's about the fact that that bishop on b3 stops any sort of counterplay. While my pawns in any endgame are going to go down the board very quickly.
Well, now that you mention it, if white doesn't play queen b4 check, on Black's agenda is quite possibly queen d3 check and queen d1.
That's right.
So I'm just forcing the trade of queens regardless,
That's
should I
right.
want. And that's why we think these three pawns are going to just go blasting up the board very
And you
nicely.
can give a check on e4, but then I just simply go d5. You cannot touch the e5 pawn.
Right,
You get checkmated.
Two-move checkmate.
Yeah. It's just the weakness of the king coupled with the fact that those pawns are just simply going down the board.
Exactly.
This feels like it's over.
Yeah, very difficult game because Arthur Go, if he would be able to manage to make a draw here, he's in the playoffs with Abhimanyu Mishra for the title.
It's so frustrating for him right now. And you know, he knows the result, he knows the position he came into this round in. I mean, with the white pieces.
And the position he got out of the opening was so superior. I mean, he could only be frustrated as possibly
it's
could
tough.
be.
It's a tough situation.
Yeah.
He had it. You know, he had at least a tie breaks.
Right.
In the back. But unfortunately for him, look, he took the chances, but maybe didn't take those chances at the right moment. And Kirk Ghazarian, I mean, kudos to Kirk.
Right.
You know, he's not in position to play for any of the top spots, if I'm not mistaken. He's not making the podium.
Right.
But he's been hanging on.
He's impactful for the standings, that's for darn sure.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And in the girls' fight for the second place,
King
I think
A1.
Arthur just made a move. Sorry, I kind of waiting around for Arthur to make a move. He did play King
A1.
King A1.
Yeah, but
So-
this is a very good position. And Kirk has 32 minutes.
By the way,
He's gonna
guys,
probably think.
I think we should go to the other one. I think they are repeating.
Andrew?
Andrew Hong versus Brandon. I believe they have
Let's
made
take a
this
look.
repetition quite a few times already. So the last few moves after a6 were rook to a3, king g2, rook a2, king g3, and in fact, king g3 was the third time repetition, I believe. Maybe not, no, with a rook on a2. So right now, Black can claim a 3-time repetition with rook to a3.
Right.
And if he plays rook a3, then White can claim a 3-time repetition with king g2. So we're very close from potentially seeing this one and crucial game end.
I don't know. If I was in Black's shoes, I'd still be tempted to try to play with the move bishop to g5.
By the way, I'm curious, sorry to interrupt,
no,
but
no.
if Andrew makes rook a3, but he does not claim draw, can Brandon just claim the draw without suggesting a move because it's a 3-5 fold repetition?
No, I think he has to say, I'm going to play this move because he can play king f2.
And that would be, you know what I mean? Because
yes, I know
rook
what you're
a3
saying.
is a 3-fold repetition, and if Andrew doesn't claim it, maybe Brandon can claim it.
With king g2, yes. King g2
With
would
king
be
G2.
I have to write a move, okay.
the final time and the final third time repetition. And as you can see, Brandon, also frustrating for these two players. I mean,
Right, neither one of them needed a draw. They needed a win.
Look, they're good friends, but I mean, this is business, and this is exactly what's happening right now. They're fighting it off to a draw, and fortunately, that's not going to give either of them that championship or that tie breaks for the championship.
I like how no one is looking at the board.
Yeah, both of them looking away from one another there. That was special. I wanted to go to the girls, pardon me, as Zoe Tang
She's
fighting.
playing for a second place.
Yes, she is, and I really like her position when we left it. Knight to b6, huh? Wow. Okay, knight to b6. So she's saying, give me the pawn, and I want to undermine this knight on b5. At the same time, by the way, she's defending her pawn on c4, and looks very favorable for black.
Yeah,
Knight
this position. Knight a3, rerouting the knight to attack on c4.
Okay, so just a second. Let me play devil's advocate here. Take a pawn. You can't really take this guy because f3 would be hanging.
Right.
In
so
that case, knight
take
takes
on
c4.
c4.
And I love my knight. I mean, I'm sorry, I just
Of course, you're not going to trade that one.
my knight. Although, wait, sorry, excuse me. Queen a2. I was hitting the knight, I was hitting the bishop, but I was walking into rook c2. Sorry. Just, yeah, knight to d5. It feels very, very good for...
Are there some tricks like bishop takes h6?
Well, it's a pawn. It's not necessarily... It's a pawn. I'm not going to take. I'm not going to allow queen g6 check. But somehow, it's a little frustrating. You would want more, wouldn't you?
Because queen g6 can be a threat, with e6 being attacked, g7 being attacked.
I do have this as a defense. But the thing is, how do I put this guy to work? I mean, I've got this extra pawn on g3. It would be nice to utilize it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, not so easy.
Not that easy. I guess just taking a pawn. Looks a little funny that you take a pawn, I take a pawn, and we just both mutually kind of maul one another. Queen g6,
Yeah,
I do have queen e7.
But I'm happy to force the queen to go back.
A little bit passive, agreed.
Maybe just recapturing pawn on g3.
Queen takes g3, yeah.
I actually thought maybe with the king, but queen works too.
Yeah, king takes g3. Funny how I didn't want to put my, just, and this again, Zoe has taken, let me refresh my board, because by the way, the Liang Yan also, big fight for, is in the fight for second. She did play queen takes a4. We're anticipating knight takes e4. And this is where we got into that position with the queen dropping in on g6. It's strange. I would have hoped that there was more to it than this for Zoe, because this is not convincing, not a convincing win.
I agree with you. I feel like
for Zoe
white,
on this one.
Yeah, knight takes c4 on the board. Especially with this bishop takes h6.
That's
Those
annoying.
are
Yeah.
nice ideas.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the game between Gracie and Liang Yan. And again, Liang, she's fighting for second, and she's been a pawn up for much of the game. She's got the minor piece, the bishop versus the knight, pawns on both flanks, usually favorable for the bishop over the knight.
Yeah, she's certainly playing for win, but it may not be that easy.
Still.
Because white has this very active knight on f4, the rook kind of targeting then pawn on e6, so I don't give you time to recapture on a3.
Exactly. Taking on a3 I'll take. But in the meanwhile, I don't know, is this knight going to really be that stable? So I'm thinking that from black's perspective, she might be looking to play a move like rook e4 and bishop e3. By the way, I do believe it's white on turn. Yes, the last move was king d6.
And also it's important to know that black has the good bishop, right? That a1 square is dark. So there, if we play some kind of g3 to exchange that,
trade
g4,
everything off.
Trade those pawns, sacrifice the knight, then we still, lose that endgame because,
the bishop controls the promotion
a1
square.
is dark square.
Exactly. All right. And
What about Kelsey? Yeah, what is happening? Oh, we have an endgame, so that should be easy to evaluate whether we
This
are
was the
winning.
rook and pawn ending. Strange. Every time I think to myself, well, game will be a draw. It's easy. Something happens, and it's like, what? Something happens.
Yeah, so Rose voluntarily exchanged the rooks because this is a draw. We capture the pawn, we play king a5 back, allow the white king to capture the pawn, but hold the opposition.
Exactly.
By the way, guys, Andrew down to his last 4 minutes. I don't know if it matters.
We've seen this movie before. We counted down a few times to 5 and 7 seconds. I remember that. They can't trick us.
This one is going to be a draw. King b5.
Yeah.
Very proficient at this king and pawn end games.
Again, players cannot agree on draw, so we're going to see it all the way to the stalemate.
To the stalemate.
But we can definitely call this a draw.
Or you can go b4, king b5, king b2. Or you can make a 3-4 repetition.
Oh.
Yeah, right.
Are we going to see Kelsey call the arbiter, or one of them call the arbiter, or no b4, not yet.
No calling the arbiter either.
I think perhaps let's do it one more time just to make sure.
And I think now she can already claim.
And I think right now.
And she's also looking at the score sheet, making sure that king c5 is a 3-4
not sure if
repetition.
it's a 3-4. I'm not sure it's a 3-4 repetition.
But why are the players so reluctant to accept the punishment of 2 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, I just stop the clock and say, hey, I'm going to do this, and my opponent gets an extra 2 minutes. Enjoy yourself. Be happy.
I'm going to make one more move and claim again.
Exactly. Be happy. Arthur, it looks like it's time to give it a rest. The last move, e5, e4, looks very, very convincing for black against Kirk.
That's right, yes.
And we do know Arthur's dreams are dying hard here. Bishop to c1.
He's not giving up yet.
Nope.
Not giving up yet. Bishop to c1, covering that first rank, and now at least freeing up the queen to try for something. Queen a5, I mean.
So let's play like queen c2, right? Making sure that white cannot try anything.
Oh, you're being mean.
I know.
Mean.
What's the expression? Those that never admit defeat are seldom ever defeated.
That's yes. Queen c2 is a
Queen
mean,
C2.
mean move.
Yeah, that should be enough.
And Andrew seems to be deciding for a repetition. Rook to a3 was played in that one. They're looking at each other. I don't know if they called the arbiter yet, but...
and Mishra is cheering this result, that's for sure.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
With the move king g2 is a 3-fold repetition.
Yep.
That is a correct claim. The
Correct
arbiter
claim,
will
yeah.
soon
Andrew is
approve it.
smiling. He did everything he could. He tried
Truly.
everything he could. They truly battled it all out.
But it's like,
that was a nice try, that rook takes g4 check. And
look at the handshake. None of them are happy.
So disappointed, such a disappointed.
That was not what we would call a hearty hand clasp.
That was just like hands barely touching.
Right?
They're trying to figure things out.
Painful,
Again,
guys.
none of them happy because if one of them won, there would be a playoff for the first place.
It was just a good game. Look, I mean,
it was a great game.
It was a good game. They tried, but it just wasn't.
Through the magic of television, we're about to present to you the worst handshake ever. Let's see if it goes viral. There it is, a touching of the fingertips. Do you remember W.C. Fields? I think it was the bank robber, I'm not sure, where W.C. Fields rescues the day and saves the bank from a robbery.
They're looking at this bishop before. Yeah, that was the last way to try for anything.
Right, this was the mate that...
He's showing him some sort
Brandon,
of...
it's like just king h5.
Checkmate pattern.
Because he can give up this bishop exactly, and then there's rook f8 check, promoting to a queen.
Hilarious.
Huh.
But why did that work? Because there was king g7.
But then rook g8.
King h7.
Oh, and I don't have... No, I do have rook h8.
Bishop takes h8.
Promote.
And we cannot crown a champion until Kirk wins the game, because if Arthur could achieve any kind of a result, a draw, a win, Mishra would be in a play.
D5, and you know,
Yeah.
you really know where that queen is going.
But Kirk did play the queen c2 move,
Yes.
just not allowing anything for white to do. Now he retreated his bishop. He's ready to run with the pawns.
I think queen c4 is the, it just shuts
I wouldn't
it
even
down.
do that. I would just go d3, d2, or e3, e2.
E3, do have a check? No, it's a, yeah.
Yeah, queen c4 is, you know. Let's exchange the queens. Let's go into
That's
that
what
endgame. And
that's what I would do, and just
That's
put
it.
put it to rest.
You don't have to calculate anything in that one.
No.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of ways to win this position.
No, for sure.
Let's
For
just
sure.
put it that way.
And Kirk has 28 minutes, so he's going to really calculate to make sure he's not going to mess up in the last part of the game. But there are a lot of ways to win. And we have another game that is over.
Ru Yang won.
Ru
and,
Yang
I believe secure,
won.
or at least she's probably going to get second place.
Yeah, she won. Again, Gracie Prasanna. I mean, it's important how Zoe Tang is going to do.
Right.
Because I believe they are... Is there a tie between them? Not
If
100%
Zoe,
sure.
yes, right now it's a tie. But Zoe, I don't think she's winning that one. It's all about that Arthur versus Kirk.
Oh, by the way, can we look at the Zoe's game? Because bishop takes h6 is on the board.
And once again, Ru Yang just won, and bishop takes h6. So they're following our analysis, and we didn't find a win for Zoe after bishop h6.
It's a very nice resource.
You
were
mean for,
looking at queen
you mean
takes
for
before.
Iris?
Sorry?
You mean a win for Iris?
No, we thought that Zoe was playing for the win.
Oh, no. No, I think Zoe is playing for a loss right now.
Zoe's playing for a loss.
If she's playing for anything. No. Bishop h6, I think she's in trouble.
Really? Yasser was saying queen d7?
Or
We were
I was
looking-
trying to take a pawn, sorry.
Oh, you were trying to take a pawn?
Yeah, I was trying to take a pawn, queen takes b4, and I think you were going queen g6,
mhm.
and I was going queen e7, and then you were saying
Maybe with
king
king
takes
to capture?
g3 or queen takes g3, and then it was like 1, 2, 3, 3 versus 4.
I'm
and
an
it
extra
was-
pawn, yeah?
Yeah, and it was just like one of those things where, well, okay, the knight on d5 still makes this very powerful impression.
But I can try to be rerouting the rook. Maybe rook e1, rook e4, rook g4.
Rook e1, rook e4, rook g4, or
Just targeting
maybe
that pawn.
maybe
Yeah, maybe faster.
something simpler than rook g1 and king h. I don't know, King h3. By the way, Queen
E8.
e8.
So Zoe's not capturing that bishop. She is just like, I want to retreat with my queen, making sure.
So,
my
sorry,
king is safe.
bishop takes h6, not queen takes. Sorry, let me just refresh my board. Apologies for that. Queen e8. What is that move?
So now now she's one pawn down, but whenever I capture the pawn on g3, I'm going to be 2 pawns up.
Exactly.
Right. Now maybe I can just go bishop g5, yeah? Get
Bishop
the bishop
g5
out.
and just, that's an extra.
I have everything protected. I have a feeling
safe.
you might get in trouble if you take on b4 with the knight. First of all, I can take on b7.
Right, but no. I was never on that direction.
I mean, now we can see how the bishop on g5 is fantastic compared to its counterpart on b8.
Well, we used to have a pawn on h6. That was a good pawn. That was keeping the g5 square. I'm going to say Iris has turned this around. I thought that Zoe was the one who was pushing things earlier. Now I'm no longer. I mean, I like Iris. After king takes bishop g5, king takes g3.
By the way, if we go back to Arthur Go and Kirk Ghazarian's game, there was queen c4 on the board. They traded the queens.
Right.
And now the black pawns are running very, very fast.
They certainly are. b4 by Arthur, but e3, king d5, king e4, and d3. And here
he's
he
grabbing
goes.
that e4 pawn.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And he's done it. Push him, baby. Yeah, king is coming. By the way, there is also, even now that we've shut off the bishop, right? There's even h6 and g5 as well.
I think that's what he's going for.
h6, g5?
Well,
don't
the
think
thing
king
is,
d5?
there's no way to get to my... Okay, king d5, king e4, d3.
Right.
Because the good thing is the white pawns on the queen side, a3 and b4, they
Or
can never
stuck.
they can never be pushed to cause any trouble.
Exactly.
a4.
I mean, once you've gone b5, you'll have to play b6 and the bishop will just drop back.
And
So
then the pawns are blocked.
King to e4, and if you go a5, well, the bishop's perfectly defending them. Arthur knows this.
And by
of
the
course.
way, I can even go king d3 next. I don't even have to go d3.
Wow, king to d3.
Oh, king
Just so
d3
that
is a very nice
you cannot even sacrifice the bishop.
Exactly, and the next turn is e2. King d3 is a very nice move. Very nice move.
I think that just
And
finishes
I have a
the
feeling
game.
we will see that. Yep.
Yep.
Here we go.
King d3. You can go b6, but as you mentioned, Yasser, bishop a6
Right.
stops everything in its tracks.
Wow, last hope. Last chance saloon. Nope. Bishop a6 shuts it down, and e2. And I think we're about to crown a champion,
We are.
Kate.
That's
Right.
it.
There will be no playoffs tomorrow because we will have champions for all tournaments today.
And for Mishra, I mean, it will be his first crack at the national championship, the world's youngest grandmaster.
And likely
in the
not
history of
his
chess.
last one.
And likely not his last one.
Likely not his last one. b7.
b7.
Maybe you're not going to take that pawn.
It's well, that lasted a whole 3 seconds, didn't it?
I think less than that.
And we see a handshake.
Wow,
That's it.
for
That's the
Arthur,
championship.
He played such a wonderful, wonderful championship. He
Very
came so
important
close.
win for Kirk Ghazarian
Wow.
here.
Heartbreaking loss, but one Abhimanyu Mishra right now. He is the 2023 U.S. Junior Champion, $12,000 happier.
Happier.
And he's
Congratulations.
also having a nice ticket to the U.S. Chess Championships happening
As
later
well
this
as
year.
a $10,000 scholarship to the University
not
or college
bad.
of his choice.
That's not
Our
bad.
congratulations to Mishra. Also unblemished. He did
Yeah.
not lose a single game.
I mean, this youngest grandmaster ever, really playing fantastically in this tournament.
Oh,
and
is that
Yeah.
Andrew and Brandon still
They're
analyzing?
still, they haven't
really still
moved.
analyzing?
I mean,
It's been like 20 minutes, guys.
exactly. Ever since the hearty hand clasp.
They're still analyzing. Wow.
They really want to understand this endgame, if it is a draw or if maybe Andrew had any chances.
Exactly. And some seniors tournament still in progress, as we have Igor Novikov and Joel Benjamin, as well as Patrick Wolff and Douglas Root. They're still playing. And we have a guest in studio, Cristian.
Liang, another big victory for you in the last round. It's always nice to finish with a bang, but also I think with this one you have great chances to finish second. How would you assess your
I don't care anymore. I'm just like, with the way my tournament started, I'm just glad I did this. Like, I got here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you will also probably be getting an invitation based on your rating to the U.S. Women's Chess Championship.
Hopefully.
How are you seeing that play out for you?
Honestly, I will be more worried about like school. Like, I'm gonna miss like 2 weeks of school and taking like a lot of APs next year too. So.
Are you ready to go to college soon, or like what's?
Yeah, I'll be a junior next year.
Junior next year, so still have a few years left before college.
A year or so.
Liang, that was just impressive, stellar play in the last few rounds. I have to say, you were just like dominating your opponents. Despite the fact that you started slow, you finished strong, and that's what matters. Congratulations,
Thank
guys.
you.
Any questions for Liang?
Absolutely. Just to say it was a great event. I enjoyed watching your games, and congratulations, Liang, for a nice finish. Second place in the tournament. It was a big field. You're not exactly a favorite when Carissa and Alice is in the field, but you must be pleased with your performance.
I am. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. Very nice
Thank
play.
you.
Exactly. Patrick Wolff and Douglas Root, they've been playing a position which I
With
really am
that
kind
terrible
of
bishop
confused
right on
because
C6.
There's nothing that Doug could possibly do. This knight is on C2 and it's a perfect blockade. You can't do anything with this terrible bishop on the C6 square, as you just said.
So
Kind
can
of
I try
strange.
for some? What about knight D3, knight C5?
Knight D3. Are you giving me any chances with check?
King E1.
No, of course not. There's no. I was just wondering if you were just giving me any chances. It was funny if you go knight C5 and I go bishop takes C5 and you go queen takes A3, and I go bishop takes D4. I get the two bishops for a queen. Protect the peasant. Never mind.
Not sure about that.
Not sure at all.
So what about Igor Novikov and Joel Benjamin? How is that game looking?
But we'll pause for a moment because we have the champion in studio.
We found him, Abhi. Welcome back to the studio. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Those results did go your way, and you are the 2023 Junior Chess Champion. How are you feeling right now?
Feels amazing. I'm going to have a chance to play against all the greats of the game. Fabiano, Wesley, Hikaru. It's an amazing feeling.
How important is that ticket to the US Championship? Because we were talking about it, it's so difficult to make it based on the rating. Right now, the US Championship, you have to be around 2,700 to even hope that you're going to make it. How important it is for you to meet those greats of the game?
It was very important. That was the main purpose of coming here. Like, this tournament is very strong in itself, but I came here to win this tournament, to play in that US Championship.
And you've said this at the beginning, there is no other place that matters. It's first place or nothing. And you proved that from the beginning to the end through your fighting spirit. What would you say are things that you're happy with after this event based on your play, and things that you could improve in order to meet those grades in good shape?
Sure. One thing I need to do is start playing more openings for sure. Like half of like 2 games, like for example against Brandon and Jason, they were just draws out of the opening. So I need to diversify my openings. And also I feel that some games, like randomly, like for example my games against Kirk or my games against Kirk or Josiah, like these randomly I have these sort of off days where I just play absolutely terrible chess.
But what is your main attribute that you're happy with living this tournament? There
I
must
guess-
be at least one.
I guess it's just not, even in terrible positions, like in both of the games against Kirk and Josiah, I was playing terribly. I had dead lost positions, and even then I managed to hold them. So I guess it's my ability to defend here. And I guess, yeah, that's the thing that made all the difference in the end. I have, compared to all the other competitors, I haven't lost a single game.
Resilience is absolutely key, especially when later in October when you will be facing the players at the US Chess Championships. Abhi, congratulations. Just an inspiring performance. Guys, any questions for our champion?
We'll just echo our congratulations as well, Mishra.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Bravo.
Yeah, congratulations very much. I do have one quick question, and that is for the US Championship that you qualified. How are you going to prepare? Are you going to mostly study like openings that you're going to play against your opponent, or do you want to maybe get more tournaments so you are, not rusty when you are entering that competition?
Yeah, as of now, I have another couple tournaments lined up. Like, as of now, another 5 days, I'll be coming back here for Summer Chess Classic.
Right.
Against all, like, 2,600 plus opposition. After that, I'm going to play in Spain. There's some Spanish leagues. So, yeah, I have another couple tournaments before the US Championship.
And do you ever take breaks from chess? Like, are you going to take like a few days off to celebrate, to kind of recharge, not do chess, or do you do chess nonstop?
Yeah, probably I'll take some break after like another 2-3 days, and then I'll go back to preparing for the next event.
Well, congratulations. Really fantastic accomplishment.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Very well done. As just looking at the game between Igor and
They're still there. They're still analyzing.
There's nothing like
Abhi,
a good
go join them. Go show them what they missed.
Nothing like a good postmortem. I'm really surprised because in the old days, the postmortems were a very enjoyable part of chess. Today, it's like the players just run back to their hotels to look at the chess engines and 3,200 rated opponents and say, like, what did I miss? As opposed to analyzing with one another. It's nice to see.
Right, but at many tournaments like Olympiads, always the arbiter, they kick you out of the playing hall, right?
Yeah.
No talking, nothing. So it's nice to see that these guys still have space there to analyze. And here we see Zoe Tang against Iris Mo.
And she did play that. Iris did play that variation with Bishop G5.
But she did not capture later the pawn on B7.
Okay.
Right, we were expecting.
That's a veracity. That's a surprise, right?
Or what happened? Maybe.
Why did she do that? So she snuck a pawn. Bishop. We left it after the move Queen E8, Bishop G5, and we thought, okay, now Iris is beginning to cook. Take this pawn. B5.
B5. All right. So now when the knight captured, there's no capturing on B7.
And this is how she kind of ducked and dodged that moment there.
But when you look at the clock, Iris Mo 5 minutes 40 seconds, Zoe Tang only 2 minutes 37 seconds.
The problem is
quick moves.
Yeah, the problem is this structure. I want to play D5. I really want to play D5. I don't want to lose my pawn on E5. So I'm thinking, I would love to play F4, followed by D5, and then, if you play B4, I'll take with the knight, and I'm going to have this dominating position. Feels like Iris.
Yeah, there was this big question. Can we capture rook takes B5? Is there any strong discover attack with the knight jumping somewhere?
I was afraid of there was a check on B2. So it only occurred to me later that rook takes B8, queen takes B8. You could actually play rook takes E5. I didn't see it. I only saw rook takes B8.
Bishop A7 on the board.
So rook takes B5, bishop A7 on the board. And it's the clocks.
Yeah, players don't have much time. 5 minutes for Iris to almost 3 minutes for Zoe.
Okay, things are perking up here. Just a second. You mentioned there's discoveries. So knight takes D4, the rook will be hanging. And
well, the thing is, after you play knight d4, I have rook b7 coming, so that might be a bit problematic for you.
Okay. So you mean I should just make a move, invite knight takes d4 so that I can play rook b7? Is that the idea?
Knight h6 tricks.
Knight h6.
Or I mean knight
check.
f6 could be an option.
So something like this and knight h6 check, yeah?
That is game over, queen g6.
Yikes. We've seen these tactics on the g6 square when we sacrifice a piece on h6. We'll pause our analysis as we have a spoiler in studio.
Kirk, you weren't playing for the championship, but you could affect the standings, and you did just that. How are you feeling right now with this last few games performances?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, this game was just a complete mess, but this is what I was striving for before the game. I just wanted to play a very chaotic, stressful game. I just think, I mean, my opponent basically didn't play so good under a lot of stress, which is understandable because he was obviously fighting for first place and doesn't want to lose with white.
A stressful game. I don't think I've ever heard that before. You were gunning for a stressful game. That's very interesting.
For
because
both sides, yeah.
For both sides, of course, but especially for him because he was playing with so much pressure on his shoulders. That's a very intriguing strategy. How did you come up to that with that idea?
I mean, I think I've been on the receiving end of that a couple of times in my life, but that's why I chose this dubious open Sicilian line for black. I didn't know the lines so well, but even if the position goes bad, it's very hard for white to keep everything under control. In these types of games, the evaluations change a lot, and it's a very complicated position.
And another thing that you were doing, you were putting a lot of pressure on your opponent's clock early on. You were playing fast, even though you said that you didn't know the opening, but you were still playing fast, confident chess. Tell us a bit about when you felt you're starting to gain the advantage, you're starting to take over.
Yeah, so first of all, yeah, I played fast so I could put him under more stress on the clock. Because, of course, even though he knows he's much better in that position, it's very hard to find the exact way for white to improve his position. And also, it's not pleasant when the opponent's worst, they keep making aggressive moves quickly. I thought I was better when he allowed bishop e2. I think he missed bishop e2.
Yes, that's what we thought as well. Bishop to e2 was a big turnaround for this game. Maybe f5. This was an interesting move. Did you consider this move at all?
Didn't even consider it. Probably my opponent didn't either. I thought he was going to give the exchange, but not like that.
Like rook g1 maybe, and then g5, something like that?
Yes, something like this, or even g5 in the first position, one of those two moves. I didn't think of f5 at all. f5 is so counterintuitive because you hang the g-pawn and the rook.
Exactly, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not probably the best move, and it still remains complicated, but I thought it's an interesting way to try to open up and make space for his pawns to be pushed, right?
Yes.
c6, d6, things of that nature. Kirk, big game, big win for you. Congratulations. It's all important to perform well in this type of stressful situation. So that's something that our viewers can definitely take away from this one. Congratulations, and we'll see you perhaps next year.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Kirk. Definitely a fighting game today in this championship round. Great stuff. Loved it.
Right. And also, I believe Kirk is leaving soon to Azerbaijan for the FIDE World Cup. So this could be a nice kind of warm-up for that event.
Like a kickoff, right? Yes. Zoe and Iris, hard at work. And it feels like one of those positions that's stressful. And I can easily imagine 3 results coming out of this game. I don't know who might win. Your quick take on this one, Kate. This is like don't you feel 3 results?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we were retreating with that queen. I do want that knight g4, but I'm worried about another pawn that may be lost.
Bishop Look at this. Bishop
wow.
f6.
Wait a minute.
Queen h7 check on Iris's agenda here.
Wait a minute.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
This is a scary-looking move.
Very frightening-looking move.
I think you have to go rook f7. Isn't that the only way to defend?
It sure feels like it. Everything else, anything that allows rook g7 would be terrible. If I take, well, that's an exchange second. Okay, exchange, rook f7. Yeah. Let's
but
have
wait,
a look.
I can maybe capture the rook now and play queen h7.
That's right. Yes.
That looks
look at
very
that.
dangerous.
Queen g8.
Well, just a second. I mean, I get it. You've got a threat, but
wait. Okay, let's be greedy first. Let's show why greed is not a good idea.
By the way, rook f7 on the board.
Take on e3.
So bishop takes e3 knight. If black is greedy,
I'm being greedy right now.
Takes. King. Check.
King d7.
Check.
Check. And now I have to go knight e7.
And you.
This one is looking bad.
Right. You get kind of blasted away there, and you don't get to keep the extra knight. Rook f7 on the board.
So who's playing? Okay, rook takes f7, and then queen h7. We discussed that, right? And now queen g8.
Well, a curious move for me is right here. How about them apples?
knight e4 is also very nice.
Yeah.
Because black cannot recapture that pawn,
And
that bishop on f6.
And
I see what you're looking at. I see
Knight
what
H-
you're looking at.
Yeah. And by the way, I believe this game was a draw.
Yeah, so
This
we have a
one is
game
a
in
draw.
Igor Novikov against Joel Benjamin, which means there's only one last game remaining in the U.S. Seniors Championship.
The Patrick Wolff, Douglas Root game, that's ongoing. But this
Yeah,
game with
not much
Zoe
seems to be happening in that one
is
either.
going to decide second place. And it's, the clocks are down, both players
Okay,
down to
both
2
players
minutes.
are less than 3 minutes, yes.
Queen h7.
Here we go.
We might be seeing some simplifications, guys. Queen to h7, queen to g8 seems to be the way to go.
Right.
And then perhaps queen to h8 and bishop g5, which leads to massive simplification.
Oh,
wait.
but then it means bishop f6 was a bluff.
Can we just give queen h5 check? I thought that was the idea.
Okay, and now g6.
G6, sorry. I thought we were going to go. I don't like. No. Sorry. I don't like letting that bishop live there. I'd like to kick it back. King f8. Go away.
Queen
Okay, queen g8 on the board.
Queen g8 on the board. Will we see queen h5?
All right, if you want to win it, you gotta risk it. So
you got to risk it to earn the biscuit?
that's right. That's right.
These university expressions, you know. I missed them. Queen g8. This is the current position. And again,
Big
it's
moment.
2 minutes, right?
But Christian, what are the simplifications? Aren't you losing something after queen takes
Bishop
g8?
g5. Take bishop g5.
So you give me the pawn on e5?
Yeah, you take e5, I take g3, and
Well, I take it with the bishop.
f4. It should be a draw. It's too simplified. Too
Okay.
simple.
f4 and king takes g3.
2 versus 2, I don't
But
know.
no,
versus-
queen
no.
h5 on the board.
Hey, we're
Iris is not
interested.
simplifying.
We're fighting
not
for the win.
interested.
No. Do you like g6 or do you like king f8?
No, I think king f8. No. You guys are right. Definitely not g6.
King,
g6 just allows for like queen, I guess, g5.
queen g5, just keeping keeping everything intact.
And I'm wondering if after, king f8,
Makes sense.
like knight g4, but if we give up that bishop,
I think she's
Yeah.
going to go for
no,
bishop g5.
Bishop g5, just
Right.
retreating, giving up that pawn.
Perhaps knight g4 works also, but I think it's just too risky right now.
I have to say that this, with the rook was on b7, she went bishop f6. I have a feeling that white had something there, maybe the immediate knight g4, because now she's gone back with the bishop, and really she forcibly traded a rook on b7 for a rook on f8. Why did we do that? Our rook on b7 was really an aggressive rook.
Yes, I was definitely hopeful for more for white in the previous position.
Exactly. Me too. I thought that there was more there for Iris than what she got. She kind of cashed her chips a little early, I would say, on this one.
So we are expecting Zoe to recapture on e5.
Yep.
She may also go for queen f7.
Queen f7, that makes sense too, right? Just to, it's not like white's, I would go check and maybe queen back to,
But you can't go back, right?
I can't go back. Yeah, we
queen
just go back
g8.
and forth, yeah. So queen f7 is actually a very decent move. Personally, I'd take the pawn.
What if
Bishop
I take
takes
with
e5.
knight, kind of blocking the queen from an escape
Queen
squares, but
f7.
Queen f7 on the board.
She liked your move, Kate.
But I don't know if I like it that much.
You want to take it back? What's
wondering if-
bumming you out? What's
well,
wrong
if
with
I
that?
go like queen g4 now,
But queen g4, maybe we can take on e3 and then take on e5.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Knight takes e5.
and if I take the bishop, you're gonna checkmate me.
Ooh.
Well,
Yasser with the tactics.
Never underestimate
in my
Yasser.
youth, in my youth, they
Okay.
called me.
What did they call you, Yasser?
We are very
right.
curious. What did they call you, Yasser? Please finish that sentence.
The Damascus dynamo.
Okay.
The Syrian
Queen H8.
sorcerer.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna see.
I
a
like that,
3-4
the Syrian
repetition.
sorcerer. Okay, I like that. That's a good one.
Is that a perpet? Did we see a
Yeah,
repetition?
That's gonna be repetition.
Well, the writing down. No, it wasn't signatures.
I mean, Zoe's already checking her score sheet, but now when Iris is going to retreat with her queen, I believe Zoe is going to write down queen f7
Yeah,
as a third repetition.
agreed.
I'm telling you, arbiters really get a lot of
working, yeah.
experience with these claims here.
Yeah, they're working, aren't they? Queen f7.
And it is a correct claim. Game is a draw.
Whew.
Which means we have all games done in the girls section.
And I do believe that Ru Yang, as a result of this result, is clear second. We'll find that out shortly in our standings.
Yes,
and
yes,
what do we have
she is.
left, Christian?
Just one game.
Just one game.
In the senior section, that's the one. I'm
Patrick Wolff
expecting
against
this one to be a
Daggupati.
draw anytime soon as well. They're still fighting, but it doesn't seem like there's much to be
Fighting about.
fighting
I thought that
about.
knight can be very strong. There's really nothing to play for white, to try for advantage.
Well, I am a pawn up. The question is, and the problem is that whenever you land, let's say, a knight on f6, right?
Right.
I'm just going to capture that instantaneously. And there's no follow-up. And I think that's the only entry square. If you attack my pawn on b5, I defend it with a bishop on c6.
So can I do?
So let's say king d4, right? King d4 just to stop
Right.
any potential of. And now we can maneuver our knight if
Exactly.
we like to f6. King
He's
d4
going.
on the
He's
board.
going for it. Yeah.
Right.
Just move the bishop maybe. Bishop a8, bishop c6.
Back and forth. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
No, I mean,
yeah,
it
probably
feels
no.
like a complete
And anytime. Okay.
made drawing.
C6.
King c6. And the thing is, they have been playing this endgame for a while. Like I think they've been playing it for almost 20 moves.
20.
Yes. Like they've exchanged the queens at move 58, now they're at move 71. So
Well, I want to say to the players, an enormous number of decisive games, and this, the championship round, I think, is this the first time that the seniors drew all of their games?
I believe so.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
think
This is
so,
the first
right?
time.
I mean, all the games were drawn in this. And for those of you who want to know, there's a lot more chess coming our way.
Many tournaments coming up. Chess 9LX, September 7 to 11. Everything here happening in St. Louis. Then the US and US Women's Chess Championship in October. St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, very popular event. And of course, the Sinkfield Cup in November.
For the Grand Chess Tour title. Who will be the new Grand Chess Tour winner and the $100,000 bonus for winning that event? And of course, you you heard Mishra saying that he's returning to St. Louis shortly for the Chess Classic as well. We won't have the broadcast for that, but on the St. Louis Chess Channel, we'll certainly have some commentary.
I think you will be doing the broadcast, Yasser, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm hoping to
No,
do a
no,
little
that's-
bit, you know,
Wait,
And
what
by
is
the way,
Did
something.
they agree? No.
No.
What are they claiming?
Threefold repetition.
Threefold repetition.
And was it?
Yes.
The arbiter said, "You're good enough, guys. You guys were so close on this one.
We
We're
believe
gonna-
you.
we believe-
We're not going to check with the computer. We believe you.
I like that. I like that. Good arbiter. Good work. Good work to our arbiter team. And just to refresh everybody's memory, how did we do?
What? No.
How did we do?
Guys, the broadcast is
prediction
over.
for the
It's time to go.
Junior girls.
We
Yasser.
tried our best to convince them. I mean, I'm glad I got you to join my team.
I'm telling you, you are lying on air. I was the first one to make that
I'm
prediction.
shocked by this behavior. What else happened? What else? Oh, wow. We're not worthy. Say
Three
it
in a
with
row,
me.
wow.
We're not worthy.
That's,
Say it with me. And what about our senior champion?
Okay, this is the one that
Wow.
counts. Come on, this is the one that counts. This is the most unpredictable one.
I took 2 first and a second. What do you think?
Good job.
Good job,
Good job. Thank you very much.
You did well, yes.
I was fishing for a compliment.
You are
First
getting
one.
the wild card for the next U.S. Seniors Championship.
The wild card. That's my reward. Final standings. Let's go through them.
Yeah,
From
so the
top to
Junior
bottom.
Girls Championship, Alice Lee, fantastic performance. Yang Yan, second, really great tournament as well. And then a two-way tie for the third place, Carissa Yip and Zoe Tang.
And once more, here is our champion.
Yeah, FIDE Master Alice Lee, 2023 U.S. Junior Girls Champion. Congratulations. I know how she was really happy in that interview.
Yes.
This means a lot to her.
Yes.
We are very happy for her.
I am Melik, please.
Absolutely. And here, wow, we have Abhi Mishra, the new U.S. Junior Champion, and then a four-way tie actually
Wow.
for a second place. Brandon Jacobson, Andrew Hong, Balaji Daggupati, and Arthur Gua.
Congratulations to all of our competitors in that field for a very, very
Yeah.
tough event indeed.
And here is the youngest ever Grandmaster, Abhi Mishra, punching his ticket for the U.S. Championship. He's very excited about that event. Yeah, the 2023 U.S. Junior Champion.
Talk about playing with the legends, right? Those national championships, they're so strong. And then finally, in the seniors,
Final standings here, Melik Khachiyan, the wild card in this tournament, and he won that event. What a great story with 20,000 prize money. Second place, Alex Shabalov. Third place, Vladimir Akopian. No ties here. It's a clear, seniors, it's a clear standing.
absolutely. And once again, Melik said,
Yeah, here we have him, Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan, the new 2023 U.S. Senior Champion.
Cristian, sum it all up for us. These 3 national championships, a lot of fun.
Always a pleasure to be here in St. Louis doing commentary, but especially for these 3 championships because it feels like we're seeing future stars grow in front of our eyes. And of course, the legends is always a pleasure to see them play chess here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Amazing chess, amazing fighting spirit from all these competitors. And I have to say, there's so much resilience in all 3 championships. Look, even the last game, they played until those last few moments. They didn't make those draws easily. I have to say, it's always a pleasure to watch and commentate on these 3 national championships.
And it's been a pleasure to watch and commentate with you as well, Cristian. Kate, it was really a lot of fun. Thank you so much. You're going to join us again, right?
I don't know, but thank you very much for the opportunity here to St. Louis Chess Club. Guys, it's amazing to do commentary with you. I know these tournaments as a player, but never as a commentator. And
Now
I
you
really
know what it
enjoyed
means to be on this side. And to our audience, thank you so much for joining us. I hope I hope you've enjoyed our commentary and these national championships. They were really, really competitive. We enjoyed calling them. Thank you so much for participating. And till next time.
Thank you, and see you again.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.